Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Said No to One for All. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hello everybody. My name is Izuku Midoriya, your main protagonist in this story. Well, either that or I might end up in trouble for the silly things I do. Well, let me describe myself so you have an idea of what to expect. When God decided to drop me off on Earth to be looked after by mortals, he made me a cute boy. I have curly green hair with matching eyes, a freckled face, and a short, skinny stature. Thankfully, I decided to work out so I can stand up to my bullies. Now I have a fit physique, providing you with a mix of cute and strong. Though, the impressive part will stay hidden unless I take off my shirt. Sorry, everyone. Maybe soon you'll get to admire me. God did forget to give me something when he sent me into the wild, though. He forgot to provide me with a quirk. Or maybe he was trying to get rid of me, but that isn't happening anytime soon. A quirk is a superpower that can range from extraordinary abilities to super strength. Heroes emerge with quirks and are supposed to protect the public, even if I have my doubts about them. If you've read any superhero story, that's what my world is like. Except instead of just one hero having powers, 80% of the population has a superpower. I call nonsense on this statistic because I'm the only quirkless person in my school. The other 20% are quirkless like me, meaning we're just there as background characters. I'm willing to bet at least 95% of that 20% quirkless population is elderly, so my life is a bit rough. There are villains too, but that's kind of expected. Anyway, back to reality. I'm in class, and it's figure out what you want to do in life day. The teacher wrapped it up in 5 seconds by saying everyone wants to be a hero and tossing the papers in the air. The students agree as they show off their quirks. You can't use your quirks in public, everyone. Hey, don't lump me in with these extras, teach. They'll be lucky if they end up as sidekicks in some old agency, Bakugo Katsuki sneers. Oh yeah, he exists, huh? I guess I should explain him. Bakugo is my bully, whom I used to call Kaken before things got complicated. You know that character in every anime that the girls either hate or inexplicably fall for. That's him. Ashy blonde hair, fierce red eyes, a strong build, and a perpetually annoyed expression. It's honestly surprising that he wants to be a hero when he treats me like this. Unless you're Endeavor, that attitude doesn't fly. Bakugo, you're aiming for UAS? It seems Midoriya is too, the teacher says, clearly wanting some drama. I can hear kids starting to gossip while Bakugo creates small explosions in his hands due to his quirk. Well, time to set the stage. At least I have the courage to try, unlike the rest of you except Bakugo, I say with a smirk. This sparks outrage in the classroom. Bakugo walks over, slamming his hands on my desk and causing a small explosion that leaves the desk in shambles. I ask him, "What's up, firework?" "The bell is about to ring, Bakugo," the teacher says loudly. Never mind. The teacher wants me to be in trouble. At that moment, the bell rings and most students leave, but Bakugo and I remain. Before looking down at my ruined desk, I grab my notebook and book bag and make a dash for it. I have more important things to worry about than him, and running helps with my endurance. Gotta look on the bright side, as my therapist often says. Get back here, Deku. Deku is my nickname that's supposed to mean useless. Mom didn't think my name through, unfortunately, but I still have a great regular name. No. Thank you, but I appreciate the exercise. You're a great motivator, firecracker. I forgot to mention, Bakugo's quirk is explosion. He can create blasts from his hands. For some reason, this makes him seem impressive, but all I see is a potential disaster. Thank goodness he can only use his hands for that, otherwise, we'd have a real mess on our hands. I run out of the building, outpacing him quickly because I focus on my physical health. He has explosions, while I have my wits and a fit body that nobody can see unless I'm not wearing a shirt. I come upon a little bridge, running past to work on my calves when suddenly, a slime villain appears. A medium-sized disguise should work. Come here, kid. The villain tries to grab me, but I dodge quickly. I trained for this. I could run, but I don't want to risk anyone's safety. I hope a hero arrives, though it seems he's already being pursued. Well, time to put my training into action. I keep moving, able to hop around effortlessly with my endless energy. If he's about to grab me, I run up the wall to throw him off. Then, help arrives. "Do not worry because I am here," shouts a hero. Smash. The slime is obliterated. I bet those people on YouTube who make slime videos will be upset about the loss. Oh well, he tried to catch me. Now, on to the hero. I turn around to find myself face to face with All Might, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace. As a fellow enthusiast of hero information, I know a lot about him. I probably know more about him than he does himself. That doesn't mean I'm going to faint at the sight like most fanboys. Are you okay, citizen? All Might asks with his booming voice. The best way to describe him is that he looks like Superman with a huge smile. I'm fine, glad you came. I thought I was in trouble. I can see All Might looking shocked at my language. Oh yeah, he's extremely family-friendly, huh? Well, I'll have fun with that. You shouldn't use that kind of language, the hero says as he pours out 2 bottles of soda and begins to clean up the slime. I guess I can tell the slime people that at least the slime is staying together? I'm not sure how else to encourage them. I decided to ask him a question. Do you mind if I ask you something while you're cleaning up? Go ahead, young. Young? Alright then. I'm Izuku. Before you ask, that's my given name, and I really don't care what people call me. We have more important things to worry about in the world. Anyway, out of curiosity, do you think someone quirkless can become a hero? I always ask this question to any hero I meet to see how they view the world. All Might paused for a moment, having cleaned up the slime, before looking at me. No, I don't believe someone quirkless can become a hero. It's simply too dangerous. A straightforward statement. Huh, alright then. What's interesting is that I've never heard a single hero say yes to that question. Yet, someone quirkless can be just as capable as someone with a quirk. Just give them a weapon, and they can be more powerful than someone with a quirk. A person with a quirk can dodge a bullet, but for how long? Anyway, thanks and later. I was about to walk off when I turned around with a grin on my face. Oh yeah, I'm going to become a hero. I'm quirkless, so I'm doing it to prove you and others wrong. Once that happens, I'll show you just how wrong you are. You better keep your eyes open. That felt threatening enough. I walked off with a sense of determination. I'm not joking. About an hour later, I ran into the same slime villain again. Guess All Might didn't secure the top tight enough. I was heading to work when I stumbled upon a villain attack. What's interesting isn't just that the slime guy is back or that he captured Bakugo. Karma has been knocking on his door for a while. It's that there are 3 heroes on the scene doing nothing. Nothing. Now, I could care less about Bakugo as a friend, but I'm not going to let him face such a pitiful fate if I can do something about it. I know he's going to yell at me for this, but he doesn't deserve to meet his end just yet. I understand that approaching the situation is risky since the same villain is causing explosions that could hurt anyone. So what does the quirkless boy do? I ran from the crowd, shouting, Project, look at me. I have some beads I need to throw in to make some crunchy slime. With a remark like that, the villain is bound to look. With a knife in my hand, I always carry one because I'm cautious, I threw it at the slime villain and hit it directly in the eye. The slime screamed and released Bakugo, giving him a few precious seconds to breathe. Bakugo unleashed some more explosions, but he got captured again. Before I could think about making the slime blind, All Might charged in, shouting, Detroit Smash, sending the villain into pieces again. It was quite a display of power. I can't deny that. I'm not foolish no matter how much I act like it. After that drama, I found myself sitting down with the 3 pro heroes who seemed to be at a loss. That was very dangerous. You could have gotten yourself killed, exclaimed a pro hero. I believe his name was Death Arms. Time to challenge the pro hero's mindset. Maybe if you actually did something instead of thinking about your personal life, you wouldn't have 2 lives on the line. You heroes rely too heavily on your quirks. I stood up, walked over to my knife, picked it up, and showed it to them. You see this? Anyone can use one with some practice. You can buy a whole pack for just a few dollars. Quirks aren't the solution to all your problems. I hope all 3 of you learn from this, especially when the hero over there is praising Bakugo for using his quirk inappropriately. The same quirk that kept you from doing your job. I was speaking the truth. Bakugo was getting praised for keeping the heroes away with his explosions while I was here getting in trouble for legally confronting a villain. They have no laws for the quirkless anyway. I pointed to the news reporters before saying, you better be capturing this. The citizens have the right to know. One more thing. I looked back at the pro heroes, staring deeply into their eyes. I'm just an ordinary citizen like everyone else here. Yet, I had to step in and do your job for you. I suggest you either improve or consider a different career. Good day. I ran off because I was late for work. What a mess. I hoped the divorce for Death Arms would make the news. I'd hang that article on my wall as part of my collection. I finished work a couple of hours later since it was a short day. Now I was walking home. Well, I was until Bakugo showed up to stir up more trouble. "Deku, I didn't need your help," he shouted. "I told you he would yell at me. I'll be honest. I have no filter. I might need to later, but I appreciate it now while I'm still cute." I responded, "Unless you were aiming for a villain to pick you up, you needed help. Now I have a home life to get to. Bye-bye. You shouldn't apply for UA. That's my dream. My dream to be the only kid from this school to get in there. You'll fail the entrance exam, so make yourself useful and don't. Alright, the usual stuff. Anything else?" No response. I started to walk off when Bakugo decided to speak again. "You know, maybe you should take a leap off a roof and hope you get a quirk in your next life, you useless Deku." Time to respond. "I already tried, buddy. God said he didn't want me back in his world, and the other side isn't ready for me. Also, we might as well be back in the old days when discrimination was rampant because that's what's happening here. I guess Japan has to have its time. Might as well make it with quirks. I wonder if segregation will come up again? I'm getting off track. See you at the exam," I say as I dash away before Bakugo can catch up to me. 5 minutes later, I encounter another person. "Do not worry, I am Dash." His words are cut short by a fit of coughing. I turn to see All Might, but as he shouts his iconic catchphrase, he seems to transform before my eyes. It's almost surreal. All Might appears thinner than I've ever seen him, and I can't help but feel a pang of concern. The sight of blood at the corner of his mouth only adds to my worry. I was right about the 3-hour time limit. Point for me. Now, should I call for help? All Might looks at me, surprised. I know a lot of things, after all. No. I'm fine, he insists. You have blood on your face. I think we have different definitions of fine, sir. All Might quickly wipes the blood away, trying to regain his composure. "Well, I'm here to offer you something. Izuku, you can become a hero. I'm willing to give you my quirk." My instincts tell me this might not end well as he continues. "My quirk is called One for All. It allows me to stockpile power and pass it to the next person. I would like you to be my successor for One for All. This will not be easy, but you have it in you, the heart of a hero. Izuku, will you accept my power?" It feels almost like a proposal, and I know I should take it seriously. But obviously I can't. You know that one person in the friend group who stirs up drama, leaves, and then suddenly returns to support you? That's exactly what All Might is doing. Let me get this straight. With your quirk, I can become a hero, but without it, I'm out of luck. I ask, and All Might seems to hesitate. Would you like my quirk? Is he trying to dodge the question? Absolutely not. Not like this. Okay, I understand. I'm supposed to. Respect my elders. My mom tried to instill that in me, but it didn't quite stick. All Might disrespected me first, so I feel justified in standing my ground. I did feel a twinge of sympathy when he started coughing though. Just a little, like 1%. "Excuse me?" All Might asks, struggling to grasp the situation. My previous statement stands. I will become a hero without a quirk just to prove all the heroes wrong, including you. It's possible. Just watch, All Might. I walk past him. "I wish you luck, young Izuku." He sounds so old when he calls me that. "Hey, Mom." I enter our simple apartment, which has all the usual rooms, including my bedroom. "In here, Izuku," she calls from the kitchen. I walk in to see my favorite dish, katsudon, on the dining table. "Thank you for this blessing. At least someone feels sorry for me. Your father certainly doesn't." "It looks amazing, Mom," I say, giving her a side hug as I pull out plates. We sit down, say a quick prayer, and dig in. While we eat, I want to describe my mom so you understand. She's one of those overly protective types who tries to limit me as much as possible. She sees my lack of a quirk as a disability and treats me with kid gloves, which I can't stand. There's a reason I'm a rebellious teenager. She wants to support my dreams but is terrified of me getting hurt, especially when it comes to being a hero. I love her dearly, but honestly, she's one of the main reasons I'm determined to prove her wrong. Being quirkless isn't a disability. I bet I could take on most of the kids with quirks at my school, and I have. I just need to practice somewhere. Mom looks at me with concern before saying, "I saw you on television." Great, just what I need. I know no one was helping, but All Might was on his way. "You have to wait. Sweetheart, what you did was dangerous." Technically, life is always dangerous. I feel like I'm knocking on death's door every time I walk by because I think he's lonely. If you ever need to get out of trouble, try humor. It might work 5% of the time. It didn't work this time, though, because she's glaring at me. No leaving the house for the weekend, and you're giving me your phone. Fine. I hand over my phone, say goodnight to Mom, and head to bed. Let's be real. That's not going to happen. I was born with the ability to function on very little sleep, much to my mom's dismay. At midnight, I made sure she was asleep and climbed out the window. Oddly enough, even though my mom is as protective as a bear, she's never caught me doing any of this. Don't ask me how, she just hasn't. It's not like I'm hiding it either. If she did catch me, I'd be in big trouble. Back to reality, I'm at Dagoba Beach, which most people see as a dumping ground. I heard it used to be beautiful, but now it's a mess. You'd think the government would clean it up, but no lazy people. Well, someone has to do it. It's almost impressive what you can find here. From broken mirrors to full trucks, this beach has it all. I decided to take it upon myself to start cleaning because I have nothing else to do. Well, besides sleeping, but I can't do that, so cleaning it is. I'm starting with smaller items to avoid ruining my shoes too quickly. I'm also looking for metal and electronic parts to recycle for my creative projects. I'm specifically searching for parts for that truck because I really want to get it running, but that's a long shot. I will find a way. There are actual reasons for me to clean up the beach. First, it helps build muscle. Yes, I have some, but I want more. Second, I want to impress a date by saying, you know, I cleaned this beach up. Too bad no one is willing to date me, so that dream will never happen. Oh, the agony. Suddenly, I'm startled while picking up a piece of plastic and skid to the side, spotting that familiar scarf. It's Eraserhead, or Shoyuta as I call him. We only know each other's first names because if he knew my last name, I'd be in serious trouble. Good to know you're not drunk, Shoyuta grunts as he approaches. Have some compassion, will you? I haven't had a drink in months. I'm not an alcoholic. Side note, I checked, and it's been 3 months, so there. Yes, I did drink because I believe in living life to the fullest. Shoyuta reaches over to swat at me, his red eyes and wild hair meant to intimidate. His quirk erases other quirks, but he knows I'm quirkless. Back to the conversation. Shut up. It's midnight, in case you haven't noticed, problem child. What are you doing here? He growls. Cleaning the beach so I can build a club, I say jokingly. That might actually be the smartest thing I've said. Want to join? You have the right look for it. This almost earns me a punch in the stomach, but I manage to dodge. Now we're in a playful scuffle. Shoyuta is a challenge, but I'm ready to give him a run for his money. I use the garbage to my advantage and he's clearly annoyed. I manage to evade him for 10 minutes before he finally catches me with his scarf, pulling me toward him with a sharp glare. Eraserhead delivers a swift punch to my stomach, and I bite my tongue to stifle a gasp as I double over in pain. I have to give him credit, it certainly silenced me. Thanks for the warm-up. You're improving since you stopped indulging yourself, he remarks. Why can't you go after actual villains? I retort. There aren't any around. Excuses. He tosses a fruit pouch my way. Just eat, brat. Hey, I have a name. Want to head to the police station? He asks. I escaped last time, I reply, recalling the truth. Shoyuta had taken me to the police station when we first met because I was out of it. Apparently, I managed to slip away, and I still consider myself clever for that. It happened a couple of years ago, and while the details are hazy, I remember wearing a mask that kept them from identifying me. I owe my past self some credit for that decision. Shoyuta filled me in on the rest. Izuku, just eat. We can complain about our problems afterward, Shoyuta grumbles as he pulls out his juice pouch. Thank you, Shoyuta, I say, surprisingly calm for once, and I start on the pouch. Shoyuta and I have an interesting relationship. As I mentioned, our first meeting was a bit chaotic. I barely remember it, but let's revisit that moment. Flashback to about 6 months ago. After our initial encounter, we didn't cross paths for a while. I certainly wasn't looking for someone who had sent me to jail, not that I knew it at the time. One night, I found myself out late, having gotten into some trouble I couldn't recall. I was rummaging through a dumpster behind an electronics store, searching for parts for a project. Just as I pulled out a small keyboard, I heard footsteps approaching. I turned to see Eraserhead, though I didn't know his name then. I recognized him immediately. I respected his work. For once, I decided to be polite. Hello, may I ask why you are waiting for me like that? I asked, trying to sound casual. I'm wondering why a kid is digging through the garbage, he replied, his tone cautious. Hey, I could be a short adult for all you know. Prove it. In a moment of poor judgment, I pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a puff, trying to appear nonchalant in front of a pro hero. Eraserhead sighed, walked over, and took the pack and cigarette from me, extinguishing it. I was proving myself. I protested. Smoking is not the way to do it, kid. Or drinking. I know you're the same kid from a few months back. Come on, let's go chat somewhere. At that point, I had learned not to question my past self. When a pro hero offers to take you somewhere, you go along, even if he recognizes you. You're not my dad. I shouted as I bolted away, clutching the keyboard. Unfortunately, I was caught almost immediately, slowed down by his scarf. Eraserhead dragged me onto the roof and let me go, sitting down beside me. Sit down or go to the police, your choice. I may be reckless, but I'm also logical enough to know I wouldn't outrun him or the police again. I took a seat next to him. You know this looks very suspicious, right? Especially when one of us looks like a hobo. I pointed out, noting his disheveled appearance. Eraserhead shot me a glare. Why do you think I chose the roof? I had to give him credit for that. Now, would you like to explain why you were in a trash can? Pretty easy. I was looking for parts for my project. What kind of project requires that small of a keyboard? He eyed the tiny device, barely larger than my hand. World's smallest portable computer. Eraserhead looked at me incredulous. Seriously? Yes. Maybe he underestimated my intelligence because I often acted foolishly. All right then. What about the drinking and smoking? Those aren't habits, they're hobbies. There's a difference. Asking God for a quirk is a habit, and that's never going to happen. I grew out of that phase at least by the time I was 6. Drinking and smoking are hobbies because they're possible and rebellious. Kid, you're going to ruin yourself. I already tried. God said, stay down there, and Satan won't even look me in the eye. That is dark. That's where my humor comes from, mixed with a bit of trash. I could see his frustration mounting. How about a deal? Do I want to make a deal with you? Sure. You complain about your problems, and I'll complain about mine. We can be the new gossip sisters. If that gets you to open up, fine. What's your name? Izuku, and yours? Just a first name so I won't get arrested. Shoyuta. And that's how we became friends. Now, back to the present. Present day. This might sound strange, but Shoyuta is the closest person to me. He's like the father I never had, especially when I was declared quirkless. Somehow, he convinced me to stop drinking and smoking. Maybe it's because he's my favorite. We usually talk about our problems on quiet nights like tonight. If it's not a slow night, he finds me on his days off for some reason. I've tried to convince him otherwise, but he's too stubborn. He's the only person I genuinely worry about because he always seems tired. If he were like me, I'd understand. However, he isn't. How about your day, problem child? Shoyuta asks. He just finished complaining about Present Mike. Present Mike gets the award alongside me for most complained about man. It's almost impressive, though I know there is more to it because Drama Queen here always thinks there is more. Let's see. I ran into a slippery villain who wanted to turn me into goo. Thankfully, All Might showed up just in time. While he was dealing with the aftermath, I asked him my signature question, and he said no, of course. Then I found out the same villain had escaped and captured my bully, so I took action. I also had some choice words for 3 pro heroes on live television because they didn't help the idiot, claiming they couldn't use their quirks. I went to work, came back, and the bully basically told me to give up on everything. Oh, and All Might tried to take back his previous statement, but he can keep that to himself. Shoyuta looks at me. You can't be this laid back about someone telling you that. Is that all you got from the conversation? I got that you had a rough day. Though I have a question. What is your signature question? Did I never ask you? Ask me what? If a quirkless person could become a hero? No. Shoyuta is quiet for a moment. Now you have been asked. I ask every hero that question out of curiosity. I sigh. I thought for sure I asked him. Guess not. I give Shoyuta a minute, and he seems to take the longest to answer the question. If they put enough work into it, yes. I stop, and Shoyuta quickly notices as he looks at me. Kid, are you okay? I nod before responding. That is the first time I ever got a yes to that question. Seriously? I nod. He looks frustrated. People are arrogant, Shoyuta. I know, but I fight quirkless. I just take away their quirk, and that doesn't work on mutant types. No wonder the Quirkless suicide rate is so high, especially with what you already go through. Shoyuta seems upset. Shoyuta? Izuku, promise me something. If you want me to promise you never to drink, that's probably not going to happen. That isn't it, though I wish you would do that. I want you to promise that if you ever feel like giving up, you will wait for me to talk about it. Got it? I wasn't planning on it. I feel like I was discarded here for a reason. It's comments like that that make me worry, Izuku. Oda, you should get back to work. I don't want you to get in trouble. I will see you soon, promise. I need a male dancer after all. Shoyuta can only groan at that comment. Take it as a compliment. At least you know your backup job. Shoyuta shakes his head before leaving, done with my antics. I will be honest. I can't help but feel confident. Don't ask me to explain my feelings. I have Eraserhead in my corner. He isn't someone you should mess with, so I am ready to take him on any day. Let me spill some tea, darling. Alright, it has been 10 months since that meeting. Believe it or not, it encouraged me to work harder. Does that mean Shoyuta knows about my dream? Absolutely not. I'm going to surprise him because I know he is a teacher at the school I'm aiming for. UA. UA is the top hero school in Japan. So far, no Quirkless person has entered the school yet, but that will change soon. It's primarily known for having pro heroes as teachers, one example being our man Eraserhead. It's no wonder he never gets any sleep. I hope to convince him to change that. He is the only person I know who truly deserves it at the moment. The beach is clean now, but I don't have a girl. I hang out there to exercise or work on some inventions. I must say, it's beautiful. It's good to know I accomplished something before I succumbed to my own foolishness. Because I still would rather have a girl like every prince in the Disney movies. Oh, final update before we get to the present day. I have not smoked or drank for a year. Somehow, I will be honest, it slipped my mind when the date came. I only recognized it after Shoyuta pointed it out. Timed baby. 2 or 3 months ago. Do not expect me to remember the dates. It was late at night, and I was on the beach enjoying the view. I was frustrated with life because, well, life. Mom got upset with me because she realized that I signed up for UA without telling her. Yeah, you probably should inform your mother about these kinds of things. Oh, and Bakugo is as abrasive as always. Overall, it was a rough day. I wasn't paying attention when I rolled across the sand to avoid that annoying scarf that has been a part of my life for a couple of years now. Honestly, I'm surprised I even knew it was there, let alone dodged it. Guess my instincts are that much sharper. Shoyuta comes over and sits beside me as I sit up. How are you doing, problem child? He asks. Not great, but how about you? I reply. I'm surprised you aren't in a good mood because I am. Did he finally get his hands on something uplifting? Because he looks like he needs it. I'm sorry, but he always seems a bit out of it to me. Of course you are. For you. It's rewind time. That meme is probably in the wrong spot, but oh well. What? Did you seriously lose track? DMN problem kid. Anyway, you have been clean for a year, right? The whole world seemed to stop for a moment. Seriously, it took me a minute to process. Then, the biggest smile spread across my face. Yes, a genuine smile. Grab your cameras because it's possible. I can't believe it. I have been free of the mini demons in my blood. I laugh, feeling a surge of joy. I turn to face Shoyuta, and he has a rare smile on his face. Seriously, this makes him happy? I get that my humor is questionable, but wow. He doesn't even scold me. Hey, Shoyuta? What kid? Thank you. He looks at me in surprise. I don't know if it's because I'm saying thank you or that I'm actually being polite. You know your personality is questionable if you have to think about what the shock is from. Which nice part. Izuku, you did this for yourself. I just supported you. I'm going to be honest with you, Shoyuta. If it weren't for you, I would never have stopped. Okay, that might be a bit dramatic, maybe? I seriously don't know. Maybe Mom would find out eventually? Or the authorities could actually hold me. Either way, I'm not going to hop into a time machine and find out. Seriously? I nod. I don't think you realize how much I respect you. It's Shuta's turn to be quiet. Then he smiles. You really need to be complimented more often, you deserve it. With a smirk, he reaches over and hugs me tightly. I try to resist, but he won't let me go, so I hug back until he is satisfied and lets me go. Quickly after, I use hand sanitizer because I'm a clean freak. I have no idea what he has been doing. I will probably wash and bleach when I get home anyway. Good job, kid. Thank you, but I think the hug was unnecessary. You're going to ruin our street cred. Language. Your street cred has been ruined with your attitude. I just have to get rid of a student to gain mine back. Yeah, Shoyuta gets rid of a lot of students. Screw you. You know you like a hug. Like I would ever admit that. I was in a much better mood the next day. Okay, now back to present day. Day of UA entrance exam. Now that everybody is updated, let us head to UA. Am I nervous? I already avoided a punch from Bakugo, the troublemaker. I'm pretty confident in my abilities. Mom looked reluctant when I was leaving, but I give her credit because she wished me good luck. I know she isn't comfortable with this, but I'm glad she is letting me pursue my dreams. I made sure to prepare a few things, which is why I have a backpack and some special boots on my feet. In the bag, I have my world's smallest laptop, I got that officially set as that for your knowledge, a utility knife, and a screwdriver. I have no idea what the exam will entail, but I have to use what I'm best at, technology and tools. UA is modern, so there has to be some technology that I can hack and take over. The knife is for if we are going against actual people in the physical exam. Hopefully no one gets hurt there. The boots I made are specially designed for quick movement. These aren't your ordinary boots, though. Have you ever wanted to roll away from your problems? I always do. Now you can with these boots. You can literally roll away from your problems, or, in my case, roll towards them. They can reach an impressive 40 miles per hour, leading me away from all these incredibly strong people straight to the back of the schoolyard. Either way, I'm going to have a blast. Alright then. Moving on. The first test is an academic exam. This tests your knowledge in science, writing, math, and anything of that sort. Too bad, it was incredibly easy. The only problem I had was that it took forever for the other students to finish, so I was doing a little jig in my seat because I was way too hyper. Sure, I could be checking my answers, but I know that if I go back and change some, I'm just messing with myself. I have to trust my gut feeling. We get a lunch break, and now it's time for the fun part, the physical exams. The exams where I can finally burn off this extra energy. We head to a massive room with a stage, and I take my seat only to find I'm sitting next to Bakugo. Deku, what are you still doing here? He grumbles as he sits next to me. On your best behavior? Normally, you'd be blowing up at me by now. Anyway, I'm just here for the show. Surprisingly, Bakugo falls silent as everyone enters. Absolute favorite person steps onto the stage. Present Mike. Hello listeners, and welcome to the UA physical exams. Let me hear ya. Present Mike shouts. Yeah. I cheer for my spirit animal, only to find no one else responds. Come on everyone. Don't leave the poor man hanging. I understand that everyone is nervous, but that's just plain disrespectful. That's saying a lot coming from me. Don't worry, Present Mike, I've got your back. Even if I'm not as loud as you, I'll find ways to support you. My voice echoed, so I'm pretty impressed with myself. Thank you, examinee, for the support. Present Mike says, and I give him a thumbs up. He continues explaining the directions while Bakugo glares at me. The basic idea of the exercise is that we will be fighting robots for 10 minutes. Each robot is worth 1, 2, or 3 points. That's easier than I expected, but it's also a poor test design. This test mainly favors anyone who can destroy things, and that's it. Sure, there are buttons to disable a robot, but you have to be really good at stealth at 15 years old or something like that. Overall, this test isn't great for anyone except for those who can cause destruction, like Bakugo or maybe someone who can turn invisible. In the middle of the explanation, someone decides to interrupt Present Mike. He raises his hand but doesn't wait to be called on. Sir, you stated there were 3 bots on the exam, yet there are 4 on the paper. If this is a mistake, that's highly unprofessional of UA. The boy with blue hair keeps complaining, but I have better things to do than waste my time with this guy. Those precious minutes could be used to take over the world. I cut him off. Dude, he hasn't finished explaining the directions, and you're interrupting him? Present Mike is probably saving that for later, but it will be explained. I give him a stern look. I highly recommend you sit down and let Present Mike finish. Even I, with my lack of manners, know better than to do this. I manage to intimidate him enough to make him sit down before Present Mike continues. He nods at me, and I can tell we've already made a connection. Shoyuta is going to regret this, but he doesn't know it yet. Thank you, examinee, for your question. However, the listener is correct that I'm about to explain it. The 4th bot is worth 0 points. Now that the directions are over, can I get a plus ultra? Present Mike yells to the crowd. Of course, I'm still the only one who responds. As everyone is leaving, I stay seated to avoid getting trampled. Once most of the crowd has cleared, I hop up to leave. As I'm walking, I feel a hand on my shoulder and turn around to see Present Mike. He waits for the students to move a little further away before speaking. Thanks for the support, little listener. I hate when students do that. However, I was wondering if you felt a certain connection? Present Mike asks. Oh my gosh, he feels that too. That's one of many surprising things you'll read. Holy cow, so it wasn't just me. Oh my gosh. We high-five. Nobody else will understand this but us and a few others. I was wondering, why do you look familiar? Has Eraserhead talked about me? I'm not sure what he goes by here, so his hero name will have to do. Wait, you're Izuku? I finally get to meet his secret child. I burst out laughing alongside Present Mike as I nod. You can call me Hizashi then, since you go by given names. Let's cause some trouble together. Will do. Later, Hizashi. Oh, and don't tell Shoyuta I'm here. He doesn't even know I want to be a hero, let alone this. No problem. I'll be watching you. Too bad I can't see Shuta's reaction. Good luck. I run off, waving to Hizashi. If I get in, the world is in for a surprise. A genius teaming up with the loudest man in the world? This is going to be interesting. We are on the training grounds. While everything is being set up, I'm making sure I'm ready. I notice that it's designed like a city, which gives me some advantages. I secure my backpack and check my gear. I actually hung back just so I can zoom through the crowd like a pro. They're going to think I'm ingenium. Then, the guy who interrupted Present Mike earlier approaches me. Excuse me, you're not supposed to have items for this exam. The blue-haired guy gestures wildly, but I step back, holding up my papers. Dude, I have these approved by the principal. Anything else you want to complain about? You're supposed to be using your quirk to show what you can do with it. No, you're supposed to be showing what a hero can do. Before the blue-haired boy can respond, he gets cut off by Present Mike. And go! The gates open, and without a second thought, I activate my gear and zoom through the still opening gate. Oh yeah, I flipped him off while I was zooming away. Everyone is still standing there, no reaction. Oof, come on. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster, faster, faster. Hey, I'll calm down. I have a plan for once in my life. I zoom to the far side of the city until I find a three-pointer. Exactly what I need. I zoom past, too fast for the robot to catch me, and press the button to shut it down, causing it to crash. Perfect. I deactivate my boots and dash behind the robot. Pulling out my screwdriver, I attempt to open the back panel. This is more complicated than I expected. It should only take about 5 minutes, though. I grab my laptop and connect it to the board, ready to start coding. I've only seen this code once before when I hacked into a government system that was supposed to be impenetrable. Time to show what I can do. It took me a little longer than anticipated, but I'm initiating the shutdown sequence for all the robots here, which is expected given the circumstances. The challenge was finding a way to reach all of them. Thankfully, I repurposed a code that allows robots to communicate with each other, preventing them from colliding. I hope this works, otherwise I'll have to scramble to fix things. I activate the code and watch as a robot in the distance suddenly shuts down. I smirk, confident that all the robots should be down by now. I gather my things, remember where the robot is, and activate my boots to zoom off. I notice the kids panicking, and I can't help but chuckle. All points have been taken out. Please head out of the arena, I hear Present Mike announce. That means there's a limited number of points per arena. Interesting. I wander around, ensuring everyone is leaving, when I spot some students running. There's still one type of bot active. 0. Pointers must operate on a completely different coding system, but I can't help but wonder why. I make sure everyone is moving until I find a girl trapped in front of the one that's still functioning. All the others are fleeing. I zoom up next to her. Can you move? I ask. The girl shakes her head. Great. I'll have to rely on strength here. I estimate I have about a minute to do this. I quickly clear the debris. Please tell me you aren't one of those extreme activists. I'm not, she replies. But I lift her up in a bridal carry and dash away, weaving through alleyways. Thank goodness I've kept in shape. Wow, you're strong. I'm Uraraka, by the way, she exclaims. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku. Not the best way to meet, but maybe we can be friends later. I say as I efficiently reach the gate. I carry her over to Recovery Girl for healing. I notice all the kids watching, but right now, I'm focused on helping Uraraka. Recovery Girl quickly tends to her while reminding her to be more cautious. I noticed the pads on her fingertips, assuming it's part of her quirk. Thanks for the help. Can I have your number so we can talk again? Uraraka asks. She might be the first girl to be nice to me besides my mom. Sure thing. Do you need me to walk you home or anything? I offer while giving her my number. Nah, I'm good. Thanks for the offer. See you later, Izuku. Uraraka replies as she runs off. Today is actually a good day. Shoyuta, on the other hand, is not having a good day. Exam days are never pleasant. Shoyuta is in the camera room, observing students to determine their potential, even if it doesn't mean all of them will become heroes. When the test began, he noticed only one boy went through the gate without being prompted, but he didn't think much of it. He appreciates a kid with quick reflexes. To be honest, he forgot about him. Then all the robots shut down. At first, Shoyuta thought there was a system error, but it soon became clear that it was the boy who did it. Oh my, he managed to shut down all the robots, even the ones not on the field. The principal of UA, Nizu, exclaims excitedly. Nizu is a unique creature, a mix of dog, rat, and bear, just to give you an idea. The cameras shift to show the boy with fluffy green hair standing next to a dismantled bot. Izuku. Shoyuta didn't know he wanted to be a hero, let alone take the test. Is he surprised by what he did? Not really. He's great at playing the fool, but he's quite intelligent. What does surprise him is the little stick figure of All Might beside him, looking unwell. Do you recognize him, Yagi? Nizu asks, curious. Shoyuta sits up at this. Yagi looks uncomfortable before nodding. Yes, he helped me with the slime villain both times. He managed to keep the slime contained while waiting for a hero to arrive. He then asked if I believed a quirkless person could become a hero, and I said no. The room falls silent as he continues. Later, I found him again, and I must say his language is quite colorful with a dark sense of humor. But he said he was going to become a hero to prove everyone wrong. Shoyuta shakes his head. That sounds like Izuku. However, he can't help but feel anger towards All Might, the #1 hero, for saying that. Nizu looks at Shoyuta. You know him too? Shoyuta nods. I'm close to him. When I first found him, he was in a rough place. I took him to the police station, and he managed to escape. A few months later, I found him again and I got him clean for a year. He can stay clean with me for a while because he's quick, as you saw. I didn't know he was going to do this, but I'm not surprised. He's probably trying to impress me. All I ask is that you keep him away from Nemuri and Hizashi, or those three will turn this school upside down. Nizu misinterprets his concern. Sounds like fun. He's going to be an interesting student to have. Let's see. Nizu pulls up Izuku's files. Midoriya Izuku causes trouble constantly, but is a genius at playing the fool. He is quirkless. There isn't much here. I'll have to ask Midoriya himself. I say he's earned his place here. Principal Nizu, sir? Skinny All Might asks. Yes. Are you sure we should let him in? May I ask your concerns, All Might? Well, he's quirkless. It's even noted that he has had addiction issues. Shoyuta has to bite his tongue. He will have to tell Izuku this later. Nizu thinks for a moment before responding. We are here to help students become better people. He has been clean for a year, so he is obviously trying to improve. If he ends up causing trouble, I will send him to the support department, as he has a remarkable talent for finding solutions. However, I believe that won't happen. He excelled in the exam. He deserves recognition for that alone. All Might sighs before nodding in agreement. Shoyuta has a feeling there will be another discussion about this later. For now, he can say he is proud of Izuku for managing to do so well, even if he caught the principal's attention. He should be okay with how he is. It has been 2 weeks since the UA exam, and I can say I have done nothing useful. But because I have been stuck in this house for 2 weeks. Mom decided to punish me for not telling her I was going to take the exam. She chose this time, when I don't leave the house as much, to do so. I've been trying to be a good son. I haven't even sneaked out at night. For how polite she is, she sure knows how to make her point. I guess you have to when you have to deal with me all the time. Anyway, I go to check the mail because I need to escape this place, and I find a letter from UA. I quickly run inside, handing the rest of the mail to Mom before heading to my room. I sit at my desk, taking a deep breath as I open it. A small disc comes out of the letter, and a projection begins. I am here. All Might exclaims through the projection. Where is the volume button? I look everywhere, ignoring All Might until I realize there isn't one. Thank goodness it's daytime. The neighbors would be complaining otherwise. Time to hear what the #1 hero has to say. Young Midoriya. You have passed the academic portion with flying colors. In fact, with a perfect score. Yes, I'm actually smart. I just pretend to be less capable because people are more likely to overlook someone who seems foolish. As for your physical exam, you also passed that with the highest score the school has ever seen, 286 points. Welcome to Class 1A and your hero academia. The projection automatically shuts off. That's a lot of points, but I figured out through the programming that there is a total of 500 points available for all the students to collect. We can worry about that later. Right now, I made it. And I even outperformed Bakugo. Time to tell Mom. I head out to find her at the table, looking at me expectantly. I made it, Mom, I say. You should have seen the shock on her face. She rushes over to give me a tight hug. Good job, sweetie. At least she has nothing against it. I think she knows I would do this anyway. Mom, I know you have concerns. I appreciate you not trying to stop me, though. I need to do this for the next generations, I say, serious for once. I understand, sweetheart. You know you have to prove yourself more than others, right? I'm fully aware, Mom. I know there's nothing I can do to stop you. I just want you to be aware of the risks. I am. Just remember that there are other paths you can take. I take a deep breath, feeling frustration bubbling within me. I shouldn't let it get to me. Mom, I understand. You don't have to keep reminding me. I know. I worry. It's a mother's job to worry. I sigh but nod. I love you, but please try to trust me. I will. I expect it will take some effort, but we will manage. It's nighttime, and I decide to sneak out because the house feels stifling. I can't sit still or sleep anyway. It's about midnight, and the stars are sparkling above me. Oh yeah, I'm at the beach again. I decide to text you, Rarika, because it's not that late, right? Me, hey, how's life? Gravity girl, why do you have to flirt with me? It's embarrassing. Alright, maybe I do that on purpose because she's cute and has a great personality. Me, I can't flirt in real life. It tends to come off wrong. Gravity girl, well, I'm great. I got into the hero course. Class 1 of you? Same. That means we have a class together where I can tease you. Gravity girl, that's rude, Izuku. Me, it's only rude if the person I'm teasing is a fool. I'm actually trying to be appropriate here. Yes, I know I'm pushing it. Gravity girl, that's not very nice. Me, trust me, you'll change your innocent ways soon. Especially if you're in class with me. Gravity girl, I hope not. Anyway, it's bedtime. Good night, Izuku. Me, good night. It's only midnight. Don't normal teenagers stay up until 2 or something? I can't blame her though. A girl needs her beauty sleep, especially if she's on her cycle. I can respect that. Actually, I'm surprised I didn't cause too much trouble in that little chat. It kept me occupied, but thinking about the earlier conversation has me considering how it could have gone differently. I'm just glad I didn't lose my temper. I've been thinking about starting to drink again. Okay, it wasn't an addiction, but I still want to. It helped me slow down before, so I wasn't bouncing off the walls, and I could sleep a few hours if I was lucky. I can't, however. Not now. Not after all I went through to stop. I was too lost in my thoughts when I sensed a scarf coming near me. Unlike usual, I grab it and pull it toward me. It takes me a moment to realize who it is. Shoyuta recovers quickly as he walks over, noticing my mood immediately. What kind of trouble did you get into? He asks. What are you talking about? I'm in it now. I reply, the truth slipping out. You got the letter from UA, right? I nod. You know you got accepted, correct? I nod again. What's wrong? Just some complications with my mom. Shoyuta looks at me, surprised. I never talk about her because she isn't a bad mom. She deals with me after all. I can wish for a better relationship like everyone else. But I guess then another problem would arise because life is just too complicated. You've never mentioned your mom before. She's a good mom. We just disagree sometimes. For example, she doesn't fully support my dream of becoming a hero, but she's trying. That seems to pique his interest. Why? Because I'm quirkless. She's a bit protective of me because of that. It doesn't help that she is a single woman. She tends to be one of those overly protective moms. Can you blame her for what you do? I couldn't if she knew. Somehow, this seems to get Shoyuta to fully face me. Are you telling me that she doesn't know any of this? Why would she? I'm an overwhelming kid. She's learned to trust me on certain things. Isn't this taking advantage of her trust? That's a blow to my heart. I never thought of it that way. I may be able to win a battle, but I'm terrible at this. Oh yeah, probably. Sounds like something I would do. Better to be honest. Are you aware that you are doing this? Kind of? I mean, we both know how bad I am at this. I guess this is for my own sanity. Isn't this where your brain compensates for your struggles in social interaction? No, I still struggle. I have to be flawed somewhere, or I would be the perfect character. What? Oh no, I need to fix that. New topic, I don't want to talk about this. Shoyuta just shakes his head. So, Midoriya? Yeah, I expected him to bring this up. He now has my family name. Sure, I already knew his through some suspicious means, but he doesn't know that. Too bad for him because I have a connection too. Yeah, I already knew you were going to find out. But I have a much worse fate for you. Shoyuta looks curious. What kid? I met Hisashi. Shoyuta suddenly stiffens. You did not. Yes, I did. We had a connection and everything. He even told me to pass so we can stir things up and make this world crumble. Please reconsider before you get yourself and Hisashi in trouble. Shoyuta pleads. This is quite the moment. Nope. Unless you become the male entertainer for my club. Shoyuta shakes his head, getting up and starting to head toward the water. I get up and grab him by the waist, lifting him up and carrying him back to the sand. How can you lift me, kid? He asks, starting to squirm. I work out. I'm not just smart, you know. I set him down, and he glares at me before playfully punching me in the stomach. Ouch, that stings. I flip him off before sitting beside him again. Yeah. I'm surprised you have actual smarts. You literally broke the exam. Shoyuta complains, it required more thought about who to let in since not all the test takers had the full time. That's your fault for making it too easy. Seriously, only my bully and invisible people could make it through. Oh my god, someone gets me. How about we both complain to Nizu? You can do that on your own. I am not facing the bear. Wait, Nizu is a rat? My principal is a rat. Shoyuta chuckles at my expression. Yes. Now, are you going home tonight? Eventually. I'm going to enjoy chilling on this beach. Nice weather. Might go for a swim to let off some steam. Unless you want to get in trouble, you can come to my place tonight. Silence fills the beach. All you can hear are the waves. I then get up. I appreciate the offer. However, I don't need to get caught. Besides, I really don't want to see your house with how you walk around. I state. I have standards here. If you clean, I will let you stay whenever you want until I get a date. Unless they approve of you, Shoyuta responds. At least I have a place to stay now. I deny you're getting a date anytime soon. Teachers don't make enough money. No offense. I am a pro hero too. And I am not finished. You also don't act or look like a man. You look like a mess, and a whole team is going to have to clean up after you. Who said I was into men? I may secretly have the ability to tell who is interested in the same gender for some reason. Wait, perfect quirk. Gator. This quirk helps find who is interested in the same gender. It is undoubtedly better than my other fake quirk idea. Potty mouth. This boy does not know when to stop talking and does not believe in censors. I did, and don't lie to me. I already have an idea who you are into too, but I will not say it. DM it, Izuku. How about this? You come over to my apartment tomorrow morning and clean it for me. This lets you out of the house so you might run down some energy, and I get a clean house. If I can convince my mom, sure. Alright, let me write down my address dash. Oh, no need to worry about that. I already know where you live. You should guard your life and up the police security because it's lacking. Shoyuta sighs. Why were you looking through there? I got bored. Whatever, later. With that, I run back home to do something. So I managed to get my mom to let me volunteer around the town. She is all for it. I mean, it's technically volunteering because I'm not getting paid for it. Shoyuta, your place is literally a mess, and I doubt you're going to get anyone in here. I know that it is harsh, but I am cleaning it, so it's okay. Thanks for the harsh reality. You can figure this place out. I have to go work at UA. Do whatever you want as long as you don't destroy the place. Will do. Later, Midoriya. Izuku. Hell, I am willing to take on the problem child at this point. That is sad. Welcome to reality. Shut up. I look around and wow. This is going to take all day. However, I am willing to do it for Shoyuta because he deals with my nonsense. He deserves a day of help. Unless I find something unexpected, then I'm just going to be dramatic all day. Well, this place is worse than I thought. I am a neat person, meaning my room is overly organized and clean. This place hurts me emotionally, physically, and mentally. I wasn't kidding when I said this was going to take me all day. I started with the kitchen. I am seriously worried about Shuta's health, though, because there is mold under the dishwasher. This is not healthy. I will complain after I get this whole place cleaned up. Shoyuta gave me a time that he will be home even though he didn't expect me to be here when he got back. I call nonsense on that because I'm still cleaning. I decided to go to the store to pick up cleaning supplies and groceries for Shoyuta because he had nothing. I was determined to teach him how to take care of himself, even if it meant facing his frustration. While cleaning, I decided to make katsudon for dinner because ramen noodles were not the answer to life. I was grateful that the school switched me to home classes instead of ethics classes that I kept failing, otherwise, we would be in real trouble. I was in the kitchen when I heard the door open. Holy smokes, Shoyuta. Your place is actually clean for once. That definitely wasn't Shoyuta. Could it be already? And so soon? Yet that's not my work, Izuku. Shoyuta called out. In the kitchen, Dad. I could hear laughter in the background as Shoyuta entered, playfully nudging me, causing me to stumble. I was surprised I didn't have any bruises yet. Come on, I made you dinner. Then Hizashi entered the room. Izuku. Hizashi. I recovered quickly and ran into Hizashi for a hug. God, I thought you were going to be gone by now. Also, how are you two so close already? You don't even let me hug you, I barely heard Shoyuta say. I pulled back to face him. Shoyuta, your house was a literal disaster. It had mold and cobwebs, I said, noticing Hizashi shiver beside me. You had the cheapest supplies, so I went to get you better ones, which you can keep. Think of it as a present. I also got you groceries because you can't live off ramen noodles, Shoyuta. I raised my voice at the last part. Oh, and dinner is ready, so let's head to the living room. Hizashi burst out laughing as he dragged Shoyuta into the living room before I could get another word in. I made plates for the three of us and carried them to the living room, handing them to the men on the couch before sitting down next to Shoyuta, who was in the middle. I started eating while watching Shoyuta, and I could see his eyes widen as he devoured his food. Thanks, little listener, for the food and for setting Shoyuta straight. I've been trying to do this for years. Hizashi said. Of course. You just have to be firm with him, I replied, earning a glare from Shoyuta. On a side note, where did you learn to cook? This is the best katsudon I've ever had. Oh, I kept failing my ethics class, so they switched me to home classes instead. Hizashi nearly spat out his drink, laughing. Are you seriously that bad? Yeah, apparently you're not supposed to tell a boy who fell to just SCK it up and deal with it. Shoyuta shook his head in disapproval. Why are you lying to yourself? You would do the same thing as me, just without a smile. Shoyuta finished eating, setting his bowl down and sighing, How did I get stuck with you too? Because you love us. Both Hizashi and I responded at the same time, our eyes sparkling as we reached over Shuta's head for a high five. I'm starting to believe this connection is real, Hizashi said, picking it up for me. I told you so. Oh god, well, anyway, thank you for cooking and cleaning my house, Izuku. No problem, I said, picking up the dishes from the men and cleaning up quickly before waiting at the doorway. Both men looked up at me. Shoyuta caught my attention. Oh, Izuku. I have something to tell you. Din, we are literally going to be gossip. Sisters. What is it? I'm only telling you this because it involves you. All Might is a teacher this year, and he tried to convince Nizu to decline you due to being quirkless. Oh, and I heard what happened to him. Good job. I took a deep breath. You're telling me that he is going to become a teacher and not even step down as a hero? The same guy who can only work 3 hours a day? I guess that time dropped after the slime incident. Izuku, how do you know that? Stalker tendencies based on research, and I made that theory. I only got it confirmed when he met me after that same slime incident. Should have known. You should have, yes. Then silence filled the room. Dimon, you're smart kid, Hizashi stated. Don't encourage the cursing, Shoyuta growled. I really hope so, I said just to tease him. Are you heading home or not? Yes. Don't worry about me by the way. I have things to set up before UA. I want your number then in case you get into trouble. Me too, Izuku. I sighed and gave both men my number. As I was about to leave, I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned around to look up at Shoyuta. If you ever need a place to calm down, you can come here. How sweet. I got it, stop worrying. I have nerves of steel for a reason. I waved goodbye to both men and headed home, somewhat reluctantly. I have been stuck in this house all vacation for 2 months. I've been staying out of trouble with Mom. Even though I'm not on house arrest anymore, I'm busy with things I can only do at home. I've been working on my gear and all that jazz for my hero costume. I can't have it be subpar after all. Mom is a great person to bounce ideas off of when I need simple statements rather than my jumbled thoughts. Overall, I think it turned out well. I crafted new gear from the items I found in my room because you can never have enough equipment. Mom is still hesitant about letting me go, but she gave me a hug and wished me good luck. That's all I can ask for. Anyway, freedom. I am at UA now. I will be honest. Once I was a distance from the house, I screamed. I ran to that school and even arrived first. Okay, so I'm in a classroom right now by myself. I adjust my tie, and I'm about to take it off. I need to distract myself. I pull out my mini laptop and start looking up a new language to study. I initially did programs, but I have so many memorized that I can figure out any new language when needed. Now, I'm focusing on spoken language. I've learned multiple sign languages because those are easy: English, French to impress the ladies, and German to sound intense. I probably will never use anything but sign language and English, but oh well. This is what happens when you have too much free time. I decided to try learning some Korean because why not? I'm way too focused because the next thing I know, I sense someone walking beside me and I look up. Oh no, it's that blue-haired guy from the entrance exam. Great. Anyway, I researched him because I thought he looked familiar, and I was right. He is from the Ida family and the little brother of Ingenium. I like Ingenium, but how do you end up like this when you have such an outgoing brother? Hello. I am Ida Tenya, your new classmate. I must say, during the entrance exam, you knew what you were doing to score the most points of all time and for saving that girl at the end, even if it didn't count. However, I must say your language is rather colorful and should be reconsidered if you wish to be a hero, the blue-haired boy exclaims. I can respect a straightforward comment like that. If everyone were like that, we would have peace and harmony. But nope, people are too weak to accept the truth. Did you fail ethics class too? I say excitedly. That's another reason I failed the class. I was too blunt. No, I never took that class. However, I do come from a prestigious academy, he replies. Wait, are you telling me it's only my school that has those classes? They were ineffective anyway, so why do we have them? Everyone but me passed, including Bakugo somehow. They were tough, but I can handle them. Without the cursing, yes. I must ask what these classes consist of. Oh, and a name since you seem to have forgotten. I might as well humor him. I notice he makes a strange chopping motion with his hands. I wonder if I put a log under his hand if he would chop it or not. Free firewood? Izuku. Anyway, it's supposed to teach you how to act. For example, what do you do when a kid falls? You go and help them, of course. You make sure they are okay, and if not, you go get help. No. I put that they should toughen up and deal with it. If they can't get back up, they aren't meant to be part of the world. Social Darwinism, mate. For those who don't know, social Darwinism is a social idea by Herbert Spencer that suggests you don't help people, you let them figure it out on their own. For example, you don't donate to homeless people. If they struggle, oh well. That is incredibly harsh. I must ask, though, is Izuku your given name or your family name? That's a common question. Given. I care very little about social norms. Stop cursing. Never. Geez, I'm going to get myself in trouble. I forget how much of a loudmouth I can be. Before an argument can start, another student walks in. Ida rushes over to greet them, and the student gives me a strange look. Your problem, not mine. I get back to work for a few minutes. About 5 minutes before class, I pull out my laptop again before an angry boy storms over and starts causing a ruckus at the desk. Thank goodness Nizu thought ahead and got an indestructible desk. Izuku, how did you get in here? Bakugo yells. Did he not know I was going to be here? Oh, this is going to be fun. Language. Ida interjects, but let's be fair, it's just frustrating. Easy, I just hacked into one of the bots and triggered an emergency shutdown for all of them. It's better that way because then there isn't collateral damage and fewer lives at risk, I explain. The whole class looks at me. A guy with duct tape arms says, Hold up, you were the one who did that? I thought it was a glitch in the system. Hell no. That coding was written perfectly, and the robots were built well. I just hacked it. Interesting fact for you all, it's the same coding the government uses. How would you know what government coding is? A girl with a striking appearance and a long black ponytail asks professionally. That's my girl. Always question authority. Back on topic, I know because I've hacked them before. What? The whole? Class exclaims as if I just revealed a shocking secret. Calm down. I don't want my eardrums blown out this early in the morning. At least wait until afternoon. Anyway, I never got caught. You have to be suspicious of the government, but I won't say anything about what I found. The whole class goes quiet, probably intimidated by me. Yes, be scared of me. I'm the scariest boy alive. Hey, Izuku. Uraraka walks in at that moment, approaching with a smile on her face. There goes my street cred. Hey, how are you? Ready for some challenges? That sounds a bit dramatic, doesn't it? Oh, if only you understood, you innocent cinnamon roll. Now, everyone, you might want to sit down before the teacher arrives. I'd rather not test limits with whoever it is. Everyone nods, complying with the request. I feel a sense of authority for once, except when it comes to Bakugo. Don't think you're the best. You'll be in big trouble where you stand. Explosions erupt near my head, leaving marks on my uniform, but I don't flinch. All I can think is, great, that's going to be a hassle to clean. Darling, I already tried. The higher powers said to stay down here, and the other side won't even look me in the eyes, Kakin. I say with a smooth voice tinged with darkness. He doesn't respond, just sits down in front of me, staring ahead. Izuku, I don't think that's the best thing to say, and Kakin, you should show some respect to your peers, Ida interjects. Wrong move. Shut it, Four Eyes. My name is Bakugo, not Kakin. Do you hear calls me that for some reason? Stop cursing. Will you two be quiet? The whole class falls silent when they notice a yellow shape on the floor. No, that's not just any shape, it's Shoyuda in a bright yellow sleeping bag. Oh no, Shuda is my teacher? I don't know who to feel sorry for. Everyone, I'm sorry in advance. We're all going to be in trouble. Shoyuda crawls out of his sleeping bag and continues, anyway, I am your teacher. You will call me Sensei or Aizawa Sensei. Now, get changed and meet me in the field. Take longer than 10 minutes, and you will be in serious trouble. Shoyuda scans the students before looking at me with a particular expression before leaving. I got the message, Shoyuda. He may not believe me, but we have a connection too. He just ignores it, Everyone rushes to the locker room, and I follow. When I enter, they are all chatting. I change out of my uniform into my gym outfit because I don't trust these guys and head out. I sprint to the field, somehow making it there in under a minute, and approach Shoyuda. He glances at me as I arrive. Chill out. Just because I haven't responded to you or done something foolish doesn't mean I got hurt. I say with a broad smile. Yep, you're a bit too excited. However, you can't blame me when it's been 2 months, Shoyuda replies bluntly. I'm not too excited. Does that mean you miss me? No response. Holy cow, someone misses me. I miss you too, Shuda. I get a light punch in the stomach, causing me to fall to my knees, trying to keep my composure. You need to calm down. And it's Sensei or Aizawa Sensei. I know that's hard for you, so you can just call me Aizawa, Izuku. Why can you use my given name then? I'm the teacher, and I will take any moment of control I have over you. You don't realize how over the top you are right now. Go stand over there and be an example. You're asking me, the kid who failed ethics class 3 times, to be an example? Are you serious, Aizawa? I move as instructed, trying to avoid any trouble. No, are you? Couldn't get my hands on anything if I wanted to. Would have made my life easier and less hyper. We're talking after school about that. Come on. That joke wasn't that bad. Darn it. I'm about to retort, but I notice the other students arriving, so I hold my tongue. Shoyuda gives me a nod. Once everyone is present, Shoyuda speaks up. Get quicker at changing. You don't have a minute to waste. Now, we're going to do a quirk assessment test. Something I definitely don't have. Great. Uraraka asks, what about the ceremony? I can see the glint in Shuda's eyes. You messed up, Uraraka. Heroes do not have time for social gatherings. If you want to go, feel free to drop the class and leave this school. UA is known for letting its teachers teach freely, meaning we can do whatever we want. Is that understood? We all nod, and he continues while tossing a ball at Bakugo. Bakugo, how far could you throw a ball in middle school? 72 meters. Bakugo sneers, and I have to physically restrain myself from reacting. Try using your quirk now. Just don't leave the circle, Shoyuda instructs, stepping back. Bakugo prepares. Die. Bakugo yells as he explodes the ball. A bit dramatic, don't you think? Shoyuda shows a little monitor. 705 meters. Not being allowed to use quirks in public is illogical since it's part of who we are. Now, get to it, I don't have all day. Oh, and the last person gets expelled. Alright, so I have nothing to work with. Well, to rephrase, I have my strength, a mini laptop, a screwdriver, and my backpack. I should have asked if I could use my tools, but I'm going to use them anyway. The class is panicking, which is unfortunate for them. Childish. The first test is the 50-meter dash. I drop my backpack for a moment before I run. Thank goodness I have anger issues that I always need to deal with because I run when I'm angry. My time is 5.43 seconds. I'm in the middle of everyone, so not too shabby. Next is the grip test. It's digital, so I know what to do here. I sit down and pull out my laptop, hacking it to set the score to 200 kilograms. The class looks at me strangely, but Shoyuta accepts it as my score. He tells me I still have to do it for a physical count, and I get 70.2 kilograms. The standing long jump is next. Once again, I hack it to an impressive score, but I had to do it without assistance and barely made it over the sandpit with a roll. The repeated sidestep is useless, and I barely score above average because I'm used to skidding side to side from Shoyuta and Bakugo. The ball throw is next, and this is when the drama unfolds. I manage to hack the machine again, putting in repeated high scores. I could have gone for infinity, but Uraraka already achieved that. She deserves her moment. I glance over and see Bakugo charging at me, explosions ready in his hands. I stand up, grab my laptop, and prepare to run when he gets restrained by a ribbon. I look over to see Shoyuta using his quirk to hold Bakugo back, his eyes glowing. Oh, he's serious. Shoyuta grumpily tells Bakugo, calm down, I have things under control here. No. Why are you letting Deku cheat like this? This isn't fair. Harsh. Then a student decides to speak up. Bakugo is right, why is he allowed to cheat like that? It's unfair. He should use his quirk, a little purple boy states. I shake with anger, ready to explode. I glance over at Shoyuta, silently asking if I can speak. Shoyuta slowly nods, releasing his quirk. I turn back to Bakugo. Because you are naive enough to think that life is always fair. The class falls silent. But I continue, there is no such thing as cheating in the real world. Villains do not care about your morals. They care about getting the job done. If you whine like a child because things don't go your way, I would suggest going back to preschool, but even there, things aren't always fair. You cannot avoid reality. If you complain about someone cheating, you might as well step aside because if you are a real hero, you work around it. If you believe in cheating and try to restrain yourself from it, step down. You work with what you have or let that person you are trying to save fail because of your morals. I shout, my voice echoing in the room. I take a deep breath before continuing. Life will never be fair. You guys have been led to believe the world is perfect, and all you have to do is fight villains, but it is not. I throw the ball, scoring 86 meters before walking past, remembering, oh, one more thing. I am quirkless. Do not ever think you are guaranteed a win just because you have a quirk. I earn my top spot through skill, crawling through challenges to refine what I can do. What you have is talent, something given to you, yet you need to practice it. You need to refine it to perfection like my skills. I growl. I'm done. I step back in line, and Bakugo is released. Everyone is silent. Good for them, they should be. Let them contemplate. At this point, I couldn't care less if I have friends or not. Izuku is right. Now get back to work before you annoy him again, Shoyuta says bluntly with a hint of bite. They don't even notice that he used my given name. The rest of the test consists of a long-distance run, sit-ups, and toe touches. Fueled by my anger during the long-distance run, I outpace Ida, a guy whose quirk is made for running. I'm not jogging, I'm sprinting. I keep going until Shoyuta, worried I might pass out, grabs me with his scarf to make me stop. The same happens with the sit-ups, where I have to be forced to stop again. For toe touches, there isn't much of a way to express my anger. At the end of the test, Shoyuta puts the rankings on the board. I am in third? What? Am I dreaming? I check myself. Nope, I'm clean. Everyone looks at me, puzzled about how I did it. Simple, I used my brain, a much more powerful tool than your quirks. At the bottom is my Netta, the purple guy from earlier who complained about me cheating with Bakugo. My Netta is crying and he deserves it. I'm one place above Bakugo because take that, you explosive D. Shoyuta makes a smooth remark. That's what happens when you underestimate someone. Go change, head back to class, and get your syllabus. Don't cause trouble. Oh, and no one is getting expelled. Shoyuta walks off, and I quickly leave the group behind, only to find Uraraka following me. Uraraka gives me a huge smile. You did great, Izuku. Great speech and everything. You will be a great hero. That takes a surprising turn. Seriously? I ask, needing to confirm she isn't joking. Yes. I smile back at Uraraka. Thanks. I've only had 2 other people say that. I will be cheering you on too. You aren't oblivious like most of the class. We part ways to change and head back to class. Today's school day has been exciting thus far. All the students are scared of me, and that's wonderful. Ahem, sarcasm. At least I have my friend Uraraka on my side. Most of the classes are boring. I'm alright with modern literature with Cementos because I had to read every time I got in trouble with my mom and lost access to my electronics. Math is easy with ectoplasm. You kind of have to be good with math if you're obsessed with programming. Things got a little fun in Modern Hero Art History class with Midnight because she looked at me, and we had a connection, though we can't acknowledge it during the course. However, she does wink at me to let me know she feels it too. I'll have to talk to her during my free time. The actual fun class is English, something that I usually struggled with. That is where my man-present Mike Hizashi is at. Well, I thought I struggled with it. It turns out, I am fluent and beyond everyone in our class. That means instead of learning basic phrases, I got to gossip with Hizashi in English, so no one knows what we are talking about. That is when I started complaining about what happened this morning. Now back to reality. You're telling me that one of the kids was about to confront you during training because they considered what you were doing unfair? Hizashi asks, giving me a reluctant look. I moved up front, standing beside him at his desk. Keep in mind this is all in English, so the students have no idea what we are talking about. Aha. And you told them that life isn't fair and to basically deal with it? Perfect summary, my man. Hizashi chuckles, shaking his head. You're definitely Shuta's son. Shoyuta and I always clash. We have opposite personalities. Hold up, you two have clashed? Yes. Without any distractions, I can last 10 minutes against him apparently. I can feel the other kids watching me, but I keep facing Hizashi. You realize I can't last 5 minutes against him? Seriously? Well, that is expected. You have one superpowered move you would have to use at the beginning to take out as many people as possible, while Shoyuta is like a tank. As long as he doesn't get hit, he is going to remain a powerhouse. True. Though, you realize your classes are probably going to be switched around? Why? Principal Nizu requires us to give pop quizzes for a reason. If a student excels, they are moved to more appropriate classes. I didn't do that well on any of them, so no worries. Izuku, you literally made a perfect score on mine. Great, so no more gossip? Yeah, sorry little listener. Are you going to hang out after school so we can come up with plans to take over UA? Hizashi is me at heart. I wish, but I have to go straight home, or else I worry mom. Is she protective of you? Because it sounds like it. For how? I'm a little bit. That's just how she is. She may be overwhelming at times, but I know it's because she cares. At least you're aware of that. I may be awkward at interactions, but I can notice that. I care for her like she cares for me. Yeah. The door is open to my house if you want to hang there. You just need to clean it like you did Shuta's place. Thank you for that, by the way. It's time to go, so go back to your seat. Wait, you're seriously telling me that for a free cleaning service? I walk back to pull out a bento box, handing it to him. Give it to Shoyuta. I don't trust him. Say it's from you if you want to impress him. Though, I should take that for trying to get a free maid, you cockatoo. You're right. And thanks, little listener. I still will. I nod, moving back. One particular boy with peppermint hair has his eyes on me. I know, Peppermint, I'm cute. There's no need to embarrass me. Either that or it's a look of anger. I can't tell. I'm not great at social skills. After class is lunch, and it reminds me of my years of being antisocial because I presumably have no one to sit with. I'm about to walk outside when I hear my name. Hey, Izuku, come sit with us. I turn to see Uraraka waving me over with Ida across from her. I walk over and I can see Ida acting a certain way and I know it too well. Are you sure? Ida looks uncomfortable, and I was going to eat outside anyway. I may be a bit of a JRK, but I know how to be nice, kind of. It's fine, right, Ida? Uraraka looks over at Ida. She seriously is too precious for this world. It's no problem, Izuku. Ida says too quickly for my liking, but oh well. I sit down beside Uraraka and open the box to start eating. Uraraka looks over at me with a smile. Hey, what do you think the final class of the day is? For most traditional schools, it's probably math because you need to end the day with something challenging. However, that's done. I'm going to guess the actual hero class is last so that if a student is injured, they don't have to worry about missing any class. That's a good observation. That is called guesstimation, darling. I wink, leaving a flustered Uraraka. I thought you said you couldn't flirt in the real world. Practice makes perfect, precious cinnamon roll. Cinnamon roll? Ida asks. I forgot he was there, and I don't regret it. Don't tell me you never heard that phrase before. I have not. Is it bad? I can tell he jumps to conclusions quickly, and that it's not just because it's me. No. It means someone who is too innocent for this world. Oh. Interesting conversation. There's not much else to tell. We chat as typical teens do. Ida seems reluctant around me, but he is more open by the end. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Why does being social have to be so complicated? I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might shouts unnecessarily, coming through the door in his usual dramatic fashion. Everyone else seems captivated by the man, but my hopes and dreams were broken by this man. I have a serious look on my face to freak him out. Today, you're going to be one step closer to becoming heroes with your hero costumes. The announcement presses a button, revealing the cases with numbers. Everyone get dressed and head to Field C. All Might announces as he leaves, but not before noticing me and my expression. He runs out after that. Mission success. I head to my case before going to the locker room. This time, I change as slowly as possible. Even after I change, I linger to admire my costume and waste time. I have to admit, my outfit is quite unique. I paid tribute to Eraserhead with an all-black suit and a bulletproof vest. When I say suit, I mean a two-piece suit that looks like something you might wear to prom if you wanted to make a dramatic statement. I chose a suit because I believe a two-piece is more stylish than a bodysuit, allowing me to look sharp and a bit villainous to throw people off. On my feet are black boots that rise above my knees, reinforced with metal for support. The black gloves on my arms are made of rubber instead of iron for flexibility. I have a tool belt around my waist filled with various items, likely medical equipment. The suit even has a neck guard to protect me, ensuring I won't be easily taken out. It looks natural enough, especially with a dark green bow tie. On my back, I carry a pair of electric batons with adjustable settings that I created, almost got in trouble for that, and swords. Yes, I know how to use swords, and I'm quite good at it if I say so myself. I've watched plenty of instructional videos. To conceal the swords, I have a small, thin backpack that holds my laptop and other tech gear. The crowning feature of my costume is my helmet. I went all out on the helmet. It's thin and lightweight, so it doesn't slow me down. I designed it to enhance my hearing threefold. I might improve it even further later. The clear visor over my eyes provides heat detection to help locate people and offers general protection. I still need to add more features to it. The piece de resistance is the mask over my mouth. While it's meant for filtering out smoke and other harmful substances, its primary purpose is to censor my swearing with silly words. Time to test it out. Wow, I say. Potato. Oh my god, it works. Yes, this mask will be so much fun. I walk out and meet up with a group of students, who are quite the sight. The most dramatic is Ida, decked out in a suit of armor. On the other hand, there's Momo, who has an outfit that leaves little to the imagination. She isn't naked, but it's close. Then there's the invisible girl, who I joked about during the exam without realizing she was actually here. She is invisible. If something touches her, she has no protection. It takes all my energy to keep a straight face. You all look fantastic. Now it's time for your task. All Might announces, pulling out a flashcard. Inside this building, there is a nuclear bomb that needs to be neutralized. Everyone will be divided into pairs, with one team of 3, into heroes and villains. The villains need to protect the bomb or capture the heroes, while the heroes need to capture the bomb or the villains. This will be decided randomly, so when I call your name, find your teammate. Any questions? Disappointment is met with a barrage of questions, but I can't help but wonder why there's a group of 3. We have an even class of 20. All Might says, calm down. I can't hear all of you at once. Ida. Wouldn't it be better if we choose our partners, sir? Ida asks. I step in because I understand the reasoning behind All Might's method. Heroes don't always get paired with their best friends. Sometimes, they have to team up with any hero present, making this an effective exercise. Not that All Might would understand, given his overwhelming strength. I can see All Might getting nervous when I respond. He says, Midoriya is right. You won't always get the partner you want. Now, onto the teams. All Might starts pairing everyone until I'm the last one left. I see it now. The past is haunting me. I raise my hand politely. Yes, Midoriya? All Might asks. I seem to have been forgotten. Yes, you will not be participating in this exercise. Excuse me, what? May I ask why not? Time to take charge here. It's because I am Quirkless, isn't it? I declare with a hint of frustration. Yes, it's too dangerous for you to participate in this exercise. And you're saying it's not dangerous for the other students here? Oh, of course it is. But, I cut him off. I don't care about your reasoning. You're not giving me a chance to prove myself. Excluding me isn't helping anything, so just let me in and let me prove myself. The students look at me curiously as my voice shifts. Midoriya, if you don't settle down, I will have to send you to Principal Nizu. This is getting tricky. I smirk. How about a challenge then, All Might, the smartest man in the world? That was sarcasm. A challenge? Yes. If you let me in and I win, you have to allow me to join any exercise the other students participate in. If not, I will leave this school. I can hear the students gasp. I'm putting everything on the line, but I'm confident in myself. Alright, Uraraka, join his team. All Might doesn't sound entirely sure, but he's trying to keep a smile. Uraraka joins me with a nervous smile. Now, the first teams are A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. I look around for Team D and find it's Bakugo and Ida. This should be easy. I grin as the class walks away, leaving me with Uraraka in her cute pink space costume. Team D heads inside the building with the fake bomb. That was so cool of you to challenge All Might like that. Uraraka exclaims. I shouldn't have to, but oh well. I do have an idea, though. I have heat vision in this visor, which means I can see where they are. My best bet is that Bakugo will leave Ida to protect the bomb and come after me. When I say go, I need you to follow my lead, and I will handle Bakugo. Oh, here. I hand her a roll of see-through fishing wire with some really sticky putty. I need you to set up traps all over the place for Ida to trip over. Place them at doorways at least a foot off the ground. Got it. Are you sure you're going to be okay with Bakugo? I can tell she is worried, and it's so endearing. Give me a minute at most. I'll be with you after I get him riled up. Start now. All Might shouts into the microphone. I activate my heat vision. They're on the 3rd floor, let's go. Uraraka nods and we sprint up to the 2nd floor. I pull out the capture tape we were given. I signal Uraraka to wait a moment. Du. Bakugo yells as he charges at me with his signature explosive punch. I hear Uraraka running off, and I grab his arm, wrapping the capture tape around his wrist while flipping him over and slamming him to the ground. Without hesitation, I secure his other wrist and push him against the wall. He's furious, but I can't focus on that right now. Bakugo is officially captured. All Might announces. I rush to find Uraraka right outside the doorway where Ida is waiting. I make sure to lift my feet carefully to avoid the traps. Uraraka whispers, "Do you have a plan?" We could mess with him a bit, but yes, I do. How about we pretend we're dating for a shock factor? I might get a little touchy, so just a heads up. Without him noticing, I need you to lift me and fly me over him to grab that bomb. The signal will be when I blink twice. Sure. I can see Uraraka blushing. I take her hand gently as I lead her into the room. What are you doing here, heroes? Ida exclaims dramatically, chopping his arms. Don't be like that, Ida. I'm just here to announce that Uraraka and I have started dating, right, darling? I say with a playful tone as we approach him. Isn't he adorable? Uraraka adds, pinching my cheek. Stop, you're embarrassing me. I protest. But you love me. Are you too sure this is the best place for this? Ida asks, raising an eyebrow. It's not nonsense. It's love. We need love to create mini Akakos and... I declare, making sure to use Uraraka's first name. As I finish speaking, I blink twice, and Uraraka lifts me over her head to touch the bomb. The hero team has touched the bomb and won. All Might announces. I can almost hear the reluctance in his voice. Good job, girl. You nailed it. I say, walking over to her while using hand sanitizer. Really? Uraraka asks. Yep, perfect. You'd make a great girlfriend too. Uraraka blushes at that, but the moment is interrupted. Du. Ida, you should be safe. Uraraka, do you mind jumping on my back for a piggyback ride for a moment? I ask. Why? I don't want Bakugo to get to you. I bend down, and Uraraka hops on. I walk over, open the window, and jump out. You could have warned me you were doing this. Do you even have a safe way of landing? Uraraka screams in my ear. Of course I do. I flip myself onto my feet and land smoothly. My boots have shock absorption. I look at her, sorry about that. Better than dealing with him, though. I can hear Bakugo shouting in the background as we walk back to the group. I glare at All Might as I walk in with Uraraka. Within a few minutes, Ida and a fuming Bakugo enter, but he seems to be managing his anger oddly well. Now that everyone is here, would anyone like to share what happened and the advantages and disadvantages? All Might asks. Momo volunteers. Midoriya, you prefer Izuku, right? Momo asks. I nod as she continues. Izuku had a solid plan from the start. He managed to neutralize Bakugo quickly and sent Uraraka to set up traps around the 3rd floor. When Izuku and Uraraka entered, they pretended to be a couple, which may seem silly, but it worked. Even if it hadn't, if Ida had tried to run, he would have still been tripped up by the traps, providing an advantage to team heroes. I also disapprove of jumping out the window like that, but I assume it was to avoid Bakugo. That is correct. Now, who should be the MVP? All Might asks. Everyone agrees with me. I give All Might a playful grin, causing him to shiver. Now I get to watch the rest of the matches. I'm hurrying down the hallway at the end of the day when I hear a voice call for me. Midoriya, come here. I need to talk to you. I turn around to see All Might in front of me. I bite my tongue but nod, following him into the teacher's lounge. Sit, he commands, and I take a seat in front of him. Nobody else is in the room. He's going to be the reason I'm late getting home and worrying my mom. Midoriya, the way you acted during my class was immature, and I recommend you fix your attitude. Otherwise, you will be removed from the hero course. This again. You brought this on yourself, All Might. I have to prove myself to get anywhere, and you weren't willing to give me a chance. If you don't give me a chance, you're letting potential die due to your unreasonable ways. I'm really trying to be mature here. I don't deny that, but you could have been effective in many other fields besides being a hero. I could have, but being a quirkless hero will inspire hope in people like me to realize that the only solution in life is not despair or unhealthy coping mechanisms. Have you seen the suicide rate for quirkless individuals? Most of us die. Yet we are just like you. We just don't have powers. We are more than capable of handling ourselves. I am here to be an inspiration, All Might. I stand up, shaking with anger. I recommend you settle down. You were asking for it when you brought me here. You should understand. You are the symbol of peace, after all. Millions of kids adore you, inspired by you, wanting to become heroes because of you. I notice Little Might flinch. Then I hear a door open. What is going on? I heard a scream from the end of the hallway. I look up to see Shoyuta, his scarf ready for action. His voice carries a sharp edge. I glare at All Might, urging him to explain. I pulled Midoriya in here to address his behavior during class, which was rather childish and he needs to mature. I consider leaving to avoid further trouble, but Shoyuta stops me with a hand on my shoulder. Shoyuta, let me go. I need to get home before my mom worries. She has enough on her plate with work as it is. I tell him softly, hoping All Might doesn't hear. Shoyuta gives me a knowing look. We will discuss that after we handle this. Now come on. What is there to discuss? Shoyuta leads me to the couch and insists I sit beside him. All Might watches with a peculiar expression. Tell me what happened. Well, we were doing heroes versus villains with the nuke, and I paired all the students off into one group of 3. I didn't want Midoriya to participate in the exercise, so I left him off the list. He noticed and reacted immaturely to the situation. He then issued a challenge. If I let him in the exercise and he won, I would have to let him participate in all the exercises. If he didn't win, he would leave UA. He won, so he is still here. All Might explains. I glance over at Shoyuta. Oh boy, he looks upset. He isn't trembling like me, but he is clearly angry. All Might, you are being discriminatory towards Midoriya, and that goes against UA policy, Shoyuta states, maintaining his composure. It was for his safety. Izuku made it in here. He can take care of himself. We are here to help prevent him from getting hurt, but it will still happen no matter what. We have to help the students mature into better people than they are right now. At the moment, you are holding him back. He is already a handful, but you're making it worse. I recommend you step back and let me handle Izuku. Understood? Little Might nods, getting up and leaving. Shoyuta sighs, massaging his scalp gently before turning to me. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. You shouldn't have to. I know. I need to head home, though. I say as I try to stand up, but Shoyuta grabs my hand, gently urging me back down and adjusting himself to face me while I apply some sanitizer. We have to talk, Izuku. Alright, what do you want to talk about? I ask, calming down from my earlier frustration as I adjust to face him. Your relationship with your mother? Shoyuta responds. What's been happening in the last 2 months? May I ask why? I'm curious about his interest. Out of curiosity. We've been getting along better. I'm staying out of trouble, and she lets me do my own thing. Sure, I got in trouble for not telling her I was taking the UA entrance exam, but that was kind of expected. We're trying our best. She even helped with my costume to make sure it's effective since she has experience with that sort of thing. What was the punishment? 2 weeks without electronics or going out without permission. That's tough for someone like you, who has so much energy. Have you told her about your late-night outings? Why would I? Shoyuta facepalms. What? So, there aren't any secrets between you two? If we're going to take it that far, I might as well ask about her personal life. Shoyuta growls at me. That's not what I mean, and you know it. She's your mother, Izuku. She has the right to know that you were sneaking out at night. Oh, what kind of drama is happening in here? Hisashi walks in clearly amused. Apparently, I'm supposed to tell my mom that I sneak out at night. I never did. Shoyuta protests. Neither did I. A sultry voice comes from behind Hisashi, and I see it's midnight. Are you Shuta's secret child, Izuku? Absolutely not. However, I will let it slide. Nice to finally meet you. Namuri, since you refer to first names. I heard from Hisashi that you have connections. Namuri asks. You felt it too? I respond excitedly. Welcome to the club. Thank you, thank you. Glad to be welcomed. Then a hand slams on the table. I look over at Shoyuta. Can you two get out? I'm trying to talk to Izuku about something serious. Shoyuta growls at them. Wow, he's really not happy. Hisashi decides to push it a little. Does Izuku party? Yes, now get out. I don't see the problem with that. Sure, he is a bit young, but as long as he doesn't overdo it. Hisashi, Izuku was struggling with alcohol over a year ago. Wait, what? I quickly defend myself. I was not struggling. Sure, I drank too much sometimes, but I could have stopped at any time. That's the definition of struggling. He was not coherent most of the time. I swear he's trying to throw me under the bus. But that's in the past. The past can affect your future. Already affected your height. Ouch, that was low. Oh, fight me, Shoyuta. Hisashi interjects. He's right, Izuku. This is important. Your mother should know. Shoyuta looks relieved. Thank you. If you don't tell her, I will. She needs to know. I start shaking, feeling anger bubble up again. Before I can react, my phone goes off. I pull it out to see it's Mom. Taking a deep breath, I answer. Hey, sorry for being late. Something came up at school. I should be there within 20 minutes. I understand, dear. I started to worry when I didn't hear from you. Her soft voice calms me. Got distracted. See you soon, Mom. I better, young man. Her teasing tone makes me smile. Before I can hang up, Shoyuta swipes the phone from my hand. Hello, Midoriya-san. This is Aizawa, your son's teacher. Would you mind if I come over? I would like to talk to you about him. I promise he hasn't caused trouble here yet, but there are some things you need to know. I don't even hear her response. After some words are exchanged, he hangs up and looks down at me like I'm a problem. I'm furious. I see red. Izuku, let me explain. Why would I let you explain after what you just did? I explode. Why would you do that? You have no right to interfere with my relationship with my aunt. She doesn't need more of a burden. Izuku, think logically for a moment. I attempt to walk out, only to be wrapped up in his scarf. Let me go. I wrestle against the wrap. The last thing I remember is screaming before everything goes dark. Shoyuta pants heavily as he lifts Izuku and carries him to the couch. He turns to face the two in the room. That went horribly wrong, he states bluntly. You think? Namuri snarks. Is that normal, Shoyuta? Hisashi asks as he helps Izuku get comfortable. To an extent, Usually, I'm not the target though, Shoyuta responds. Nemuri asks, what are we going to do now? Simple, I'm going to talk to his mother like I said on the phone. The two teachers look at him. You sure that's the best plan of action? You saw how he reacted, Shoyuta. Some things take time, Hisashi questions. His mom doesn't know. Imagine getting a call saying your son was in an accident while drunk. He has been clean for over a year. She seriously needs to know. Izuku doesn't see the importance of that, but I do. I'm not telling her everything. I'm going there for support and with a proposition because he needs help socially. I'm willing to offer that, even if he will turn it into a joke one way or another. Hisashi smirks at him. You care about him, don't you? He's a problem child. Somehow, the idiot genius is likable. Nemuri, how long do I have? I knocked Izuku out for 10 minutes, she responds. Alright, watch over him. With that, he leaves to clean up. I wake up feeling like I had the best sleep of my life. I sit up and realize that I am not in my room. Oh no, did I have a one-night stand? Little listener, you're awake. I look towards Hisashi and then Nemuri. What happened? Oh, you got so angry that Nemuri had to knock you out for a little bit. No wonder I feel fantastic, thank you, Nemuri. No problem, kid. Nemuri replies with a broad smile on her face. I think for a moment, trying to remember the conversation. Then well, I'm mad again. I stand up only to be stopped by Hisashi. You're not heading out yet, little listener. Wait around a few minutes and scheme with us, alright? It sounds fun, but I need answers. What is he aiming for? I know he's logical, but he understands social interactions better than I do. You two can probably explain it to me better than he can anyway. I'm blunt and straight to the point. Hisashi sighs. You both SK. Have you ever thought that you could have died out there? But I can die anywhere. Nemuri interjects, her tone taking on a motherly quality. Imagine getting a call saying your son died while drunk. I can't because I don't have one. She facepalms. I said imagine for a reason. Oh yeah, that's what he was thinking. And it affects your health now, whether you want to admit it or not. It will be there forever. He's not going to tell her, he's making you tell her. Shoyuta cares for you deeply, whether you realize it or not. He's looking for support. The way he showed it was rash, I will admit. You two have a strange friendship. Relationship in general. Well, I kind of feel bad now. I'm still a bit salty. I'm well aware. Okay, I have my answers. Now we can plan our takeover of the world. The two laugh aloud, the tension lifting from the conversation. We were discussing the perfect plan to prank UA when Shoyuta walks in, and oh my gosh. I need a moment. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Shoyuta looks incredibly sharp right now. He's wearing a stylish suit that accentuates his figure. He shaved the stubble off his face, revealing his strong jawline. He even styled his hair in a man bun, which I usually don't care for, but he makes it work. Holy cow, you look amazing. The three of us exclaim in unison. You might actually get the man of your dreams. I add, too excited. That is not why I'm looking nice, Izuku. I look at him, confused. We're going to talk to your mother. Oh yeah, that. I sigh. The intensity returns. Shoyuta walks over. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried that. I should have warned you. We can hold this off. I understand now. They told me because we struggle with communication. I don't see the benefit now, but okay. I stand up, offering a hand. Truce. I see him smirk as he takes my hand. Truce. After we shake hands, I pull out my hand sanitizer. The other teachers give me a questioning look. What? I don't know if he's been washing his hands properly. That earns me a playful smack upside the head and a burst of laughter. Too much information. Come on. We were supposed to be there a while ago. Fine. See you too. Bye, Izuku. Bye, Aizu. Nemuri already has a nickname for me? Interesting. Let's see how often it's used. At the door, I pull out my phone. What are you doing? The bored-looking guy beside me asks. Well, I guess I can't call him that right now when he looks so good. Goth Jesus? Don't ask. I don't know. Speaking of Jesus, I'm calling his dad or something. Don't be offended just because I know nothing about religion. I scroll to the top of my contact list and call God. Ring. There's nobody on the line. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep. God, I'm in a crisis right now. I know we've had our times, but for once, be nice. Pray for me. With that message, I hang up. Shoyuta looks at me, disappointed. You seriously have God? I thought you were an atheist. I am. I'm just going to join for like 5 minutes. He can kick me out later. Suddenly, the door opens to reveal Mom. Oops. She must have heard me. That isn't surprising, to be honest. Dear, you should really learn to be quieter indoors, she suggests before turning to show Yuta. Hi, I'm Izuku's mom. Nice to meet you, Aizawa. He nods. A pleasure. There are some things Izuku needs to tell you. May we come in for a bit? Already serious, Shoyuta? Stiff man. Of course. Come in. Would you like anything to eat? We're good. I want to get to it if you don't mind. I understand. Sit wherever you like. My mom and I take the couch while Shoyuta takes the armchair. I face her. What is it that you needed to talk about? Oh no, I have no idea where to start. I turn to Shoyuta for a moment. Hey, where do I start? The man facepalms. The beginning, when this all started? Oh great, lots of words. Alright then, thank you. I face Mom again. I sigh, trying to figure out how to say this. We both know I'm going to be blunt, so I'm just going to say it. I was drinking. And smoking. And possibly getting into trouble I can't guarantee the last part unless there are videos online. I would sneak out at night to start mischief, basically. That earns me a playful smack upside the head. Oh. Anyway, I don't know why I did it. I guess as a distraction? I don't do it anymore. I quit over a year ago. Am I missing something? Oh, and I knew this guy before. He helped me out. Supportive guy. I probably wouldn't have stopped without him. Silence fills the room. Maybe I said it wrong? Oh no, she is crying. I pat her awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Her sniffing fills the silence, making it more intense. Suddenly, I'm pulled into a hug. I hug her gently, afraid to break her. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry I couldn't have been there to comfort you instead of letting you turn to those things. You didn't deserve that. What? Mom, you did nothing wrong. I made these choices. I should have known better because I am the genius after all, but still. Please don't take the blame. It's my fault. She pulls back, looking up at me with teary eyes. Izuku, you need to realize that I'm your mother. I meant to protect you from these things. You turned to those for reasons that could have been prevented. I sigh because this won't go anywhere. Let's just say we both made mistakes and end it there. This earns a soft giggle from her. You really need to work on your social skills. Saying it like that would have gotten you in trouble otherwise. This will take a lot of time for me to trust you again fully. Darn it. Then she turns to Shoyuta. Thank you for being there when I couldn't. I don't know how to repay you. He sighs, sitting up. I forgot about him for a moment. Let me help him, that's all I ask. I have a proposition for you, he said, catching me off guard. Let me have partial guardianship of him. I know he is energetic and struggles with sleep. I understand you have work commitments. I can work with him to help him develop better habits instead of staying out late. However, you have to agree to this. May I? I couldn't help but speak up. So, like an episode of strict parenting? I asked, trying to understand. I have no idea what that is, and you know that, he replied. My mom turned to me again. Izuku, how much do you trust this man? Oh no, she was actually considering it. I took a moment to respond. With my life, probably. Yes, I trusted him that much. My mom looked at me, surprised, as did Shoyuta. I hoped he wouldn't take advantage of that. A few moments of silence passed before she spoke again. Alright, if you promise to protect my son, you can have guardianship. How will this work? During the first couple of weeks, Izuku will be with me full-time. Over time, he will have days with you. Within a few months, he should be back with you full-time. I was curious about how he came up with that plan, but I decided not to ask right now. I understand. Izuku, get your things ready. Well, that was surprisingly easy. I won't bore you with all the emotional stuff. My mom was in tears as I walked out the door. We would see each other again in 2 weeks. The 2 weeks were meant to give him enough time to implement certain things for me to practice with my mom. It was supposed to help us learn to appreciate each other more. Yeah, I didn't fully get it. Maybe later. Anyway, I had more important things to focus on. On our way to Shuta's apartment, I pulled out my phone and started recording. Hello, everyone. Welcome to an episode of Strict Parents. In this episode, a hobo adopts a sociopath. I turned the camera to face Shoyuta, zooming in on his surprisingly handsome face for dramatic effect. Sir, how do you feel about taking care of a sociopath? Shoyuta sighed. I'm already regretting my decisions. There you have it, folks. Will he survive? Stay tuned after this commercial break. Izuku, you better not post that anywhere. On second thought, delete it now. No. Izuku. Sir, I know how to hack it back. I won't post it, but let me keep it for memories, please. Fine. Just don't show it around. I'm not guaranteeing that. At least stop recording. Alright. I needed to before I ran out of space. I turned off my phone and put it in my pocket. Let's go over the rules while we walk. I follow Shoyuta home like a stray puppy, and when we arrive at his place, I can tell that tonight could either end in disaster or be the best night ever. Because the squad is together. Welcome back. I hear excited shouts, and as I enter behind Shoyuta, I see Nomuri and Hizashi on the couch with popcorn. Shoyuta quickly dampens the mood. Shut up, I'm already going to have complaints just from Izuku. Let me stay here a little longer before you get us kicked out. I look at him, confused. Us? You're stuck with me either way. Does that mean we're going to be homeless together? This causes Hizashi and Nomuri to burst out laughing. Hizashi speaks up first. Nope. If you get kicked out, you two are staying with me. Oh great. As long as you and Shoyuta are quiet enough that I don't hear you, I could care less, I reply. Hizashi gives me a strange look. Wait, he doesn't know that shoulda. Come on. Well, you see, I'm about to explain when Shoyuta delivers a playful punch to my stomach. I double over, covering my mouth to keep from gagging. I'm not exaggerating, I bet. I'll have bruises tomorrow. I can hear Nomuri laughing. At least someone understands where I was going. I feel someone grab my shoulders, and I assume it's Hizashi since he has actual emotions. Turns out I'm right. Shoyuta, you hit Izuku too hard. Hizashi complains. I look up at Shoyuta, who is hiding his face in his scarves. He shouldn't have tried making the comment he did then. I stand up with Hizashi's help and head to the kitchen. Nomuri notices quickly. Kid, where are you going? I'm not eating popcorn. I want actual food. I want to chew real food, I state as I start making katsudon, my favorite. Meanwhile, I'm recovering from the shock that Shoyuta of all people has basically adopted me. I quickly finish and bring the plates to the adults, who are all on the couch watching a movie. Izuku, we could have just eaten popcorn. Nomuri tries to complain. And you all think I'm the child? Eat. I sit down in the armchair near them with my own plate and start eating. Shoyuta looks at me before saying, you are a child. You're just too serious at the wrong times. Come on. After dinner, I clean up the plates and return to find the adults arguing about something trivial. Shoyuta, you can't kick us out? Yeah, you'll get lonely, the two loud adults complain. Yes, I can. I need to discuss something serious with Izuku, and he is easily distracted. Yep, nope. Bull, I'm not, I exclaim. Perfect example. Now leave before I hurt you both. Shoyuta glares at them. I'm only saying this because I don't want more people getting hurt. Get out. His punches are painful, especially tonight. I'm not that petty, after all. Both adults pale before rushing out, leaving Shoyuta and me alone. Thanks, kid. I was only saving their lives and our eardrums. And maybe ensuring we keep the apartment. I want to be able to hack to get money for rent before we get kicked out. I'm willing to pay. It's the least I can do for the idiot in front of me. I couldn't care less about the reasoning. Tomorrow morning, you will be talking to Nizu. Apparently, you're a genius in everything, so he has to adjust your classes so you actually learn something instead of just gossiping with Hizashi. Damn it, I was enjoying that too. I guess it's bound to happen when you can't sit still. You think? You can barely sit still for 5 seconds. Shouda's right, I'm already up again. I don't need to be reminded. I already know that I move around too much. Izuku, you just happen to be overly energetic, that's all. I don't know how, but you are. Whatever. Shoyuta quickly moves on to seriousness. With you in my house now, you have to actually stay here. We'll deal with the paperwork tomorrow after school to make it official, so legal issues don't arise in case you blow up the world on your mom. You have to actually deal with me now instead of just wandering off whenever. I think you mean the other way around. Shoyuta grabs my shoulder, forcing me to look at him. You aren't as bad as you believe. Sure, you're hyper and pull pranks, but it's not like you're stealing or anything like that. I mean, I've hacked the government. I think that's equally bad, but I won't say that. That's funny. No need to lie, Shoyuta. I feel him tighten his grip, and I look up again. He is not a happy man. Izuku, you are the most capable in your class. You might understand one day if you open your mind and look around. Too ignorant to see the world like that. Do you have anything else to tell me, or is it bedtime? Not that I believe in bedtime. Shoyuta lets go with a sigh, thinking for a moment. Oh, you're going to start working out in the mornings with me. That's surprising. Maybe for the wrong reason. You work out in the mornings? Isn't sleep more valuable? I have to stay in shape somehow, and mornings are the only free time I have anymore. Hold up, but you teach in the mornings. Do you mean early mornings? Yes. My God, this man has no free time. No wonder he looks so worn out. Anyway, you're joining me so I can help you burn off some of that excess energy. Okay, I seriously don't think I'm that bad. Izuku, that's saying a lot because you are the most energetic student I have ever taught. Maybe all the other students are just always tired. Shoyuta glares at me. I know I can be energetic, but I'm not hyperactive. Think. He sighs before shaking his head. It is bedtime, kid. Be up by 4, we leave at 4:15 to work out. Good night. Shoyuta grumbles as he leaves. Good night. Secretly, I am thinking all hell is going to break loose. 4 is too early for this. At that time, I'm usually busy. Not running. 39. Okay, so Shoyuta got lucky this morning because I actually managed to sleep for 2 hours, and I've been up since 2, working on something. Because I've come up with a fantastic new idea for my suit. I had a dream that I was flying not like my usual boots that keep me grounded, but actually soaring through the air. This woke me up, and I realized I need to take to the skies. I need to fly. With this in mind, I dive into deep thought, pulling out my notebook and laptop until I find the perfect solution while reviewing my anime list. Many of my ideas are inspired by those shows. That's when I found it, the mobility gear from Attack on Titan. If you haven't seen the show, I highly recommend it. It's filled with intense action and is perfect for some vampire inspiration. The mobility gear is designed for quick movement using grappling hooks and compressed gas canisters. I'll be excluding the swords that come with it, opting for my own, which are sharper. They'll attach to my belt with several ropes to ensure they don't fall off. The only downside is the gas canisters, which means I'll have to limit their use a bit, but I have solutions in mind. The great news is that the anime provides a clear idea of how it works, so I can start working on it after school today. I was jotting down my thoughts when I heard a knock, and the door opened to reveal a tired Shoyuta. Kid, how long have you been awake? Shoyuta asks, looking exhausted. How is he still standing? He seems ready to pass out any moment. Also, wrong question. I need little to no sleep to be as energetic as I am. A couple of hours. I came up with a great idea for mobility, I say excitedly, keeping my voice calm since I know he probably doesn't want to hear me shouting already. Shoyuta sighs. Get dressed and be out in 5 minutes. You better not pass out during class, he mumbles. Not that I can. I don't need sleep. I quickly get dressed and meet him outside ready to go. Shoyuta is prepared, wearing workout clothes with his hair tied back, showcasing his jawline. He already has stubble coming in again. I can see why he doesn't shave, it must be inconvenient. I, on the other hand, have a clean-shaven face, so I can't grow a rugged beard. Usually I would chat, but I actually feel sorry for him, so I stay quiet. He nods in approval as we both put on our shoes. He steps outside and takes off running. Thankfully, I'm in decent shape, so I catch up with him easily and run side by side. We enjoy the quiet of the night without a word until we reach the beach, which surprises me a bit. Neither of us broke a sweat. He leads me to the edge of the water, where it doesn't touch us. All right, stretches first. Just follow my lead and keep quiet, Shoyuta states as he begins to stretch. I follow, but I can't help but respond to the second command. No offense, but you were asking for it. I've been quiet the whole time. I complain. So Izuku is still in there? Good, I thought someone took over your body. I glare at him. I was being respectful because I thought you wouldn't want me to talk. I thought so too. Then I realized it was creepy. You can go back to being quiet now. Forget you. I'm only going quiet for my own reasons, not for your sake. May I ask why? I flip him off and he snickers. Regardless, we work out on the beach for an hour in silence. I enjoy the sound of the waves, which is why I'm willing to stay quiet instead of annoying Shoyuta. Today, class, you will be choosing your class representative. Please try to choose someone reasonable. Do whatever you want, but I'm taking a nap, Shoyuta states as he moves to the corner in his sleeping bag and falls asleep. I don't get how he does it. Teach me your ways. On second thought, maybe not. I don't want to sleep on that dirty floor. Anyway, Everyone starts raising their hands, eager to be the class representative. Pick me. Hey, I want to be the class representative. Me too. Vote for me, and I'll make sure that girls wear skirts 30 centimeters above the knee. I swear I hear a slap from one of the girls. That guy is unbelievable. I decide to chime in, silencing the whole class. I couldn't care less about who is the class representative. Just start a democratic vote, for goodness sake. Just know that if anyone votes for that pervert, I will start drinking again tonight, I state. Everyone looks at me, surprised. Well, except Bakugo. Stop being overdramatic, Deku, he growls at me. Seriously? It's not overdramatic if it's the truth, Kaken, I sing his nickname. Don't call me that, Deku. I can see the sparks forming in his hands. Then don't call me Deku, Kaken. Ida steps in, trying to mediate. Izuku, no cursing or drinking. Bakugo, no quirk use. Now, I agree with Izuku that we should vote democratically. I'm starting to consider drinking now. Too bad I see Shoyuta glaring at me from his sleeping bag, using his quirk to intimidate me. The only things that scare me are cockroaches and germs. Try harder. I can vaguely hear Bakugo yelling, but he quiets down quickly before he can lash out at anyone. Kirishima, however, brings up an interesting point. We barely know each other. How are we supposed to vote like that? That's how Americans vote. There's a reason they have an increasing trillion-dollar debt. We're just a class, how bad could it be? Anyway, whoever gets multiple votes obviously has something going for them. This seems to settle everyone down. Well, alright then. Let's get this over with. Alright, so here's the thing. I was initially going to vote for Ida, but I decided against it. He would just have more reasons to complain about my multitude of problems. I'm not willing to deal with that. So what was my second choice? Yaoyorozu Momo. This might seem surprising because, at first glance, our personalities clash like World War III. However, I'm willing to respect the fact that she is a genius, and I know this because of her quirk creation. From what I have seen, she can create any non-living object as long as she has some weight to sacrifice and some skin showing. I feel sorry she's in class with the boy who often gets teased because her costume is the most revealing in the class. Anyway, she also needs to know how every object is made. For example, if she wanted to create a sword, she would need to understand its components. Based on her match yesterday, she knows how to create a ton of things. That takes a lot of memorizing, similar to how I remember programs. I can also tell she is a natural-born leader, making her my choice for class representative. Yaoyorozu did get class representative. However, how in the world did I get vice class representative? I shout, waking Shoyuta from his slumber. He looks annoyed. Too bad the students cut him off before he could say anything. Thank you, Class 1A. You can be nice, you get straight to the point, and you know what you're doing. Uraraka happily chimes in. I'm like the second worst person to choose from. I'm only above Mineta, and that's it. Hey! You helped us realize some harsh truths, even if your language is a bit rough, Ida adds to Uraraka's statement. I sigh. Yaoyorozu, Momo cuts me off. Momo, call me Momo since you go by your given name anyway. Momo, you see where I'm coming from, yes? I look up at her because I'm quite short. She takes a moment to think about it. I can see both sides. You have a bit of an extreme personality, which could cause problems. However, you do possess knowledge of a perspective that the rest of us may not understand. You also seem very smart based on your costume design and your skills. You can say Quirkless. I'm not going to be offended. I stated it pretty loudly on the first day of class, after all. You all treat it like it's a derogatory term, and it's not. It's a cold hard fact. That is exactly what I mean. It's going to be interesting working with you. That means this might not end well. Anything with the word interesting usually has a twist. God is probably shaking his head right now, but I think I can handle it since I'm not the major lead character. This earns a couple of confused chuckles. Shoyuta gets up, done with this class. Yaoyorozu is class representative, and Izuku is vice. Izuku, please refrain from using inappropriate language in class, along with joking about certain habits you had. Class dismissed. Izuku, please see Nizu in his office now. Great. Normal people would be scared of a hyper-genius, animal-like creature. However, I'm excited. I guess it's curiosity taking over. I knock on his office door, which took longer to find than I expected. Come in. I hear a voice and enter. Somehow, the short creature has a large office, but I won't judge. Midoriya, I've been waiting for you. Come take a seat. I hope you did not have too much trouble finding the place. I walk over, take a seat, and lean back comfortably. First off, I prefer to be called Izuku. Second, yes, I did. I can break into government coding, but I can easily get lost within a block and end up 30 minutes away when the walk was only supposed to be 5 minutes. That is true. Nizu does not seem too surprised at how I'm speaking to him, though. I can get used to this. Something you should work on? Probably. Anyway, let's get this over with, Nizu. I swear I see a spark of interest in his eyes. Well, first off, let me say congratulations on being the first Quirkless student to get into UA. It was fascinating to see a kid break the whole exam. However, you are an interesting kid in general. Through all the pop quizzes, you scored perfect scores. We normally make them extremely challenging to see where students are at, but you passed through them like they were nothing. That's what happens when you have too much free time. I would like to send you to classes that would benefit you more. The main class you will be taking is the support class. I noticed how well your support items are built, so I believe you would enjoy plenty of time to work on whatever you want and experiment. There are probably lights in my eyes now. That covers only one class. You still have 3 more spaces. I had to think about this, but I decided that you would best fit as my personal student. Thank goodness I had nothing to drink. Hold on, what? Nizu chuckles at my reaction. You see, I have been looking for a personal student for a while to pass down my teachings to. You seem to be the perfect candidate. A psychotic kid is your perfect candidate? I know about your past with Aizawa. The habits you kicked are impressive for someone your age. Impressive that I started at that age or impressive that I stopped? Time to test my limits. I think we both know where I was going with that, Izuku. Oddly, you're acting foolish even though you have already proven to possibly be a genius. They're more likely to kidnap a smart person over a foolish one. It's just part of the act mixed in with who I actually am. Quirkless individuals are often seen as inferior in society, the weaklings. People go out of their way to harm us, even though I have multiple theories about what is going to happen. Oh, please do tell. Quirkless individuals will always be a part of society no matter what. A quirkless person can be born from parents with quirks. Are they going to continue to face unfortunate fates? Yes, but they will still be around. A certain percentage of the population will remain quirkless, whether by chance or for any sort of advancement. Without quirks, I could have left this difficult world by now and be living on Mars. Quirks have slowed down technological advancements tremendously. What makes you say that a certain percentage of the population will remain quirkless? For that, we need to look at another ability of humans, handedness. Over the years, the percentage of left-handed people has always remained the same. We don't know why, it just has. It could be due to competition or simply because, like with quirks, but it's there. We probably will never know the reasoning, but it's there just like how the quirkless will always be here. Nizu leans back in his chair, thinking. That is an interesting theory. That just proves you are my new personal student. Great. Nizu is not a bad teacher, but he can really go on and on. Summaries were invented for a reason, you know? I'm surprised he can handle me for 3 classes. Actually, I think Nizu is the first person to have annoyed me like this, so good job, Rat. You made the impossible possible. Anyway, I'm finally free and heading to my last new class, support. I'm excited because support is basically what I do. I enter the room, and it's a technological wonderland. I feel like I have nothing compared to this place. Oh, you must be Izuku, correct? I turn to my right to see Power Loader approaching me. He has a unique costume, complete with a massive helmet and gloves that complement his quirk. He definitely stands out. Thankfully, he has a shirt on. I nod in response. I need to give you a safety test first. It's to make sure you won't get injured or blow up the whole lab like a certain someone here, Power Loader says, raising his voice at the last part to make sure he is heard. Blowing up the lab? That sounds like my kind of person. Wait, who is the person who blows up the lab? I ask with a broad smile on my face. Before he can respond, a girl with bright pink hair dashes over to me. Hi, I'm Hatsune. Are you the new student? She's a bit eccentric, but she matches my personality well. Yes, I'm Izuku. Anyway, let me take this safety test first before we blow up the building. Yeah, this is my kind of partner here. It turns out I'm really good at knowing the safety rules, but not so great at following them. Right now, it's free time to do whatever we want, and I quickly realize that Hatsum is the perfect help for me. I show her my idea for mobility gear, and we set to work on that when she brings up another detail. Hey, Izuku, how about we add something to your shoes so that if you fall, you won't get hurt? That would be immensely helpful. I actually want to add something else to my shoes. Is there a way to include something to help me jump higher? Maybe springs? Oh yes, that's perfect. I have just the thing for you to add to your suit, both for style and function. I watch as Hatsum runs over to a closet and pulls out a black leather jacket with a white furred hood on the inside. Wow, stylish girl. I'm going to assume this is a basic. We can sew in hidden pockets on the inside, right? Maybe a couple of holders for throwing knives as well? But I think we should dye the fur green for style to match your bow tie. Alright, let's do this. Hatsum and I get to work. I've never worked with someone as efficiently as I do with her. It's strange but cool. By the time lunch comes around, Power Loader has to kick us out. Thankfully, there are only a couple more things to finish before my costume is temporarily complete. I head to the cafeteria to find Uraraka and Ida after grabbing my food and sitting down with them. What's up, everyone? I say with a grin on my face. Ida, of course, does not approve. Where have you been, and what did you do to get yourself removed from class for so long? Ida exclaims. I lean over to dramatize the whole thing. Simple, pass all the pop quizzes with perfect scores, and you get out of all the classes, placed in a support class, and become the rat's personal student. Both of them look at me, surprised. Uraraka smiles. I can't believe it. Seriously? Oh, if only you knew the troubles. He's smart and I can't outsmart the bear. You must be brilliant then, Izuku. Not that you show it well, Ida states. I know. I act foolish on purpose because they are less likely to target someone who seems clueless over someone smart enough to come up with plans. Ida sighs at my language. It seems like he's starting to get the point. I'm not going to stop swearing. As we're eating, I overdramatize everything, and suddenly, the alarms go off. Ida informs us of what's happening. That is a level that means someone broke into UA. I see a sea of students panicking as they run to evacuate. There is no way I'm sacrificing myself. I calmly walk over to the window and see that it's just reporters trying to get in. Guys, it's just reporters. And people say I cause problems. This is just madness, I say bluntly. We have to tell the students. Uraraka says. I'd rather watch this chaos, but I can do this. I walk over to a table, jump on top, and make as much noise as possible while shouting, Calm down and look over here. Thankfully, my voice carries, and the students turn to face me. My throat is sore, but I continue. It's just the reporters. You're at the top school in Japan, and this is how you react? Pathetic. Everyone calmly walked to class without causing a scene. I yell, coughing after my outburst. They can feel my urgency. The students start moving to class calmly as I get down from the table. Ignoring anything Uraraka and Ida have to say, I walk to a janitor's closet, grab a washcloth, and return to clean the table I stood on. The two give me strange looks. What? I'm not going to let the table stay dirty. Too bad my voice sounds rough. I am actually surprised you were willing to do that, Ida responds. I swear, and I'm a bit of a clean freak as well. Let's just go. The three of us head to class, and for once, I'm quiet because my throat is killing me. When we arrive, we are the last ones there, and we take our seats. Ida and Uraraka head to their places, but I have something to say that Shoyuta can't stop me from doing since he isn't here. I walk to the front of the class, facing them, and see scared looks on their faces. Just because I have a voice doesn't mean you have to act like I kicked a kitten. Don't do that, or else I'll come after you. I'm here to announce something else before Aizawa can tell me no. I'm withdrawing from the class vice representative position because I'm not willing to deal with you all. I'm replacing myself with Ida. Ida is more suited for this position than I will ever be because I would likely cause too much trouble anyway. Ida, don't make me regret this. I'm just glad Momo is class representative, or we would all be overwhelmed by the rule book. A couple of chuckles follow as I head to my seat. Thank you very much, Izuku. You will not regret it. Ida says, saluting me. We wait for Shoyuta to come in to continue class. Izuku, let's go. We're heading to Nizu's office, Shoyuta tells me. It's the end of the school day, and I was kept after school because of him. Now I'm going to the principal's office? This is going to be a nightmare. I haven't done anything wrong. It's to deal with the custody matters, Izuku. Wait a minute. Why is Nizu involved? To make our lives easier. Alright then. We arrive at the office and sit down across from Nizu. Nizu says, So you are here to gain partial guardianship of Izuku? Yes, sir. Without going into too much detail, can we get this over with? Shoyuta states bluntly. Of course. It was reasonably straightforward. Apparently, Mom had already signed everything earlier, so it just took a few signatures from Shoyuta. Interesting fact, I returned to Mom after the sports festival. That's going to be an eventful week. For some reason, I'm officially Shuta's responsibility now. We could officially film an episode of Strict Parents. Honestly, it takes me a moment to process the news. That's a plot twist for you. Shows what kind of unexpected things can happen. We step out of the room quietly, as nobody wants to hear a lecture from Nizu about anything. Are you okay? I can hear the concern in Shuta's voice. I snap out of my thoughts quickly, looking up with a smile to reassure him. Fine as can be. I assume you have papers to grade. I feel a light smack on the back of my head. Oh, what was that for? Settle down, troublemaker. It wasn't even that hard. You can't hide your emotions like that. I won't question you now, but I will want answers later. Let's hope that part of the script is forgotten. I was just thinking, you dramatic man. What? Nothing. Just head to the teacher's lounge and stay out of trouble. Oh, Shoyuta, you're so oblivious. Okay, so how do I keep a girl or guy interested in me after I tell them I'm quirkless without resorting to something extreme? I ask. Just let them go. You will find the right one eventually. Nemuri replies. I managed to find some company in Nemuri, someone I haven't had much one-on-one time with, so here we are. I've been asking for dating advice, and so far, I'm not impressed. Takes too long. Come on. This is going to take forever. You could try being more adventurous. That's impossible when the typical greeting is, hi, what is your quirk? Besides, people think I'm too cute to date. Makeover. Now that might be worth considering. What kind? Right now, you have a baby face. You need to work with that to make yourself look more mature. That green mess isn't doing you any favors. I will admit that it's long. It needs to be cut. True. What are you two talking about? I hear Shoyuta as he enters the room with Hizashi behind him. Oh, we were talking about me trying to be more adventurous. I say with a big smile. Hizashi and Nemuri burst out laughing, and I hear a couple of other teachers joining in or watching. Not in my house. It won't be. It will be on the beach. Izuku, you aren't going to be having any casual flings. I'm not saying that because I would stop you. I'm saying that because you're being dramatic. If it makes you feel any better, I can only date guys, so I won't get anyone p-argin. Shut up with the exaggerations, kid. Even if you tried, nobody would take you seriously. If someone did, I would step in. Dang it. That hurts. It takes a moment for Hizashi and Nemuri to recover. Hizashi says, Dadzawa? I burst out laughing. Shoyuta growls. Don't give him any ideas, I cut him off. Dadzawa. Dang it, you two. I'm feeling a bit frustrated with Power Loader right now. So Hatsum and I finished my mobility gear and even tested it to ensure it works. With plenty of free time on our hands, we decided to create whatever our hearts desired. This led us to work on what Hatsum wanted, a literal robot suit for the sports festival. She's fantastic at advertising, but she needs a product to showcase at the festival. You can probably guess where this is going. We built a prototype and decided to test it in the testing room, with Hatsum wearing it since she would eventually have to. Well, we made a mistake somewhere because the next thing we knew, Hatsum was stuck in the suit, which had locked in place. Yeah, that definitely needs some work. As it turns out, you shouldn't destroy the machine while a person is inside it. Did she get out safely? Was Power Loader happy? Absolutely not. Now, we're only allowed to work together after school or during lunch with Power Loader supervising us. It wasn't even that bad. Life has been going great. I've made great friends with a creature like Rat to practice analysis. I got Hatsum to help me take over the world. All Might has decided that ignoring me is the best treatment unless he wants to face my wrath. Then, I became good friends with Nemuri and Hizashi. Finally, I live with Shoyuta. Speaking of Shoyuta, he seems to be in a better mood. Maybe it's because he's getting actual food in his system instead of just ramen noodles? I don't know. Or perhaps it's the fact that his apartment looks like a real living space now and not a mess. Too bad I might get kicked out soon for the foolishness I'm about to engage in. It's lunchtime, and Nemuri, Hizashi, and I are ready to show the world what we're made of. Hizashi has the mic, and Nemuri and I are in old clothes we managed to make after taking a sewing class. We both have band-aids from our crafting efforts. Action, present mic. Hizashi gives me a broad smile before putting on some music with his directional mic around his neck. Thinking about it, I should upgrade it. No wonder he has neck problems, it's huge. Anyway, what song did we choose? My Heart Will Go On, from the movie Titanic. The top floor of the cafeteria was closed off for a reason. You see, I had too much free time, so Nomuri and I choreographed a routine to this song. We even managed to get Hizashi to sing it. Yes, the man can sing. He pretends to be bad at it. We arranged the tables to create a dance floor right by the railing, just like in the movie. We even did the iconic part that looks like we're about to fly away from our troubles. However, due to our height difference, I had to climb onto her back to replicate the scene. I could see the smiles on the students' faces as their laughter echoed in the room. That job was done. With the music still playing, we had one final part. I got off Nomuri's back and ran, jumping over the railing like the overdramatic person I am. Don't worry, I landed safely. However, before I could continue the routine, the music suddenly stopped. Izuku! Oh no! Izuku, run! Stay safe for us. I hear Hizashi and Nomuri scream. I turn around to see my friends tied up with ribbons. Then I see the ribbons aimed at me, and I quickly move to the side. I see Shoyuta jumping over the railing to come after me. Welp, time to blast off. I hope you enjoy our show. I shout as I run off, narrowly avoiding another pair of ribbons. I dashed out of the cafeteria, and I did what I believe everyone should do when a crisis occurs. I got out of Shuta's sight for a moment. I slipped into the bathroom, despite my dislike for them, got into a stall, and jumped on top of the toilet. What kind of troublemaker would run into the bathroom during a crisis? Nobody, making my plan quite clever. The only problem now is that I have no food. Well, at least I have a watch I can tinker with. Before that, I changed out of the costume and back into my UA uniform. I made sure to hide the evidence by tossing the outfit in the trash can. I might retrieve it later. Time to waste my life away in a bathroom. Thankfully, I received a text from my friends. Mikey, we are in trouble. We're in the teacher's lounge right now, still tied up with Shoyuta watching us closely. Womanizer, yeah, I think he expects you to save us. Divorce exists, yeah no. You guys are in a bind unless I go knock him out. How are you texting? Womanizer, Shoyuta loosened it after I asked him if he was into bench. He was blushing. Divorce exists, he can blush? Womanizer, yeah, it's adorable. I think it's because Hizashi is here. Mikey, why would it matter if I am here or not? Divorce exists, if you only knew Sai. I already got rid of the evidence with the costume. I wish I had a picture of him blushing for blackmail. Womanizer, great idea, let me do it again. Divorce exists, that's my girl. Mikey, why is your username that? Divorce exists, because I would already be married if IT didn't exist. I'm single and lonely. Mikey, pat same. Divorce exists, Beach, you have somebody. You two are too ignorant to go out, so you don't get excuses. Mikey, sorry D. Divorce exists, you are forgiven. Mikey, laughing face. Womanizer, he is taking a nap now. I think he is pretending, so don't come in here. Divorce exists, is he in a sleeping bag? Womanizer, yes, why? Divorce exists, just curious. Anyway, how do you think Shoyuta would feel if I found some cigarettes and alcohol in the bathroom? It's not the cheap stuff either. I only had the cheap stuff. Womanizer, bring it to us. Where did you find it? Mikey, we need some to survive the beast. Divorce exists, in the bathroom behind the toilet in the hallway right by the front office. Womanizer, was it closed? Divorce exists, yep. Mikey, Shoyuta just got up and left. Divorce exists, oh no, I shouldn't have said that. I need it. Let me tell you something. Sadly, I didn't find any of that in the bathroom even though I needed it at that moment. I crawled out of the bathroom window and made my way to the teacher's lounge. First, I needed some bleach after that. Second, yep, it was all a trick. I borrowed some pickaxes from Hatsum, anticipating a situation like this. I crawled up to the window of the teacher's lounge and slipped inside. Shoyuta was nowhere to be found, but Hizashi and Nomuri were tied up on the couch, both grinning widely at me. That was just cruel Izuku. Nomuri exclaimed as I began to free them. Great. Now we need to jump out the window and hide, I said quickly, and we all leaped out together. I caught Hizashi in a bridal carry, and he looked at me, astonished. Dang, you're strong. I gently set him down. Good to know, but we need to run. We dashed off into the forest that UA had for some reason. I am alive, darlings, I shouted as I slid into the classroom, striking a playful pose. Izuku, that was very immature of you in the cafeteria. Ida chastised, his hands chopping the air. What is immature, technically? Immature to one is mature to another. This left him speechless. I settled into my seat, waiting for Shoyuta to enter. The moment he walked through the door, he locked eyes with me and strode over, grabbing my jacket firmly. Class, after school, he growled before releasing me. I decided to turn the situation around. I pulled out a form and handed it to him. I had it authorized by Nizu. I watched as the life seemed to drain from his eyes as he went to his desk, sitting down with a thud. I stood up to check if he was okay. Why? Shoyuta groaned. He fully supports us taking over UA. You okay? Go sit down or else. I could hear the underlying threat in his voice as I backed away to my seat. Don't do whatever this idiot does. I bit my tongue, realizing the idiot facade was working. Anyway, we are going on a trip. You can wear your costumes, but just know you might not be used to them at this point, so be warned. Don't waste time, move it. With that, Shoyuta left the room. Maybe I should offer him a massage after this. Wait, that might get me in trouble. I headed to the locker room to change into my costume, feeling excited. My new upgrades were ready. Improved boots, a leather jacket, and most importantly, the mobility gear. I took a moment to calm down as I wrapped the belt around me. It was big but not heavy, perfect for my needs. It was already filled, so we were good to go. I made my way to the buses. What's with the new gear, Izuku? Uraraka asked as she approached me. Mobility gear so I can move quickly. I may not have strength, but I can make up for it with speed. Smart. Everybody, please line up in alphabetical order. Ida commanded. I glanced at the bus and realized it had an open floor plan. Ignoring him, I hopped on the bus first. Izuku, get back out here. Ida shouted as the other students quickly followed me. By the time he got on, he looked utterly defeated. This ruined my plan. Hey, at least I crushed your hopes and dreams while they were still young. I said with a smile, but I was ignored. Fine then, don't appreciate me. Floopy you. Izuku, no cursing. I feel neglected, I remarked, and the class chuckled. Shoyuta boarded last, glaring at me before taking a seat at the front as the bus took off. Uraraka looked at me. I think you're dead. Aizawa-sensei seems done with you. Shoo, it's fine. He hasn't expelled me yet. I got approval from Nizu. How? I told him I would clean his office to the tiniest detail if he let me do it. Seriously? I'm a clean person. I already did it while Nizu was arguing over the phone during our meeting. Idle chatter filled the bus until Azui caught my attention. Ring-a-ling, how may I help you? You know I'm a straightforward person by now, right? Yes. Oh geez, you're revealing my darkest secrets. I exclaimed, my voice rising and catching everyone's attention. Tokoyami chimed in for a moment. May the darkness be ever in your favor. I wish. I might join you in your cult. Anyway, Azui? Tsu, Tfu stated with determination. Tsu, I replied, receiving a nod of approval. I notice how you seem to act. Silly. However, we all know you're smart if you can hack whatever you want and build everything you use. You're also a bit dramatic, even if no one pays attention, ribbit. Can I just say that I think the frog sounds are somewhat cute? Too bad Bakugo tried to step in and ruin the moment. Deku always tries to be over the top no matter what. I swear he asks for people to beat him up. Might be into that or something. Oh come on. You would beat me up anyway. If anything, that saved my life because people thought I was too weird to mess with, except you, because you're waiting for me to fail so you can gloat. I pulled pranks to keep them away too. I noticed Shoyuta looking back, but I ignored him. He might as well hear it. You seriously going there? You told me to take a leap off a roof and hope I get a quirk in my next life. If that doesn't tell you anything, what does? Maybe I need to try to get it through that thick skull of yours? That could be karma coming for you. I chuckled, feeling a bit dark. I could see Bakugo getting annoyed, and the students were quiet, but I didn't care at that moment. Izuku, come up here, Shoyuta called. I'm afraid Bakugo is going to attack me. No offense, but I don't want to be taken down by a chihuahua. We have to be close anyway, right? Just then, I heard explosions and the bus came to a halt. The class snapped out of their daze at my chihuahua comment, and Bakugo yelled like a caveman. Everyone stepped off, arriving at a vast place. Holy smokes! Is this Japan Disney? Kaminari exclaimed, and I couldn't help but agree. You boy are my son now. Yes. I could see Shoyuta shaking his head. As we stepped inside, it really was Japan Disney. However, something felt off as we entered. Over the years, I had developed a keen sense for when something was wrong because of bullies. I saw 13 in front of us, explaining that the USJ was for practicing rescue, but it still felt strange. I pressed the button on the side of my helmet to activate heat sight. There were people everywhere. They are in strange positions, almost like an ambush. I cut off 13. Aizawa, are there supposed to be people everywhere? Silence hangs in the air for a moment. Then, a mist appears in the center, and figures emerge. Shoyuta looks at me. No, this is a villain attack. Students, stay back and run. 13, protect the students, Shoyuta commands, stepping in front of them. We start to retreat, but the mist reappears before us. Sorry to interrupt, but we are here for something. We are the League of Villains, and our goal is to take down All Might. I can't help but laugh, catching the man off guard. This is one of the advantages of my personality, and I need to use it. Is something funny, child? Yes, your League of Villains sounds like a rip-off of the League of Legends game that is always advertised. However, you can try to take All Might. I won't deny he will be a challenge, but I can support that. He is a stubborn one. Izuku, the whole class exclaims. Interesting. With our goal, would you consider joining us? Depends, what's the benefits plan? I can see the students staring wide-eyed as Shoyuta prepares to confront the center. I know for a fact that this guy is our main trouble. Benefits plan? Yeah, like what are the perks of me joining? Well, what can you provide for our group? I would say technology. Just give me some metal and wires and I can build something. We can do that. This mist guy and I might actually get along, which is a bit unsettling. What if I want specific materials? We will provide the best we can. Who is the leader? The man with the hand on his face. I turn around to see who he's talking about. He's scratching at his neck while watching. I can tell he's observing Shoyuta, looking for something. Must be detail-oriented. How about a deal? Depending on how well you do in this, I'll decide whether to join or not after this is over. However, I will be fighting on the student's side. I smirk behind my mask. Deal, now time for my actual job. Wait. The mist pauses for a moment. Can I have a name before you take me to your lair? I'm sorry, I seem to have forgotten. I'm Kurogiri, second in command of the League of Villains. Now, it's time for you to go. The mist envelopes most of us, and all I see is what my soul presumably looks like darkness. The next moment, I find myself submerged in water. It doesn't help that there are water villains all around me. I force myself to calm down as I swim to the right to dodge an attack, pulling out my swords while swimming upwards. Suddenly, I feel something wrap around my waist and lift me out of the water before tossing me onto a boat. I cough up some water before opening my eyes to see Tsu and Mineta. I'm going to assume you saved me, Tsu? I receive a nod. Thank you. Now, update. A panicked Mineta gives me the rundown. We are surrounded and in trouble, and the boat is sinking and... I get it. I stand up and walk to the edge. Based on Tsu being here, there's no way they know our quirks. If they did, they're foolish. Why does that matter? We should wait for the heroes to get here. None of you are useful, especially you Quirkless kid. That stings. We should wait for death to arrive too, but I'm going to assume you aren't up for that? This silences Mineta. I have a way with words. Good news, I have a solution. Bad news, I want to throw you in the water, so be quiet. Tsu, I know Mineta is a bit much, but can you carry him out with a jump after I handle some business down below? I'll pay you back later. Sure, Karo. Here's the thing. This is probably a zone where I have the most significant advantage. I pull out my electric batons, setting one to a mode that will incapacitate but not harm anyone fatally. The only way someone could be in real danger here is if they drown, and that's not my problem. I added a new feature that makes sure I don't sacrifice this one. I press a button over the adjustment settings as I walk to the edge. The baton flies into the water, electrifying all the villains submerged. I then press the button again to reel it back, turning off the electricity. I've created a hybrid between a baton and a whip. It's only 15 feet long, but that works for me. The wire it's attached to is electrified too. I see bodies floating on the surface. I turn back to see two frightened faces. Don't worry, they aren't dead. They're only in trouble if they drown. I think this provides no comfort. Time to jump. You can land in the water if you need to, you're safe there. Sue grabs my Netta with her tongue before jumping off the boat. Time to test the mobility gear. Hopefully they aren't damaged from the water, but I did make sure they were as waterproof as possible, so we should be fine. I launch the grappling hook onto the roof and swing quickly before dropping the hook and landing on the shoreline with a massive smile on my face next to Sue and my Netta. It works. Now, we are at the edge of the center where Shoyuta is fighting, and I can see he is taking a beating. Whenever Shoyuta uses his quirk, Erasure, his hair flies up dramatically. However, it's a clear indicator that I'm surprised he hasn't done anything about because that can be exploited. I notice some skin on his arm looks damaged, revealing muscle? That must be a quirk. I would step in, but I trust in his abilities for now. We need to get out, or we will become a distraction, I state, and the two students nod as we slip past the fight and head to the entranceway, finding a battered 13, but they are alive. I see a couple of students crying. Based on how it looks, I can only think of one way for this to happen. Did Kurogyri do something here? I get a nod from Uraraka, who is shaking as she sits beside 13. Most would think Kurogyri's quirk is purely teleportation, but if you get creative, you can leave a half-conscious hero right in front of you. Did we at least get someone out of here to get help? Why yeah, Aida. The quickest guy in the class, smart. I nod. Suddenly I hear a scream. I turn around and see Shoyuta pinned by a massive blue creature. No. Absolutely not. It has injured his arm. I refuse to let Shoyuta endure any more suffering at the hands of this monster. Ignoring everything around me, I dash forward, using my mobility gear to propel myself off the roof. Another scream echoes from him. I growl in frustration. Hurry up. As I approach, I pull out my sword and baton. I know that even at the highest setting, it would likely have no effect on this creature. I turn on the baton to its maximum setting before striking it against my sword to create an electric charge. I need to inflict pain to make it flinch and release Shoyuta. Turning off the baton and stowing it away, I grip the sword tightly with both hands. I have one chance at this. I can't mess this up. I let the wires drop from the roof as I near the creature, aiming for its head where its brain is exposed. I'm sorry, Shoyuta. I hope you can forgive me for this. Plunge the sword into the creature's head. It lets out a cry of agony and releases Shoyuta, stumbling back. I twist the sword, causing the creature to fall as I pull it out, splattering myself with its fluids. It's still alive, but I can see the look in its eyes. It obeys orders without regard for the consequences. It is regenerating right now. Well, the creature understands the consequences. The people in control don't. I pull out my unused baton, adjusting it to the highest setting. This level of power should be illegal, but I never mentioned it in the gear specifications. I press the adjustment button and slide it back, revealing its true potential. It's powerful enough to light up a city for a minute. I shouldn't be touched after that for a while. I slam the baton into its head, the creature convulsing as it begins to burn. I step back, everyone watching as the baton loses energy, leaving the beast motionless. So it's dead. It's not regenerating anymore as I step in front of Shoyuta to shield him. I take note of the blood from his broken arms and the damage to one of them. I can hear him trying to get my attention, but I ignore him. I glare at the man with the hand on his face. The blood should enhance the effect. Who's next? I ask, my voice cold. The man scratches at his neck in frustration. How did a kid figure out its weakness so quickly? It hasn't even reached All Might. What kind of level is this? I laugh despite the grim atmosphere, feeling the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. You put it on hardcore mode the moment you attacked Eraserhead, I growl. I notice Kurogyri beside him finally speaking up. This is the kid who is considering joining us. I can hear coughing from behind me. Sorry, Shoyuta, part of the act. I'm hoping someone will step up and get him out of here. Seriously? Well, you might make a good asset if you can defeat the Nomu. I chuckle. I defeated all the guys in the water. By the way, if anybody drowns, it's not my fault. Your fault for attacking here. And a kid beating a Nomu shows how weak your group is. That's a no. You brat. This is more like a secret level that you have to glitch in to win. The man screams before charging at me. I grin beneath my mask. I pull out my only available baton and activate it. As he approaches, I activate my mobility gear, soaring above him without the wires, landing behind him, and switching to whip mode. It crashes against his back, knocking him out. Pathetic. I turn to Kurogyri. Is this the easy level? I joke harshly as I retract the baton, turning it off. Get him out of my sight, or I will end him too for the greater good. I see the mist dissipate momentarily before it reappears to grab the unconscious man and vanish. I stow the baton away, realizing I'm trembling from adrenaline. I am here. I hear an announcement, looking up to see All Might. I rip off my mask and glare at him. Too late. I scream in anger before walking over to show Yuta. No one has picked him up. Damn it. The sight forces me to swallow hard. I need to do this for him. I can't back down now. I sigh before tearing off my leather sleeves to use as temporary casts for his broken arms. The smell of blood on me isn't helping the situation. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I lift him in a bridal carry. I notice him looking up at me. Izuku. He sounds terrible and I hate it. Shut up. Save your energy, I say as I carry him up the stairs. All Might appears in front of me, his expression serious. Young Midoriya, let me take him. He holds out his hands. I walk around him. I won't let anyone but the paramedics touch him. Take care of the students. I've got him, not that I would let you take him anyway. I snarl as I step outside, seeing most of the students have evacuated. They notice me and are about to approach, but I stop them with a single look. Nobody moves after that. Thank goodness an ambulance is already here. As I walk, I feel a light tug on my tie. You're supposed to do that with Hizashi, not me, I say, trying to lighten the mood. However, even I know the spark isn't there. Are you okay? He asks, slurring his words. Just shut up. Worry about yourself for once. Problem child. No, he's slurring too much. Go home, you're not in a good state. You know I'm capable of walking, right? You don't just have broken arms. You've lost a lot of blood. I'll visit you in the medical wing as soon as possible. Or you can visit me in jail, one of the two. Wait, I can escape that place. Shoyuta doesn't get another word in as the ambulance loads him and takes him to Recovery Girl. I don't bother watching it leave as I get on the bus, trying to ignore the smell of blood surrounding me. After the challenging experience, we were given a break from school while the team worked on strengthening their defenses against someone who could teleport at will. Honestly, I wasn't sure how they would manage it. My only suggestion was a backup sensor that activates when a signal isn't being sent to them. They asked the support team for ideas, and apparently, my suggestion was a good one, as they decided to implement it. It felt so simple. I'm supposed to be the dramatic one, not the straightforward thinker. I was compelled to change out of my costume to take a shower, hoping to wash away the remnants of the day. The suit was beyond saving. I'll admit, it hit me hard what had happened, and I felt nauseous in the shower. Thankfully, the water helped wash everything away. Usually, when I feel sick, I start to panic, but I think the only reason I didn't this time was that I had other things to focus on. I guess I found a temporary remedy, at least. After class, I made my way to the medical wing, only to be turned away by Recovery Girl, who said, and I quote, Aizawa needs to rest, not deal with an out-of-control kid. I can control myself. I'll be back later to handle that. For now, I decided to socialize before I got into more trouble, even if it meant risking getting myself into a different kind of predicament. I headed to Nizu's office and knocked on the door. I heard the principal's voice before entering, finding him at his desk with a detective seated across from him. Izuku, just the boy we need. Come sit. We need to question you. Nizu called out, gesturing to the chair next to the detective. You make this sound like it's going to be a drag party. Well, in your case, a tea party, I muttered under my breath. Despite everything, I still managed to say things that could get me in trouble. You'd probably make something like that happen. Huh, Izuku? Nizu replied, clearly accustomed to my antics. You know me so well, Nizu. Now, can I be introduced to the detective? I asked, turning to face him. The detective stood up and bowed slightly. Detective Tsukachi, Midoriya. Nice to meet you. First off, I prefer to be called Izuku. Second, you can go ahead and get the cuffs ready now, I said, turning around and putting my hands together playfully. The detective looked at me with a hint of confusion. I'm only here for answers, Izuku. Better prepare those H's then, I replied as I took a seat. The detective glanced at Nizu. Don't worry, that's how he normally is, Nizu assured him. The detective nodded before looking back at me. Do you mind if I record this? He asked. It was interesting. Typically, you can't record without a guardian's permission. I'm going to assume Nizu gave his permission for this as long as he's in the room? I said, seeing Nizu nod. Alright then, yes. The camera was quickly set up to face us before being turned on. I'm going to need your name, occupation, and quirk, Detective Tsukachi requested. Izuku Midoriya, a student, and I am Quirkless, I replied, watching him jot down my information as I leaned back, trying to appear relaxed. I need you to explain the USJ attack in as much detail as possible. I took a deep breath before speaking. When I first walked into the USJ, I immediately sensed something was off. It's a gut feeling you develop over time when you've been bullied, so you know when trouble is brewing. I noticed no one was reacting, so I decided to investigate. My helmet has a visor with heat sensory capabilities, allowing me to locate people through debris. I activated it and saw people everywhere, crouched down as if preparing to attack. I caught Aizawa's attention and asked if there were supposed to be others present. That was when the mist rolled in, bringing the attackers with it. Aizawa instructed us to step back and for 13 to guard us. The mist, known as Kurogiri and a member of the League of Villains, appeared to block our escape. I figured the best course of action was to distract him while gathering as much information as possible. Their goal was to eliminate All Might, but their convictions seemed questionable. I was then asked if I wanted to join their group, and I inquired about the benefits. They claimed they would do whatever it took to provide me with the technology one needed. However, it was unclear if they could actually deliver on that promise, but given how well-planned the attack was, it seemed plausible. That was when Kurogiri teleported us around to separate us. I ended up in the flood zone, where Tsu had to rescue me from the water. Using my electric batons, I electrified the water to incapacitate the villains without causing any fatalities. If anyone drowned, it was their own doing. Eventually, Tsu, Mineta, and I returned to the center to find 13 severely injured and several students in a panic. By that time, they had already managed to send Ida through the door to get help from the teachers. That's when I heard Aizawa scream. He had taken down the group in the center but was pinned by a creature called Nomu, which had broken his arm. I used my mobility gear along with my electric baton to strike at its exposed brain. When I pulled back, I noticed it attempting to regenerate, so I did what I could. I set the baton to maximum and drove it into the brain to ensure it was defeated. After that, the leader with a hand on his face complained that I had beaten the creature before it could face All Might and tried to attack me, but I managed to knock him out. That's my part in the story. Oh, and I got Aizawa out of there. Now, it's time for questions. I couldn't believe I was still holding it together, but somehow I was. Detective Tsukachi paused for a moment. Can you describe Kurogiri based on what you know? He is a literal black and purple mist. I'm guessing his weakness lies somewhere within the mist, but we never attacked him, so I can't be sure. Personality-wise, he was surprisingly polite and mature for a villain. Oh, and his quirk is warp. I'd assume it's coordinate-based, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to reach us. And the hand-faced leader? Complete opposite. I'm willing to bet my savings that Kurogiri is there to keep an eye on him after he made a reckless move by attacking me. With his pale blue hair and an appearance reminiscent of a child, it almost looks like he came in his pajamas. His neck is scratched up, and I think he has a habit of scratching it. It seems like he might have dry skin too. He made a lot of video game references, so I'm guessing he's a young adult. He's quick, I barely managed to dodge him. Such a childish attitude. What can you tell us about the Nomu? You already know how it looks, but it follows orders without question. Its quirk is regeneration because when I stabbed it, it started to heal, but it couldn't completely recover since part of it was damaged by the electricity I infused into the blade. But that can't be all. Now that I think about it, when I pulled my sword out, all the residual electricity was gone. Normally it would stay warm, but it was cool. It must have another quirk, one that allows it to withstand damage like that, especially if it was designed to face All Might, who can deal a lot of damage. It was purely meant for quirks. I refuse to believe they considered support equipment. The detective pulls out a baton covered in dried blood, looking damaged, while wearing gloves. How much power can this emit? That depends on the setting. The first time I used it, I had it at its highest visible setting, enough to knock out an average person without causing harm. The second setting requires a special sequence to activate. It has the power to supply a whole city for a minute. In fact, the insides are wrecked now, making it unusable. Why isn't this in the record? That was strictly for emergencies, like powering a building for evidence or something similar. If a random person got hold of it, it could cause chaos if they used it recklessly. Why did you decide to use it against the Nomu? That has to be a human who has been experimented on, judging by its appearance. I have no proof, but it's possible. I mean, there's no way it should look like that. It was following orders. I take full responsibility for whoever died in there, but it must have been painful in that state. Also, imagine anyone else facing that. Let's be fair and say that even All Might would have had trouble and would have taken significant damage himself without a doubt. You're fine. You did it to protect your classmates and Aizawa-sensei. You're not going to get in trouble for that. You might face minor consequences for the secret of the batons, but I can help you with that because I understand why you would hide it. It's also fortunate that none of the men in the water drowned, so you're in the clear there too. They're all arrested now, thanks to you. You're also right about your theory. We tested the DNA and found it belonged to a previous minor villain. I think we're all set. Thank you for your help, Izuku. Detective Tsukachi says as he turns off the camera and puts it away. Thank you, Nizu, for your assistance. No problem, detective. The detective leaves, leaving me with my rather eccentric teacher. So, what are you up to now? Rethinking my life choices. Like, the day I caused trouble with the Titanic theme song, I end up stuck on a boat. Anyway, I need to find someone to annoy who isn't a genius. I stand up, hearing Nizu chuckle as I walk out. Hizashi! Izuku! I dash into Hizashi's room, trying to burn off some excess energy. He looks up, scanning me as if searching for something. My God, you know how to give me a heart attack. Are you okay? Hizashi asks. Yip. Nobody died. Mentally, Izuku. Oh yeah, that went out the window a long time ago, darling. I'm going to hear it from Shoyuda, though. Why? I kind of ended someone's life in front of him, even if it was necessary. Silence. The next thing I know, I'm pulled into a tight hug. My God, there's no need to be so sad about it. I'm fine, Shoyuda is fine, we're fine. I'm pushed back, and Hizashi looks me directly in the eyes. Izuku, nobody can just brush off taking a life like that. There are more important things to worry about. Let me forget about what happened at that moment, and focus on the fact that during the attack I got teleported to a ship. Hizashi switches back to his usual self. He understands. Sometimes, it's better to forget for a while. We are easily amused children, after all, so we can let things go for a bit. I pull back from the hug, thinking about germs. He may be cleaner than Shoyuda, but still. Seriously? The day we did the Titanic song. Wow, karma really got you. Didn't last long. Anyway, are you up to anything? Pretending to work. Why? This man is always like me during class. Well, I can't go home with Shoyuda in the medical wing. I tried to get in there, and recovery girl told me she doesn't need an out-of-control child in there, which makes Hizashi laugh. Is Nomuri still around? Yeah, why? What are the chances she's pretending to work? Equal to me. Time to go find her. Nomuri. Hizashi and I shout in unison as we slide into her office. Izuku. She rushes over to me, lifts me somehow, and gives me a tight squeeze. What about me? Hizashi complains. You weren't part of a villain attack. Izuku-was. You'll get your attention later. I can see the sad look on his face, so despite my reluctance, I reach over and pat his head. He beams at me and I return the smile. You okay, kid? I'm fine, geez. I respond with a hint of attitude. Hizashi. He seems a bit grumpy. He was grumpy when he found me too. I'm not grumpy. The only thing I could be grumpy about is recovery girl not letting me in. That is exactly the reason, both of them exclaim. Okay, I may be a little worried about Shoyuda, but that's all. You're more worried than Hizashi, which is quite impressive, Nomuri points out. Shut up. It's cute though. Izuku is worrying about Aizawa. Hizashi adds, not helping at all. I called this meeting for a reason. I have no idea how long it will take to get him out of there, but I want to grab some clothes just in case. I want to go now since he is less likely to wake up. Can you all message me if he wakes up? No problem, kid. Do you need someone to go with you? Nomuri asks. No, I got this. You can both keep pretending you're working. I will be back in an hour. With that, I insist that Nomuri let me go, and I leave while applying hand sanitizer. I also just realized how much hair gel is in Hizashi's hair. Is it really worth that much to look like a troll? I managed to get inside to grab a couple of outfits for him when I notice there are holes in many of his clothing items. I seriously wonder if he notices. Probably not. Anyway, it takes longer than I thought because I head to a nearby convenience store to pick up needles and thread. I'm not walking beside someone who looks like a mess. However, I eventually return. Both Hisashi and Nomuri tried to convince me to go home, but I'm not leaving, so they went to get food for me. I tried to get into his room, only to be kicked out again. Therefore, I am rebelling now. I'm sitting outside her office, in the hallway, on the surprisingly clean floor, stitching the holes back up. Thank goodness we made our costumes for our Titanic prank, or I would have no idea what I am doing. I think I've been here a while because I get sushi from the convenience store dropped off to me, along with water. Once again, I tell the squad I'm staying here. They don't bother trying to move me because I'm too stubborn for my own good and leave for home. I scarf down the food and realize that this place is eerie without people in it. But you want to know what's worse? When Might arrives. He is walking down the hallway when he notices me on the floor. Midoriya, what a pleasant surprise to see you here, he says, forcing a smile. May I ask what you are doing here? I'm waiting for Shoyuta to wake up. Recovery girl won't let me in because apparently I'm too hyper, I say with heavy sarcasm. He gives me a questionable look because I am stitching one of Shuta's shirts right now. Shoyuta? Aizawa. We didn't know our family names until this year because I normally only refer to my given name. I have no weapons on me, but I need to make some now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, Skinny Might is the only person here who refers to me by my family name. Maybe Recovery Girl now too. How is he doing? He's resting now. I get a nod before he decides to sit beside me. I make sure there is at least 3 feet between us. Midoriya, I wanted to apologize for everything. This makes me stop what I'm doing and I look up at him. You proved me wrong. You can be a hero without a quirk. I heard about what happened, and only you were able to do anything because of what you built. I wish you were less reckless, but you knew what you were doing otherwise. I am proud of you, kid, and I am sorry for everything I have said before. I sigh. Guess I have to respond to him. All Might, let me be honest with you. I'm willing to forgive you because I know society shapes everyone into believing that myth. Funny enough, he flinches at the word. However, I'm still going to hold a grudge against heroes for being so narrow-minded. I will change that by making the floor we all stand on crumble below us. I want people to realize that you have a brain, not just a quirk. That day with Bakugo, they did nothing because they only relied on their quirks. That needs to change. Nobody needs to suffer because of ignorance. Well, people are still going to suffer from ignorance, but not because of heroes, hopefully. I look to see All Might looking impressed. That is going to be an interesting sight to see, young Midoriya. I wish you luck. Alright, so All Might is off the bad list. For a minute. He gets up to go into the medical wing, and I expect Recovery Girl to kick him out, except he doesn't get kicked out. He remains in there. I go back to stitching Shuta's shirt with more determination. Thank goodness I brought band-aids. All Might did leave along with the rest of the teachers, meaning I am the watchdog for the nurse's office. I've been here for a couple of hours, and I fixed all of Shuta's clothes. Currently, I'm distracting myself by tinkering with my watch that I have no idea why I keep with me. To be fair, I think I'm going a little crazy because my mind is having those unique thoughts again. Then the door opens. Aizawa has arrived. I look up to see Aizawa at the doorway with a flustered Recovery Girl in the background. Both of his arms are fine, seemingly movable, though one is wrapped up a little bit. He looks down at me and we lock eyes. I quickly get up, and the moment I do, he grabs me and pulls me into a tight hug, causing me to crash against his chest. The commotion in the background stops. Shoyuta? I ask softly for once. To be honest, I didn't realize how much I was worried about him until now as I hug him back with as much force. Shut up, Izuku. I hear him murmur, but I am willing to accept that. We remain there for what seems like forever until Recovery Girl snaps back to attention, but we stay hugging. I think we are both glaring down the woman. Recovery Girl sighs. You really found somebody, Aizawa? He stayed out there the whole time. I was afraid he would wake you up. Anyway, rest and don't go on patrol. Izuku, I'm expecting you to watch over him. Midoriya, I growl. I'm still annoyed with her. Aizawa sighs as he pulls back from the hug, ignoring her as I grab his things, and we walk off. We remain side by side for the walk home. Shoyuta and I made it home without any issues, and I insisted he eat the leftovers since I had already eaten. Normally, he's pretty quiet, but today he seemed unusually distant. Being the social person I am, I couldn't let that slide, so I sat down next to him while he ate. Something on your mind? Feel free to talk. We have no censorship here, I said, leaning back. It's all about you, Izuku. Wow, getting straight to the point, huh? Well, I guess you might as well kick me out now. I don't need the whole explanation, I replied as I stood up. That's not it, you overdramatic brat. Sit back down. We're talking about your mental health. Already? You asked for it. True enough. Need something to drink? Water. I meant something stronger, but all right. I got up to fetch him some water, bringing the glass back and handing it to him. You know I don't drink. Never too late to try. I'm definitely not drinking around you if I do. Wow, way to ruin my hopes and dreams. Shut up. I'm trying to talk about something serious here. That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary, but fine. I could tell my teasing was getting under his skin. Do I have your attention? Just get on with it. Shoyuta took a deep breath, set his bowl down, and turned to face me. How about we talk after you finish eating? He lifted his bowl to show me it was empty. Want more? He shook his head. Shoyuta leaned back, looking tired. I decided to move to the opposite side so we could face each other while sitting up, our feet touching. I had to give him more room since he was so tall. Finally, he spoke, and I could hear the seriousness in his voice. Izuku, I don't know where to start because so much has happened today. I'm guessing it has something to do with what I said on the bus and what happened at the USJ? Yeah, I guess I'll go through it chronologically then. The bus ride. It's sad that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Izuku, you can't say things like that about yourself. You can't say you'd harm yourself to prove a point. Did Bakugo really tell you to do that? Was he the bully you talked about? Yes. No point in lying about it. The teachers did nothing? Why would they help someone without a quirk? Demenikid, snap out of that for a moment. All that means is I need to talk to Bakugo about this. Good luck. I can expel him if I have to. We'll discuss that later. Right now, about the USJ. You shouldn't have put yourself in danger like that, nor should you have had to take a life. I'm sorry that happened. I was just watching and I felt awful. What I'm asking is, are you okay? I was starting to dislike that question. I was in a survival mode at that point. I was worried about you, Shoyuta. Yes, I can feel that emotion. Anyway, I didn't plan on taking that creature's life, but I knew I had to, and I don't regret it. Izuku. What? I defended myself, so? The only thing I was worried about was how people would see it, and I can only hope they realize I did it to save lives. I was trying to make light of the situation because if I stayed serious, I knew I'd spiral. Izuku, it's bothering you. Maybe a little because of the aftermath. Not the cleanest thing, you know? But I have to keep moving forward, otherwise, I might as well give up now. There was silence until Shoyuta sat up, crawled over to me, hugged me tightly, and laid down beside me. Well, we know who's more affectionate here, and it isn't me. Need me to call Hisashi? I'm not your cuddler. Can you stop bringing up Hisashi? I already know you have a crush on him. Izuku, this is for both of us. Healthy attention, not fighting. He adjusted so I was leaning against his chest. I secretly didn't mind the closeness, but I was determined to stay stubborn. That's our relationship. You beat me up, and I'm the annoying little brother. I thought I was Dadzawa? You overcomplicate things. Dadzawa. You're a brat, you know that? I'm here for a reason. With you being mentally unstable? Yes. I can't help but wonder sometimes. I thought you could only wonder about ways to torment the world. I'm included in that world, Shoyuta. There was a pause filled with awkward cuddling, but it worked until Shoyuta decided to bring something else up with that mischievous grin on his face. I heard you were quite protective of me. Oh no. He could jump into the ocean after that. I tried to get up, but his arms held me back. Shut up. Also, we have a strange relationship. We both know this. Go to sleep, cat. Cat. I feel insulted. I received a light knock on the head, and I thought Hisashi was going to make me lose my hearing. I take full responsibility. I heard a sigh. He was literally treating me like a cat. Maybe I should make him a robot cat. After that, we fell into a comfortable silence, and I swallowed my pride for the moment. Somehow, we ended up falling asleep against each other, which felt strange. For Shoyuta, maybe not, since he could probably sleep anywhere. Oh wait, he had before I cleaned up the place. For someone like me? I rarely sleep at all. If I do, it's usually for just an hour or two in the early morning. Then I wake up and work on projects. It doesn't help that I can be easily awakened by small things like a change in lighting or a tiny sound. Well, unless I'm under the influence, but we won't go there. I slept for 4 hours. That's a world record for me. Now, you might be wondering why I was up at midnight. Let me summarize. Meow 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 meow. Intruder alert. Meow 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 meow. Shoyuta and I shot up immediately to find Hizashi and Nomuri at the door with my robot cat, dog, meowing at them with lasers aimed in their direction. Sparky, stand down. I yelled the command. The cat, dog, quieted down and came over to sit next to me, wagging its tail like a dog. Let me introduce you to Sparky. We are back from our free vacation without any problems, and you want to know what Shoyuta hits us with? The sports festival is coming up in a couple of weeks. Well, I'll be honest. I'm really excited. Some students are nervous because we just had a villain attack, but they can deal with it because we're not backing down. Uraraka, in particular, is fierce. She's determined to win this competition. Like they say in Undertale, she is filled with determination. I have one invention to work on for the sports festival specifically, but that isn't a big problem. It just needs to get done. I did start on it, and the basics were completed. I only need to do the actual programming. I plan to bring my batons as my weapon choice. I was prepared, or so I thought. They approved of cat, but they didn't support the electronic batons because they're considered too dangerous. If you use them without electricity, they're allowed. What? Excuse me, we have a Pikachu in our class, yet I can't bring my batons? Hold up, Kaminari's quirk is literally the same as the batons, if not more dangerous. I'm going to assume that you have nothing to do with the decision, Nizu? I point out to the principal. No, I would have let you. The board wants to prevent as many injuries as possible. There are going to be more injuries now. Nizu laughs. Try not to. Your cat idea is not being built as a weapon, is it? You'll learn what cat is soon. It could be, but that's not its main use. It's there for mobility and support. I need to come up with a new idea, something similar to the batons without electricity. Batons are pretty useless without power. So, you need a new weapon idea. Temporary. We can both admit those batons are what I'm best at. For this kind of competition, should a scarf would be great as it works with mobility and capturing. However, I also know it took him years to learn how to use it to full power. If that's not determination, I don't know what is. There is a reason he has shoulder problems from it. Besides, I don't want to hear theories about being Eraserhead's secret love child. That is correct. I assume this is for any fighting? I nod. Then, something hits me. Do you think they will allow me to heat items? It's not like I can really hurt someone that way. If measured correctly, I would believe so. What are you thinking? I can't use a heat form of batons. That's just impractical. It needs to be a short and long-range weapon like the batons. Maybe more of a capture-style weapon. I need to look at my past plans. Maybe I can recycle something there. Nizu nods in response. Back to the drawing board. I skipped hanging out with Hatsum today because her robot is done, meaning she is working on other things. That doesn't leave me much. All the parts of Cat are together. I need to write the programming that I should be working on, but not right now. I could use her help later, but she would come up with wild ideas if I left her with the whole thing. I could be programming right now. But no, the Board of Education decided I can't use electronic batons even though I have a quirk that does the same thing. That leaves me in my room, reviewing weapon plans. While creating my costume, I had to come up with various weapon ideas, ranging from brass knuckles to guns. However, I know I can't handle a gun, and using brass knuckles limits my range. Swords are also out of the question. My bed is covered with weapon plans that will likely never be used. Usually, I would search for ideas online, but most weapons are designed to be lethal and effective, which isn't suitable for the sports festival. If I were to consider a lethal weapon, it might be a musket with a knife attached, but my aim is terrible. I could make it shoot electricity with the sword, but that wouldn't work well since the knife is short and the musket is heavy. As someone who relies on speed, that setup isn't ideal for battle. I might test that later. Shifting my thoughts to defense, I consider a shield and jot down an idea for that before continuing to flip through my plans. Izuku. I hear Shoyuta from the other side of the door. It hasn't been that long. Come in, I sigh as he opens the door, revealing the chaos of my life. What is all this? He asks, looking around. Plans to take over the world, I reply, deciding to tease him. He walks over and seems shocked at the number of plans scattered around. You weren't kidding, but don't your batons do the trick? He questions. The board won't let me use my batons because they're considered too dangerous. If the electric part is off, I'm allowed to use them. It's frustrating, I explain. Wait, so you have to learn a whole new weapon before the sports festival while working on whatever else you're doing? He asks. Not exactly. If I can get something close enough, I might not have to, I say, cleaning up the plans and pulling out another book to sift through. How many ideas do you have? He exclaims. If only you knew, Shoyuta. I'd say about 50, but that includes all the different variants. For instance, the batons I have now were originally going to be swords. That would have been a terrible idea in hindsight. I can't use them as whips like the batons, and I didn't consider electricity until later. I scan the plans when one catches my eye. Shoyuta, can you hand me that one please? I point. He passes it to me, the nunchucks. They share a similar concept with the batons, capable of extending to act like whips. However, they aren't reliable for close range. They could easily be grabbed and used against me. But with the heat idea I proposed to Nizu earlier, I have a plan. I quickly jot down something, feeling Shoyuta looking over my shoulder. Let me bounce an idea off you, I say, knowing he can provide a good perspective. I have no choice in this, he replies. The moment you decided to join me, you lost that privilege. Fine, he concedes. The nunchucks can be used at both close and far range, meaning they will be extendable. Unlike my batons, these will be longer, allowing me to use them as actual capture weapons. Earlier, I proposed an idea to Nizu about using heat instead of electricity, which I'm allowed to implement. If I press a button on either stick, the other stick and the chains will heat up, causing anyone who tries to grab them to let go. I plan to use solid metal for better effectiveness. Plus, if I lose one, I can still use the other with both hands. I can see Shoyuta considering this for a moment. This is just for the sports festival, right? I nod. You'll be fine with that. It'll help you in any fights. I would recommend gloves, though. Good idea. I have a new request along with a headset. Headset? For the project? You better not be creating something dangerous to sabotage the whole competition. I wish. Already tried. Anyway, it's 8 at night. Are you making something or should we get takeout? Just order pizza. I may not be a fan of pizza or any fast food, but I need to get this done. Less socialization. Good idea. This might be the only reason Shoyuta and I haven't driven each other crazy. We are both pretty antisocial. What kind of pizza do you eat? I could care less. So, tuna pizza? I smirk mischievously. I deny you will do it. Just watch me. I pull out my phone and call the nearest pizza place. Hi, yes, I want a cheese pizza, but please add tuna on top of it. I will pay for whatever you need to get that. Goodbye. I hang up, glaring at him. You're eating it too. I'll be surprised if they actually fulfill that order. Oh, and I talked to Bakugo. He has to attend anger management classes for a year. I'm so shocked that I can't respond. You good? I'm so happy. Forget Bakugo. I doubt it will work, but I can hope. Next day after school. So I made the nunchucks, and I was initially going to get All Might to help me test them, but he declined. This leaves us with our second option. What am I doing here, Izuku? Shoyuta asks, glaring at me. Well, you see, my dear friend, I need a test subject and a fighting partner. I was originally going to get All Might, but he wimped out, which is why you're here. Hold up, why All Might? To give him a hard time. I figured as much. Can I at least have my scarf? Do you want me to get hurt? No need to be so dramatic about it. Fine, since you're such a j. He pulls out his scarf, and I already regret my decision. I'm hoping those YouTube videos show me some justice. Do you even know how to use nunchucks? I looked it up on YouTube. You're in trouble. I know. Let the fight begin. Shoyuta makes the first move, throwing his ribbons, but I slide to the side and start approaching. I could use my capture feature now, but this is Shoyuta. I'm asking for trouble with a move like that. I keep getting closer until I trip, causing me to fall, but I roll out of it before he can take advantage. With a free moment, I swing one nunchuck toward him, expanding it in his direction. As he dodges, I use the other to wrap around him, attempting to capture him with both. Unfortunately, it was too loose and he escapes. I pull both nunchucks back as he hops back and throws his scarf again, forcing me to dodge. I focus on avoiding for now, moving as little as possible. Sometimes, I have to use the nunchucks to knock his ribbons back. I get bored quickly, leading me to grab one of his ribbons and tug it down. He must be used to it because he barely stumbles, but he uses it to his advantage to run forward. Too close for me to use the capture feature, I lift my head and run at him, swinging my nunchuck. He grabs it, and the heat from the nunchucks makes him flinch, forcing him to let go. I take that moment to kick him in the stomach, tackle him down, pin him, and drop the nunchucks to the side. You know what to do with those inventions of yours, Shoyuta points out as we both catch our breaths. You were going easy on me, you know. A little above easy, more like medium, but yeah. That's all you need here. That was a good trick at the end. I get off him and offer him a hand up while pulling out hand sanitizer with my other hand. I got my research. You're free to go. I toss some ointment at him. You could ask Recovery Girl to heal it, but I doubt you want to hear her complain. So caring, he says sarcastically. I glare at him as I pick up the nunchucks, turning them off and preparing to pack them away. I already got them approved, so we're good there. How about your secret project? I'd rather surprise you with that. If it's something I should be ashamed of, don't bring it. You might like it. Too bad I didn't get you with the capture feature, though. Why do I feel there's more to this? I would have sent a picture to Hizashi. And that, folks, is how I ended up sleeping on the porch that night. I had my cat and my laptop to work on programming anyway, meaning I got no sleep at all. All I can say is that Shoyuta was disappointed. Not everyone carries a sleeping bag, you know. What time it is? It's sports festival time. I shout, my voice echoing across the locker room as I jump on the benches. Beside me I hear a soft meow. I look down at my new robot cat. If you've ever watched Power Ranger SPD, you might remember the robot dog that could transform into a powerful cannon. Well, Cat is similar, just a robot cat instead of a dog, and thankfully, it doesn't turn into a cannon. I mean it could, but that's not necessary here. It's much more useful in other ways, which is why I needed a special UA uniform with long sleeves made from magnetic material. I even crafted specific shoes for it, but it'll be worth it. Attached to my belt are the nunchucks I made. Now, back to the scene. Izuku, you can't be cursing like that. Also, why do you have a robot cat? Ida chimes in, trying to keep me in line. Great, now everyone is looking at Cat. Cat is my ticket to winning this show, I explain as I hop down from the benches and pet Cat, which purrs contentedly. I hear Uraraka giggle beside me. Of all the things you could have done, you made a cat? It's not just any cat, it's Cat. Some people just don't get it. Shut up, Dad. I'm still going to beat you. Bakugo interjects, joining the conversation. I smirk. After the sports festival, I get a bit nervous in front of an audience, Bakudeer. Get over here, you Demon Deku. Well, time to blast. I dash into my locker, shutting myself inside. I can hear a blast outside. I smirk. Can't get me when I trap myself. Besides, I give the speech, you brat. Oh no, I just used Shuta's favorite nickname. I really need to spend less time with him. Stupid Deku, can you even get out? Yep. I'll stay here for you, darling. I settle as comfortably as I can in the locker. I can hear some muttering and scratching from inside. I'm good, Cat. The scratching stops. This is the kind of support I need in my life. Too bad it's from a robot. Suddenly, the room goes quiet. Then the door jargons open, causing me to tumble onto the floor. Thankfully, Cat catches me. I look up to see Shuta's disapproving gaze. What are you doing? He growls. I know this is supposed to be serious, but that's not in my vocabulary. Surviving. Just go sit down, brat. Wow, someone's grumpy. He's been like this for a few days, and for once, I don't think I'm the cause. I move to sit next to Uraraka, with Cat in front of me. Shoyuta gives Cat a strange look before he starts his speech. You kids need to give it your all. As that general education student said, your positions in the course are on the line. Don't mess up. Simple yet straight to the point. I can handle that. Shoyuta leaves the room to announce next to Hizashi. I forgot about the general ed student, but I'll get him too. All I know is that he looks like Shuta's secret love child. It's going to be fun teasing him. Anyway, the nervous energy hangs in the room until Todoroki decides he needs to confront me. Izuku. Finally, I get to talk to an actual cute boy. Yes. I respond smoothly. Between the two of us, it's safe to say that I am the stronger one. I don't have a quirk, darling. That's a given. Shouldn't you be talking about this to Bakugo? Yeah, half and half. Bakugo, for once, is on my side. I would, but you have teachers backing you up. I notice how you, Present Mike, and Midnight get along. We sang the theme to Titanic. You can't take us seriously. This peppermint boy has the nerve to growl at me. You aren't listening. You have an advantage that the rest of us don't have. If this were a singing competition, I'd agree. Otherwise, that's just not fair. Isn't your father the burning trash can though? I point out. Wrong move, apparently. Don't even bring up that BS D. He has some serious daddy issues. Fine. How were you able to defeat the Nomu? That thing was created specifically for All Might. It takes all my energy not to flinch. I'm still recovering from that incident. Support items? What do you expect me to say? Oh yes, I beat that thing with an imaginary quirk that exploded its brain. I wish. Either way, I'm declaring war on you. Great. I will never get a peppermint husband now. Alright, I guess right back at you. Don't expect me to go easy, or I'll take your pedestal out from under you. I snarl as I walk off, surprising the others with my tone. It's people like him who annoy me, those who over-rely on their quirks. Like I've said before, if you give someone a gun, a quirked person can dodge it, but for how long? Time to go. Time to show what I can do. Hisashi calls us out, and I lead the way with Kat by my side. I must say, the man knows how to hype a crowd. I guess if you're a radio star, that's bound to happen. Somehow, my girl Nomuri got to be the central coach in a rather striking outfit. The +18 hero is the coach for first-year students. This is going to be interesting. With introductions out of the way, can Midoriya Izuku come up to do his speech please? Nomuri announces as I walk past the crowd of students, standing at the podium. Oh, I remember what Nizu and Shoyuta told me about this. The conversation between Nizu and me. I was told by Nizu that I had to give the speech this year because I ranked first on the entrance exam. I'm the class representative. Yes, your tech-savvy idiot is your class representative. A quirkless guy is your class representative. Anyway, on to the conversation. Do you trust a psychotic kid to give a speech? I ask Nizu. Sure I do. It was between you and Bakugo, and I've seen him. Of all things Nizu and I can agree on, it's Bakugo. Someone gets me. But what do you expect? Well, you are the first quirkless kid in this school, let alone in the hero course. You could use this as your statement if you wanted to. This is all up to you. Make it as dramatic as you want. I do have a deal for you, though. I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Alright, what is it? Well, since the sports festival is broadcast on public channels, we have to follow specific rules. For instance, cursing is strictly prohibited, and you're not exactly the best at avoiding it. Each time a student curses where the audience can hear it, I face a hefty fine of $1,000. Wow, that's a lot. You just proved my point. Normally, I set aside $50,000 for my students' foul language, but this year, I've budgeted $100,000 because of you. Okay, I know I can be a handful, but I'm not that bad. I beg to differ. The deal is that if you can limit your cursing and save me some money, you'll earn a free pass to cause some mischief. Deal. I knew you'd agree. It'll be interesting to see how Aizawa handles you. But the main goal here is to keep the cursing to a minimum while being as dramatic as you want. Got it? I could tell that the conversation would be very different for Shoyuta. The conversation between Shoyuta and me. This was the same day Nizu informed me. I assume you know about the speech you have to give? Shoyuta asked from the couch while I cooked. Yes, why? I replied. Just don't do anything foolish. I know you're aiming for something we both understand. You need to prove you're an asset to everyone. For once, Shoyuta was right. I know. I have a plan. Should have guessed. Yeah, you should have. That conversation ended with a playful punch to the stomach. I stood at the podium with Kat beside me, making sure to engage with everyone in the audience. You'd think I would be nervous, but I was anything but. I was determined. Before I share my thoughts, I want to take you back to when I was a little boy. People didn't expect me to become a hero, they expected me to fail, all because of who I am. I wanted to be the hero with a smile, like All Might, bringing comfort to others. But how could I do that when people looked down on me? Yes, I faced bullying. Yes, I endured hardships. Yes, I was told to give up. How was I supposed to confront that? The answer was simple. I laughed at them, showing them that they had no idea what was coming. I stand before you now at UA, something many thought was impossible. I want to become a hero to show that no matter what you've been through, you can rise again. I want to become a hero to demonstrate that it's possible, even after all the challenges I've faced to pursue my dreams. We strive to make a difference, not just with words. I took a deep breath, looking up with a wide smile. The crowd began to clap, cheers of encouragement echoing throughout the venue. I don't expect you to fully understand me. You want me to prove myself, and I get it. You want us to show that you can rely on us for protection. That's what we're here for today. We are here to prove ourselves to you, to show we can take care of you. Let us be your hope and light for the next generation. Now, without further ado, let's get started. I shouted, stepping back as the stadium erupted in excitement and chants of Plus Ultra. I returned to my group with Kat as the crowd struggled to calm down. My classmates looked at me in shock. Maybe I had gone a bit overboard. I glanced at the booth to see Hisashi crying tears of joy, while Shoyuta looked at me with a smile. I think that was the second or third time he had ever smiled at me. What was it about my usual behavior that made him grumpy? I turned to see Nomuri, also smiling through her tears. After a moment, she snapped her whip to regain everyone's attention. That was an incredible speech. Oh, the youth. It really inspires me. Now, without delay, let's see what our first round will be. Nomuri walked over to a wheel and spun it. After a moment, it landed on something. Your first challenge is an obstacle course. The rules are that you can use your quirks to navigate, but you can't leave the course or sabotage your opponents. Everyone, line up at the gate. Everyone rushed to the gate for a head start. I adjusted the visor headset on my head. The visor had heat sensors like my costume, but it was off for now, mainly for protection. Speaking of cat, arms, I commanded. Cat meowed and then unfolded from being a cat, transforming into robotic arms. That's why I had to create a special uniform. I had tried without it and ended up injuring myself. Thank goodness for Recovery Girl. Too bad she's not my biggest fan. The arms had multiple features, but I wanted to keep those a surprise. I stood at the back, smirking. These competitors had no idea what was coming their way. It's time for the first round to begin. Nomuri shouted into the microphone, cracking her whip. As the gates opened, I activated the first feature of Cat, allowing it to fly over the heads of the other competitors. I had added grappling hooks to this design. The cave dropped in temperature as Todoroki attempted to freeze everyone in place. Class 1A knew better, we made our way out easily. I heard Hisashi shouting in the distance, the secret obstacle. The entrance to the obstacle course is flooded. Nobody can move. Both Todoroki and Midoriya have found a way to overcome this challenge. Todoroki freezes everyone to the ground, giving him a clear path, while Midoriya has literally become Donkey Kong, swinging over the competition. I wasn't kidding when I said it was on like Donkey Kong. I called out to the crowd below. I swung out of the cave, shouting, Cat Raleigh mode. I landed on my feet in front of the trapped contestants. Cat transformed from my arms into boots on my feet. These boots had wheels, allowing me to zip through the first obstacle, the flipping robots from the entrance exam. Thankfully, I didn't have to hack these machines. I felt the temperature drop behind me. Cat ice wheels. I came prepared. The wheels transformed into spikes as I waited for the perfect moment to jump onto the ice field Todoroki had created. Ice wheels were slower, but it was still a clever move on his part. Too bad he was still running. Being the dramatic person I am, I had to do something extra. Cat, play Chameleonaires, ridin' Verdi. And switch back to regular wheels, please. We're about to leave the ice. Cat complied, and I grinned widely as I swerved around the bots. Then, the lyrics blared. They see me rollin'. They hatin'. Patrolling, they tryin' to catch me ridin' dirty. The first course is the bots from the entrance exams. However, it's seriously not recommended to fight these guys. In first place, we have Midoriya riding dirty. In second, Todoroki with his ice, and in third, Bakugo. Hisashi exclaimed. My man. Of course, the English teacher would know it. Oh, how I lived for moments like this. The lyrics blasted as I approached the next obstacle featuring pitfalls. Midoriya has arrived at the second obstacle, which is the pitfall of death. No worries, nobody will actually die. Cat boots? Cat meowed as it switched from wheels to boots. I could feel the two boys behind me catching up. That was the major downside with Cat. It took about 5 seconds to change from wheels to boots and about 20 seconds for a significant switch. They would probably pass me. I was right as I saw Todoroki freeze himself to create a bridge, and Bakugo propelled himself over. The boots provided a jump boost that should help me clear the treacherous zone. I considered it for a moment, knowing the risks involved. The music cut off as I ran forward, leaping over the pitfalls of doom. When I landed, I ran and jumped again. By the time I crossed the falling zone, I spotted the final obstacle and the two hotshots ahead. The final obstacle, the minefields. Mines are scattered across the field that you must avoid. They will only throw the student up, but it can slow them down. Hisashi informed us. I wondered what would happen if I stepped on one. I took a chance, waiting a moment before it detonated. That was too slow for us. Cat Raleigh mode. And play Ridin' Dirty Thuggen please? Cat meowed, bringing back the wheels as the music resumed. Then I did something reckless. I zoomed across a field of mines, a whole row exploding behind me. I grinned. I quickly sped past the two, who exchanged glances before trying to catch up. The mines were throwing them off, though. I leaned forward for more speed. Robots would always outpace humans unless they had a speed quirk. Midoriya has taken the lead once more, interrupting the fight between Bakugo and Todoroki. They are now after the main show, but will they catch up? Midoriya is taking advantage of the mines by exploding them to throw them off. You, get back here. Bakugo shouted. I glanced back for a moment. Cat, increase the volume. I don't want to hear him. With a meow, the music volume surged, the bass shaking the ground. I exited the minefield, and Cat sped up due to the lack of mines, allowing me to outpace the others as I rolled through the gate, smirking as I asked Cat to turn off the music. In first place, we have none other than Midoriya Izuku. In second, we have Todoroki Shoto, and third is Bakugo Katsuki. I grinned. Cat transformed back into a cat and settled behind me. You don't mess with someone who has robotics on their side. The first 42 who complete the course will advance to the second round. For those who didn't make it, you'll have a chance in the mini-games. Everyone, please leave the field unless you're among the first 42. Midnight announces. A large portion of the crowd disperses, leaving mostly the hero course participants and a few others. Alright, time for the next round. Nomuri spins the wheel, which lands on a picture I can't quite decipher. The Cavalry battle. In teams of 2 to 4, one member will be the rider on the back of the others who will wear headbands with points. The goal is to protect your points while stealing from other teams. Points are awarded based on placement. 42nd place gets 5 points, 41st place gets 10 points, and so on. But here's the twist. The room darkens and a spotlight shines on me. First place is worth 10 million points. This is karma, isn't it? For being difficult with the other contestants, I get the most points. I can't help but grin at the camera. I've got this. You have 10 minutes to form your teams and go. Nomuri concludes. Immediately, I feel a tug on my right shoulder and turn to see Hatsum. You know how to catch their attention with your inventions. Let me join your team, she exclaims. Depends, what do you have? Let's see. I've got hover boots, the suit we built, the jetpack, and that gun we created. Perfect. We can work with that. I reply confidently. Just then, Uraraka rushes over. Izuku, can I join you guys? Absolutely. You'll fit in perfectly. We're going to fly out of here. Think you can help us and another member stay light? Yeah. Then you're in. No interview or anything. Too bad you'll only get a pass-through, but right now, we're nailing the mobility. We need someone for offense. Wait, I have an idea. I jog over to Ida. Ida, my friend, want to team up? I'm sorry, but no. You've already proven to be strong. I can't rely on you for that. Alright then. Next idea. I walk away, feeling a bit frustrated. I wanted to focus on mobility, but that plan fell through. If Ida had joined, we could have just run away and avoided confrontation. But no, Ida had to be difficult. He doesn't even rely on me that much. Calm down, Izuku. I take a deep breath and scan the area, spotting someone perfect for my team, an antisocial, brooding figure named Tokoyami. I approach him. Hey there, I'd like to add another member to our team, and you seem like the perfect fit. Would you like to join us? It takes a moment for Tokoyami to respond. Your light blinds me, but I am willing to join you. I'm not sure if that's an insult or a compliment, but alright. I think it might be an insult, but he's on my team now. The time is up and the teams are set. My unit consists of 4 of us, dubbed Team Badass. Too bad it wasn't approved, so we're stuck with the boring name Team Midoriya. Anyway, we have Tokoyami and Dark Shadow in front. Dark Shadow is a fantastic attacker for our team, though it has a weakness to fire, which could be a problem with Bakugo around. I'm hoping someone will distract him early on. Next to me are 2 amazing teammates. Uraraka on the left to help us stay light, and Hatsum on the right to help us escape. And then there's me, the mastermind. Next to us is Cat, but they might not be much help here. I'll be using my nunchucks this time. I can already feel the glares. Are we ready to go? Nomuri shouts. The stadium erupts with excitement. Then start. The teams begin to move. Cat, hook up my microphone and play the karaoke version of Khaled's Talk. I grin. My strategy is simple, waste as much time as possible. The music starts pumping as I adjust the microphone on my headset, causing the teams to slow down and look at us with curiosity. The only ones unfazed are Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo, who are too focused on each other. I grin, letting my voice take over. Yes, I have a lovely voice under this cute exterior. Can't we just talk? Can't we just talk? Talk about where we're going. I continue singing, smirking as I keep their attention. I start to unzip my shirt a little, surprising everyone. I don't go too far, though. I'm not crossing any lines here. I see some people snapping out of it, so I point down, and we take off, the fight beginning below us. I manage to waste a little over 30 seconds of their time. I can't believe Midoriya is actually using his singing practice to distract almost the whole field. Hisashi exclaims. I'm glad I made him proud. I took singing lessons after school last week, and it paid off. Shoyuta finally comments. All those times I thought Midoriya would be causing trouble, he was singing? Yep. That might be the most ridiculous thing he's done yet. The sad part is it was all planned. He used the adrenaline from the students and a surprise factor to throw them off. The worst part is it actually worked. He probably would have moved anyway, but he saved energy and wasted time, which is crucial for him. He learned from the best. More like the worst. You have to admit his voice is good. No comment. Oh my gosh, Shida thinks my voice is nice. I should sing to him during my free time. Back to the fight, our team just landed when Bakugo decided to make an entrance. I heat my nunchucks, swinging them to keep him at bay. Back off! I shout. Thankfully, I managed to push him back just as someone snatched his headband, causing him to chase after them. Izuku, I thought for sure you would use your electric batons. Why the nunchucks? Uraraka asks innocently. Oh right, she doesn't know. They said electric batons were too dangerous, so I had to come up with another solution. I shout in frustration. I was just getting over that too. Too bad I have a bigger problem to worry about. Team Todoroki stands in front of us, with Todoroki at the back and Kaminari and Momo by his sides. And what the heck, Ida? Hold on. Ida, you said you needed to prove you were strong, yet you go to Todoroki, the strongest and most attractive person in the class? What is going on? There goes $1,000. Sorry Nizu. Ida looks at me blankly as it takes the team a moment to respond. Todoroki decides to interrupt at that moment. I will be taking that now. Well, I might as well go all in after that comment. My headband? I wouldn't mind that from you. Does that count as inappropriate? Once again, I'm wasting time. I can feel the heat of blushing faces. Come on. It's natural. To give Todoroki full credit, he barely reacts. What happened to him? Your headband. Oh. Well, gotta catch me first. Let's go team. We move in the opposite direction, running especially when there are 5 teams behind us. Do you have any ideas besides running, Izuku? Uraraka asks. We get intercepted by Shoji, who is making a tent above him. A tongue and purple ball come out. Flying. I start up the jetpack again, but I hear a squeal, looking down to notice one of the hover boots caught in the purple ball. Sorry Hatsum, we're breaking one of your babies. I fly up with my team, breaking the hover boot, which means we're out of the way but have lost some mobility. We land away from everyone, only to encounter Todoroki again. I notice the other teams are frozen to the ground, with more headbands around his neck. Well, that might work to our advantage. Too bad we're trapped. Kaminari screams something and electricity comes at us. Thank goodness Dark Shadow took that for us. Hey Hatsum, that gun could be useful right about now. What's in it? The girl in question hands me a gun that looks like a potato spud gun, but that is rather dull. The expanding pellets. I also have bombs in my pockets. Alright then. 5 more minutes. Will Team Midoriya keep their headband? Will there be love after the Aizawa? You didn't have to hit me. We both know it's impossible for Midoriya to feel love. Oh come on. After all I have done for him. I glare down the opposing team. Most of the time is spent in a standoff, kind of like those gun duels. You spend more time preparing rather than attacking. It's odd thinking about it. I see Ida looking up at Todoroki. I can't hear them, but it can't be good. Grinning, I shoot the pellets around their feet, expanding on their legs to keep them still. It's pretty solid, but for how long? Midoriya, Todoroki growls. Well, you know who's my enemy if they use my last name. Are you asking me on a date? Suddenly, the ground freezes over, trapping us in place. Oh no! They break free. I grip my nunchucks tightly. The heat is intense. I hold my headband firmly because I know something is about to happen. I analyze the situation. Whatever they do, they will come in from our left because Todoroki only uses his right side. That means I have the nunchuck in my left hand while gripping the headband with my right. Then the moment comes. Reciproblast. Without hesitation, I whip the nunchuck, expanding our whole left side. I feel a hand grip the headband, but I keep a firm hold. I swing the nunchuck towards Todoroki. I almost lose my balance, but my teammates keep me steady. It hits him on the back, causing him to let go. Suddenly I feel the heat. Turning around, I see Todoroki's left side on fire. It quickly extinguishes. 1 minute. That 1 minute is when all chaos breaks loose. Du. Oh no. He's coming in on the right. Dark Shadow, take Bakugo. I will take on Todoroki. Hatsum, use the gun and fire some bombs toward Bakugo's team. Uraraka, if you have a chance, make them float. Cat tackle. I bark out, keeping a firm grip on my headband. I reel back the nunchuck to its standard size. I hear explosions to my right, but I don't know what is happening. Todoroki's team approaches us more slowly because Ida has basically disabled himself. He tries to punch me, but I swing the nunchuck at him. He grabs it. Bad move. He lets go and I hit his neck, making him back up. 30 seconds. Todoroki's team becomes unbalanced because Uraraka manages to touch Kaminari, who floats away from his group. Momo and Ida have to hold onto Todoroki to keep him from falling. Too bad Momo falls because of Cat, which leads to Todoroki clinging to Ida. I feel a twinge of jealousy. 10 seconds. An explosion goes off near me, and I feel a hand grip the headband. We all know who it is. Brat, I'm not letting go. I swing the nunchuck blindly. I feel it hit something and he lets go. I hear reeling, assuming it's Zero with his tape quirk. I struggle to stay upright because I'm not letting go of my headband. I have to close my eyes. I can feel the heat on the side of my face. And time. In first place, having kept their 10 million points is Team Midoriya. In second, we have Team Bakugo. In third, we have Team Todoroki. In fourth, we have Team Tetsu. Wait, when did Shinso get up there? Team Shinso is in fourth place. Hisashi announces. We did it. We really did it. I feel my team lower me down and I stumble. My teammates grab hold of me to keep me steady. It takes all my energy not to push them away. Darlings, no need to worry. I open my eyes after taking deep breaths and look at them with a smile, but Nemuri cuts in. With the second event out of the way, we will take a 2-hour break before coming back with our final event, the one-on-one battles. During this time, there will be mini-games for anyone to participate in. With that, everyone evacuates the stadium. I walk away from my team after intense hugging, pulling out Germex, only to be stopped by Todoroki again. We need to talk. Todoroki leads me to a quiet hallway away from everyone, making me assume he's about to confront me. I feel safer with Cat, though. We lean against the wall opposite each other, both silent and serious. Too bad that isn't me. Alright, I know this isn't a marriage proposal, so what do you want? I ask. You made me break my promise. Oh geez, I can tell this is going to be serious. What promise? To not use my left side. I bite my tongue. Tell me, Midoriya, do you know what a quirk marriage is? Creating powerful offspring? Yes. Not the most delicate way to put it, but that's the blunt definition. I'm the result of a quirk marriage. Endeavor wanted the perfect child to surpass All Might. That perfect child is me with the perfect quirk. When I gained my quirk, he forced me to start training immediately. My father mistreated my mother to the point where she could not bear my left side. She scalded my left side, leaving a scar. Todoroki touches the scar over his eye. I swore then that I would become a hero using only my mother's quirk and reject my father's quirk. I want to scream at him. Does he know what I would have given to have a quirk like his? People constantly denied me, and I had to fight my way up from nothing to be here. Yes, what Endeavor did was terrible. But I learned to take that pain and turn it into strength. I don't believe he should deny his quirk like that. He was given so much, and I don't think he realizes it. There are better ways to rebel, like, I don't know, maybe confronting Endeavor directly? For goodness sake, I would adopt him if I could. But I have to move on and hide my anger for now. What does that have to do with me? Tell me, are you the secret love child of present Mike? Oh my gosh. Did I hear that correctly? The anger fades away. I have to ask, how did you come to that conclusion? You and present Mike seem to share a unique bond. You speak fluent English and, from what I've seen, spend the most time with him. You also act like him. That's shaky evidence. I have to hold back a laugh. I wish I was. We happen to be close friends. We have a connection. Connection. You won't understand. Either way, I must defeat you. I will not be defeated by someone quirkless. Well, that anger is back. First off, you believe your quirk is infallible, and that's nonsense. The moment your quirk is gone, you're done for. Just because you have a quirk and a rough childhood doesn't mean you get to act entitled. I fought my way to stand beside you today. Second, with that mindset, you're at a disadvantage against me. I'll win until you decide to use your full strength. Do I let anyone hold me back? No, because I take those insults and turn them into strengths. I was told I couldn't be a hero because I was quirkless. I will prove you wrong for underestimating me. Until you let go of your petty promise, you're wasting your potential to be an amazing hero. Find another way to go against your father because you're putting yourself in chains. Yep, the anger came back at the end. I leave. I can feel my phone buzzing in my pocket, but I ignore it. I'm going to meet them eventually anyway. I got Recovery Girl to fix my face. Apparently, my anger was so intense that I didn't feel the pain. I didn't bother with an attitude as I headed off to find the squad. It turns out they're hiding in the sound booth still. I opened the door quietly to find Nomuri, Hisashi, and Shoyuta all sitting on the floor in the corner of the room. If something inappropriate is going on, I can leave. It doesn't have its usual spark, but it does make the guys blush, so mission accomplished. Shoyuta takes one look at my face, gets up, grabs my shoulder, and pulls me out of the room. He pushes me against the wall, holding my other shoulder to keep me in place. Deep breaths, Shoyuta demands. I forgot that exercise. I've had fewer outbursts because of it, but it's not foolproof. Figured that out quickly? I try to do what he asked. I can at least avoid breaking him. You're shaking. I didn't realize that. I close my eyes, focusing on my breathing. Something happened? Guess you could say that I really am a brat. You can let go. I have some fantastic news for Hisashi. I'm calm, and Shoyuta lets go, but not before giving me a light smack on the head. What was that for? For having the dumbest plan in history. It worked, and you enjoyed my singing. Shoyuta sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Without responding, we head in. Hisashi, I'm your secret love child now. What? Nomuri and Shoyuta ask, looking at me like I've lost my mind. Hisashi grins. He runs up to me, lifts me, and spins me around while laughing. I laugh with him, but I will need a bleach bath after all these people touching me. Yes, you're my kid now. We can do duets and everything. Hisashi screams, excited. Oh wow, I didn't even think of that. I mean, we could have done that anyway, but alright. Just know I see you more as a brother. Oh God, the possibilities. I can see it now. The man of the hour puts me down. Understandable. How did you come to that conclusion, though, if I may ask? Todoroki asked if I was your secret love child. See, shoulda. I'm the more suitable dad and brother out of the two of you-us, so hand him over. Shoyuta grabs me with his capture weapon, pulling me beside him. If I hand Izuku over, I'm going to end up with a train wreck of a student. Izuku probably will learn how to do a dance from Nomuri and scream and annoy from you. Oh wow, Shoyuta, I already do all those things. I took a class in dance at night. I taught there at one point to make extra money on the side. How do you think I got to be here? That's why we don't need a teacher. I can teach you. His eye twitches. What? Do they not realize a kid is literally in the room? Also, UA is free besides the entrance exam. You pay and they don't care. Also, the entrance exam is still a bit pricey for a part-time job. Mom is struggling as is. I can work for my own anyway. Is that how you're so strong? Yes. Reality settles in. Want a taste? No. Yes. Hisashi and Shoyuta are the first responders, and Nomuri is the second. The men glare at her. I still need to learn how to dance. I could really use Midnight's expertise. I can teach you, kid. Nomuri grins. Shoyuta pulls me away. Well, I'm in trouble now. The other two are left behind. Wait, I'm supposed to be mad at shoulda. I struggle against the hold. What are you doing, kid? Shoyuta asks. I'm upset with you. Why? You said I was incapable of love. It's true. Cat attack. Cat meows before leaping at the man. I manage to break free from the hold. What the heck, Izuku? What the heck, Shoyuta? You know, I might consider making Cat my permanent sidekick after that. I initially intended to use them just for this situation, but Cat could be incredibly useful when I can't rely on my equipment. And since I built it and it's not officially recognized as support gear, I can use it. Is this what kept you up working late? He glares at it. Do you like it? At least it looks like a real cat. With that, we head out to get food. Shoyuta and I had lunch together. By lunch, I mean I got us food, found a corner to eat in, and had to drag Shoyuta back to the sound booth because he decided to take a nap. It didn't help that he was significantly taller than me. Anyway, on to something important. We have some fighting to do. The matchups have already been announced, and I get to kick things off against Shinso, who is rumored to be Shuta's secret love child. I have no idea what his quirk is, but I suspect it's more mental than physical. However, that's not the most exciting part. The exciting part is Ojiro, the tail boy, and the fact that a kid from Class 1B dropped out because he felt he didn't earn his spot. Later, Ojiro warned me not to engage with Shinso because he has a mind control quirk, which he used to control his entire team in the second round. Honestly, that's pretty brilliant. It eliminates arguments and allows one person to steer the whole team. It's probably the most efficient strategy, aside from a two-person team. I know it's an unpopular opinion, especially since I'm the unstable one, but that's how I see it. Let me rewind and share my conversation with Ojiro. Conversation between Ojiro and me. This was just before the match, and I was in the locker room when Ojiro walked in. Can I talk to you about your match? He asked. I needed the info. Sure, do you know anything about him? I replied. Yeah, his quirk is mind control, and he used it on us the whole time. He gains control if you talk to him, so be careful. He used it for villainous purposes. That really got under my skin. And? He used it in a bad way. How are you not seeing this? I can tell you that, if anything, he had the most effective quirk on the field. Huh. Ojiro looked taken aback. Think about it. If one person controls a whole team, it saves a lot of time. You wouldn't have to ask people where to go, and it prevents arguments that could slow you down. If he had a team like Todoroki's, he would honestly have the best team out there. Even now, it's debatable. Speaking of which, I think you shouldn't have withdrawn. You got in on your own merit, you just didn't get to think in the second round. If anything, I believe you disrespected Shinso's quirk and him by doing that. Harsh, but that's my opinion. So that's the view of someone without a quirk, huh? Anyone can see it, quirk or not. I gotta go. I have a sports festival to win. I got up and walked out. Now I'm on the field with Kat and Shinso across from me, and I'm practically bouncing with excitement. My opponent looks at me oddly. Are you okay? He asks. I nod, grinning widely. I hope you can brainwash me. I want to know what it feels like. His expression shifts dramatically. I genuinely want to experience it. While he processes that, Hizashi starts the introductions. Today, we have a boy who looks like a bush who has blown the competition out of the water with a robot cat and singing abilities. We have Izuku Midoriya. On the other side, well, he hasn't done anything worthy yet, but he got this far somehow. It's Shinso Hitoshi. You boys ready to go? Nomuri asks. I nod with my usual enthusiastic grin, while Shinso simply nods. Then begin. She cracks her whip, and I charge forward with my nunchucks, swinging them at him. I catch him off guard, and he jumps aside, tumbling. So, no fighting experience? An over-reliance on his quirk. Why aren't you using a quirk? You must have something to get this far. Shinso asks, dodging another swing, but I manage to catch him mid-jump, wrapping him up before swinging the other nunchuck. Clearly, he lacks experience. I didn't want to reveal that I was quirkless until I was out of options. I swing the other nunchuck back, wrapping him up completely, causing him to fall. Seriously? Not even going to show off your superpower because you think you're above it all? I walk over to push him out of bounds. No. I only showcased Cat, and I already did that. In the next moment, I feel a blankness. I can't recall what happened, so I'll describe it. He told me to walk out of bounds, and Cat intervened. You see, when I got bored, I added a feature to the headset visor I wear. It evaluates my mental state and can activate if I'm in distress. This is essentially a safeguard against anxiety attacks. Cat then exclaimed, "Human in danger. I will save you, human." like a character from a game, and ran up to nibble my finger. Now I'm back. Just remind me to fix that. It's going to annoy me. Wait, so his quirk is brainwashing? A fantastic quirk to watch out for, folks. However, how did that cat know Midoriya needed to break free? Hizashi asks. I can hear papers rustling. This is overly complicated. There's a whole packet. One moment. Apparently, Midoriya added a feature to his headset to monitor his mental state, which can detect something like that. That's a last-minute addition, Shoyuta grumbles. Better to be prepared. That brainwashing quirk highlights how flawed the UA entrance exams are. They only focus on physical quirks, not mental ones. Shush, you can complain later, the fighting is about to start. Thanks, Cat. I assume you brainwashed me, Shinso? I have to say, it felt amazing. Now, Cat, play the barrel roll song. I request. Cat meows and starts blasting the tune. Barrel roll. Barrel roll. Shoot the barrel roll. Shoot the barrel roll. Do the barrel roll. And it repeats over and over again. With a grin, I literally roll Shinso out of bounds. I had to ask Cat to stop the song as laughter erupted. Before Nomuri could make her announcement, the first round of the matches goes to Midoriya Izuku. As the crowd claps, I unwrap Shinso and offer him a hand up. You're going to need to practice that hand-to-hand combat and get a support weapon, my friend. Otherwise, you have an incredible quirk, and if anyone says otherwise, I will make sure they regret it, he said with a grin. You're insane and oddly specific. I have a feeling we will meet again, so see you soon, brother. Brother? You'll understand soon. You better win to show how strong you are. Already underway. With that, Shinso and I walked out side by side. Once we were off the field, Shinso looked at me. Did you really turn the sports festival into a meme? Yes. We're going to get along great, my friend. Absolutely. We exchanged numbers and I couldn't wait to message him. Let me give you a quick rundown of the other rounds. Zero was in trouble the moment he stepped onto the field because he got trapped in a massive iceberg created by Todoroki. He wasn't going anywhere. Kaminari decided to use his full-powered move right at the start, which left him in a daze similar to when I drink too much. The girl, Shizuki from Class 1B, raised some vines from her hair and easily trapped him. It's a neat quirk to check out. Poor Ida had to deal with Hatsum. Ida became a walking advertisement. Hatsum managed to equip him with support gear legally and had me hack the sound booth so she could speak. Izuku, am I good to go? She asked, her voice echoing through the speakers. I had hacked in with my headset too, so everyone could hear me. Yes, Queen. Get this ad rolling. Thank you. Hold up, what is going on? Hizashi asked, confused, and I could hear Shoyuta grumbling. It seems Midoriya hacked the sound system. Since it has no direct effect on the match, it's legal. Brat. No need to be so pessimistic. I'm not going to do the talking anyway. I need to save my voice for the next round. Anyway, give it up for Hatsum of the support department. I declared, and I could see his glare through the glass. This whole thing went on for 10 minutes with her explaining everything before walking off the field, giving Ida the win. Ida wasn't happy about it. The next round was Ashido versus Aoyama. Aoyama exhausted himself while Ashido spun on her acid like a ballerina. I need her to teach me. Anyway, he ended up with a stomachache, and she had no trouble defeating him. Tokoyami and Momo's match involved him simply overwhelming her to push her out of bounds. She didn't have enough time to create a weapon to use. Kirishima went against a 1B student named Tetsu. If that isn't an original name, I don't know what is. They were both authentic replicas of each other. The only difference was one was steel and the other was rock. They ended in a draw. As a result, they had to do an arm wrestling match, which Kirishima won. It was the most boring match to watch. Hizashi even fell asleep during it. Finally, it was Bakugo versus Uraraka. It sounded like a terrible matchup, but the girl had a plan. She kept herself low while approaching him as he blasted the ground, creating a massive shower of debris. Too bad he just exploded the whole thing. What made matters worse was that the pro heroes didn't notice what she was doing and told Bakugo to stop playing with her. Shoyuta had to step in and state that if they didn't see what she was doing, they shouldn't be heroes. That's my man for you. With all that out of the way, it was time for the next round. I moved to the locker room to grab Cat because I needed to charge them for full strength until I accidentally ran into a burning garbage can in the middle of the hallway. An oversized garbage can that you might sneak bodies into. Except this garbage can needed to be dealt with. Yep, it's Endeavor. Too bad he wants to talk to me. You're facing my son next round, right? Endeavor asked. Oh yeah, did I mention I was going against Todoroki this round? Yep, I am, and I'm totally in for a challenge. Cat, come to my location and record, I whispered before speaking to Endeavor. Yes, now excuse me. I have some things to take care of. I tried to walk past him, only for him to step in my way. Who said you were dismissed? Myself. I go by my own rules. This seemed to irritate him. You're supposed to respect me. Stop acting like a child and tell me why you decided to talk to me in the first place. Just then, Cat appeared beside me, and Endeavor looked down at it. You seem capable of taking on Shoto, even without your quirk because of... Cat here. Don't go easy on him. I need him to beat All Might. Oh boy. First off, don't tell me what to do unless you want trouble. Second, don't ever use me as a challenge to build up to beating All Might, because that's an insult. Finally, he doesn't need to beat All Might. Don't project your dreams onto your son. If anything, he needs to leave you and get you arrested because you're not a hero. I gave him my signature smile. You're insane. I don't know how you got here, but I can end you before you can end me. But, see ya. I sang the last part, with Cat following me as we headed to the field. The recording stopped. Todoroki is going to love this. Back on the field. The boy who makes everyone cold on their feet during a race, we have Todoroki Shoto. The boy who knows how to cause trouble, Midoriya Izuku. Hey Todoroki, I have something to show you after this, and no, it's not what you think. I called over to him. I received a strange look from him, Nomuri laughing, and the rest of the audience. I could care less. Cat, arms, and secret mode. Cat meowed, moving to my arms before they transformed into something else entirely. They were still arms, just with a different purpose. Nomuri announced, You two ready to go? Yes. Absolutely. We should know whose response is who. Otherwise, you need to go back to the beginning of this story. Then begin. Nomuri whipped the whip. Todoroki tried to finish it off quickly like in the first round, starting to create a colossal iceberg my way. Too bad that it's not going to work. At the right moment, I move my arm forward with my palm facing him, and a beam of energy slices through the ice. It takes a moment for the whole structure to shatter, ice flying everywhere, but I'm seizing my chance. With the nunchuck in my free hand, I throw the capture weapon towards him. He manages to dodge it mostly, but I swing for his ankle, the nunchuck wrapping around it before I slam him down. Cat normal. I dash forward as Cat releases my arms, allowing me to move faster. I kick Todoroki in the stomach before he has a chance to get up. He starts icing the floor, but I jump, landing on top. It's slippery, but I know how to skate. I watched videos on it, I should be able to manage, right? Aizawa, what did Midoriya do? Hisashi exclaims, his tone filled with urgency. Cat is based on a dog from a Power Ranger show called Power Ranger SPD. The main purpose of the dog was to track things and transform into a cannon. Midoriya decided to keep the integrity of the cannon, though he's only allowed to use the mini cannons that can break through glass and only slightly burn students. What is your opinion on the match then? Todoroki is the strongest student in the class in terms of quirks. Physically, he has an advantage over Midoriya, however, Midoriya is a genius. Everything you see him use, he created by hand. Cat is the best thing he has built yet. Overall, he relies on intelligence. It depends on whether he does something reckless or not. I slide back and forth to avoid ice from Todoroki, struggling to stay upright. But then I see his weakness, he is literally freezing himself. I whisper for Cat to get on my arms since I'm too close for him to turn me into a popsicle again. You might want to warm yourself up, buddy, I tell him, dodging yet another ice attack, though I'm slowed down due to Cat's weight. What, did my father put you up to this? Todoroki growls, managing to corner me, but I have a trick up my sleeve. Using all the weight from Cat being on my arms, I slam my fist forward, breaking the ice. Good to know that aspect works. No, I have a whole video of the conversation if you want to see it. You might find it interesting. But right now, you're dealing with my chaos. I ski forward, surprising him with an uppercut that sends him stumbling back. No offense, but this is kind of sad. You have fire. You have a quirk I would have begged for as a kid. It's your quirk, not your father's. Use it against him. Finally, he grabs my leg and forces me to fall, trying to drag me out. I kick him off and stand up again. I approach him once more until I finally get a reaction. I have to move back because he suddenly bursts into flames. I guess I pushed his limits. You are absolutely out of your mind. You're not going to win this. I know better than to provoke him, but burn me, Daddy. Cat, play some Katy Perry. I dash forward once more, skidding side to side to avoid being caught in the flames. Cat and I arrived at my mother's apartment, and I was more than willing to admit that I was nervous. Time to step up and do the job. I knocked on the door. One moment. I heard her voice from the other side before the door opened. Izuku. Mom tackled me into a hug, and I hugged her back. How are you doing, Mom? She pulled back before letting me in, with Cat following quietly. I'm wonderful now that you're here. I thought you were coming tomorrow with Aizawa-san? We walked to sit on the couch. I was. We still are. I'm just breaking the rules. Mom shook her head. Somehow, that doesn't surprise me. I wish you could have warned me though. I could have made a cake to celebrate how well you did at the sports festival. Nah, I'm good, Mom. No need to worry about that stuff. If you really want to celebrate, we can go out to eat this weekend. That way, we don't have to cook, and we can celebrate as equals. I would love that, Aizu. Now, you have to tell me about Cat. This is the most advanced one you have built ever. Meow meow. Cat reacted, whipping its tail like an average cat, causing Mom to laugh. You must have put a ton of effort into this, sweetheart. Over 72 hours, at least. I lost track after that. Requiring no sleep has its advantages, I responded. You haven't been sleeping? Mom asked, her tone filled with concern. Believe it or not, I have been sleeping better. A couple of hours at least. He has me working out early in the mornings to help get rid of some energy. It seems to build up faster than it depletes. It has been like that since you were a kid, Aizu. Not even medicine or activity seemed to help. Well, the activity helped you a little. It slowed you down for a couple of hours before you caught up again, and even then, it was barely a change. Was Dad like this? Mom thought for a moment. I didn't know much about Dad besides that he was supposedly overseas in America. That's it. He could be doing anything for all I knew, and I wouldn't have a clue. He was hyper like you. However, he was more restrained than you. He kind of knew his limits. You definitely take after him, but in a more extreme way. He was a troublemaker too. However, you constantly outdo him. Somehow, that didn't surprise me because I always broke standards and limits. It's a part of me. We continued our chat on various topics until I headed back to Shuta's place before I got caught. Great, I muttered. I had just arrived to find Shoyuta already home. He knew something was off. Where were you? Shoyuta asked with a glare. Time to think of something believable. Teaching lessons at a club. Actually, that was pretty realistic. The actual place? The gay bar beside that cheap pharmacy. Izuku, I know for a fact that you didn't go there. Otherwise, you might look like you worked up a sweat. You wouldn't make a deal with Nizu over that. And don't bother lying because I checked all the places you frequent. Well, that was accurate. Before you ask, yes, I somehow bribed Nizu to keep a long conversation with Shoyuta going for me. Obviously, that didn't work out so well. Including the bars? No, why would you go back to the bar? Never know, drag deal? Seriously? I want the place. My mom's place. That caused Shoyuta to pause. But we're going there tomorrow. I didn't want you involved. Simple as that. It's a special moment, you know. Shoyuta sat on the couch and sighed. You could have told me that. I should have known better. Maybe. I never know with you anymore. Let's be honest, if I had told you beforehand, I would have been bored for an extra 5 seconds. You drive me crazy. It's not like I'm trying to. DMN brat. Good job on the sports festival, by the way, but I know for a fact you would have found a way out of that ice. Was he really trying to call me out now of all times? If I had my actual gear, I didn't. Maybe I was trying to avoid All Might? Sadly, I believe that. I seriously had no way out though. The systems were frozen. I believe the All Might statement over that. That is kind of sad for someone like me. How did you figure out I bribed Nizu? Gut feeling. What did you bribe Nizu with, anyway? I hated that gut of his. A car for him to drive around the school in. Shoyuta face-bombed. Honestly, it could be worse. Are you trying to destroy the school? I would have already done that. I'd make it aggravating. You're lucky you have potential, or I would have already expelled you. Ah, that is the nicest thing you have said to me today directly. Shoyuta choked on his water. Directly? I know you like my singing. Otherwise, you would have said something bad. Brat. Hobo. You're literally in my apartment. I thought it was Hisashi's place. You know, like a sugar daddy. I received a glare for that. I mean, it's possible. I'm about to send you to Hisashi's place because you're aggravating. What are you doing? I pulled out my phone during the conversation and opened up the squad messages. Squad messages. Divorce exists. Hisashi, are you busy at the moment? Mikey, no why? Divorce exists. Should kicking me out. Aizawa, I'm not, you brat. Also, change my name back, or I will hang you up tonight. Divorce exists changed Aizawa to hobo. I had to lock myself in the bathroom. He couldn't come in unless he wanted to see more than he bargained for. Hobo, face me like a man. Divorce exists. There is a difference between being a man and just surviving. Mikey, what the hell is happening over there? Divorce exists. I locked myself in the bathroom. He doesn't want to come in case I'm naked. Mikey, that is genius. Hobo, don't encourage this nonsense. Divorce exists. You know he's annoyed when he starts cursing. Hobo, annoyed? Is that what you kids say nowadays? Divorce exists. Yes, you salty cracker. Hobo, cracker? Divorce exists. Oh wait, that's an American thing. Sorry. It's kind of like calling me Quirkless. Except cracker means white person. Too bad we're having those problems now with quirks. Maybe America would be more accepting of me. Mikey, they would try to kick you out the moment they saw you. Divorce exists. With the nonsense they go through, I would be mild in comparison. Mikey, true. Hobo, you wouldn't be allowed to go to America anyway. Divorce exists. Challenge accepted. Mikey, do you still need me to pick you up? Divorce exists. Check on me to make sure I didn't die. Got it. With that out of the way, it was time to tackle the challenge. Cat, search for the cheapest flight to America. I called through the door, having left them outside. I knew I was a terrible owner. Don't remind me. Cat meowed in my earbud before relaying some information. Do you have a destination? Cat asked. What was a nice place to go? New York City? I am searching now, it replied. I leaned against the door until I heard, emergency power down activated. What the heck? I opened the door to find Shoyuta having pressed that hidden button in Cat's tail meant for emergencies. What the heck? Do you know how long it takes to get them out of that state? That's taking advantage of information, you asshat. Before I knew it, scarves wrapped around me, lifting me off the floor. He had hung me from the ceiling. That's what you get, brat. Well, time to push some buttons. Isn't Hisashi supposed to be in this position? Does that mean he's a top? I might have gone too far. What the actual heck, Izuku? That's too far even for you. Shoyuta tried that intimidating face, but it didn't work on someone without a quirk. I'm trying to help you here. Making that face does nothing because I'm quirkless, remember? Ever thought, hey, maybe these two will work it out eventually? Yes. Then I realized you two have known each other since high school. You're not getting any more attractive. If anything, you're both missing out on that because you overwork yourselves. I consider myself advanced in the dating section. You've never even been on a date. At least I know how to show off when necessary. Seriously, if you wore a V-neck, you'd gain a ton of points. I don't care, Izuku. You should. Maybe that's why you're always grumpy. You need some love. I heard men get grumpy without. A scarf muffled the rest of my words. Shut up. I don't need to hear this from a 15-year-old in my custody. The scarf was gone, and now I wasn't going to hold back. Just say I'm your younger brother, and all will be good. Are you even gay? Nope, I'm asexual or something. I like to keep my options open. I'm not picky. I was hoping you were gay so I wouldn't have to worry about you bringing home kids. I can still do that even if I were gay. I built Cat, for goodness sake. I bet I could build a baby. You've been home for 10 minutes and I'm already done with your antics. You're going with Hisashi. Yes. I squealed. Shoyuta left me for a moment before finding a pre-packed bag and dropping it beneath me. Should I feel offended? Beach, you have no emotions. True. After an hour, Hisashi finally arrived. Izuku, are you two alive? He burst through the door, and the first thing he saw was me hanging from the door. That's a no. He rushed over, undoing the scarves and helping me to my feet. I felt dizzy from the awkward angle, so he had to steady me. You okay? I'm fine. I was stuck up there for an hour. Oh, and Shoyuta says you can take me with you. Where is Shoyuta? Taking a nap. We heard a growl behind us and turned to find Shoyuta glaring at us. Please take Izuku with you. I need a break. Yes. Shoyuta covered his ears. I grinned widely as Hisashi dragged me out of the house to his car. What are we doing? You're the leader, you choose. Go home, order takeout, eat, then just dance? You know me so well, Dadzashi. I pretended to cry because both of us were as dramatic as ever as he started driving. Dadzashi? I'll take it. Hisashi beamed at me. We arrived at Hisashi's apartment, and it was way better than Shuta's place because it wasn't a complete mess. We were supposed to order takeout, but I decided to treat him by making his favorite food. He accepted, so I prepared some soup for him. Hopefully I didn't mess it up. While I set the table, he changed out of his costume, and when he stepped out, I thought I was seeing a celebrity. I will admit I screamed. What the heck, little listener? Are you okay? Do I need to call emergency services? Maybe, because wow, you look amazing. What have you been hiding these good looks for? Hisashi was seriously attractive. His hair was down in a partial man bun, and it made me want to scream, so I did. I thought Shoyuta would be the hot one, but Hisashi had taken that title and run with it. Oh, you're lucky everyone in the apartment could care less. I feel like you would have been kicked out anyway. Yeah. Can we send a picture to Shoyuta? He would really like it. Okay? Why? If you two would stop acting clueless, you would know. Now stand in front of the window like this. Yes, there you go, Queen. I adjusted his position before taking a picture and sending it to Shoyuta. I wasn't going to check for a response because I was feeling petty. Please tell me you have food ready. I'm starving. Sit down and eat then. We sat down to eat, and I think I nailed it because he had stars in his eyes. Thanks, Google. Unfortunately, our meal was interrupted by a knock on the door. Let me check on that. Get the cannon ready. Cat, cannon? Don't worry, cat could turn into a cannon like on a pirate ship. Overdramatic. Who do you think I learned it from? True. Hisashi opened the door to reveal Nemuri. Girl, what are you doing here? Well, no use for the cannon this time. I heard we were rebelling against Shoyuta, so I wanted to join the fun. Nemuri exclaimed. She looked better in regular clothes instead of a strict outfit, but I couldn't say anything. Should have sent a warning. If I did, Shoyuta would know and take Zuzu away from us. True. Zuzu? I needed to cut in. I take a lot of things, but Zuzu is not one of them. It makes me sound like a child. You are a child. Now, tell me how you got kicked out. Multiple factors. I think the main thing that sparked the conversation was when I jokingly mentioned that he would take the less dominant role in their relationship. Nemuri burst out laughing. How did that even come up in conversation? He tied me up, and I asked him if Hisashi was meant to take my place and if he secretly preferred being the more assertive one. Hisashi blushed deeply as Nemuri struggled to regain her composure. Wow, that's incredible. We need more people like you in the world. If that were true, the world would be in chaos right now, ruled by Izuku. Are we really going to ignore the fact that Izuku basically called me out there? Hisashi exclaimed, his voice booming even without his quirk. If you two would just get together already, we wouldn't have this problem. Wait, are we skipping over the important parts? Nemuri asked. They've known each other since high school. If that doesn't say anything, I don't know what does. True. New topic. Hisashi shouted. Fine. Nemuri, did you eat? Yes, so what are we doing now? We took a deep breath, fully embracing our dramatic sides. Hisashi, you said you have just dance, right? Oh yeah, we're dancing now. Hisashi exclaimed as he set everything up. I looked proudly at my first place with 5 stars while my friends had only 3 and 2 stars. Where did you learn to dance? Hisashi asked me. At a dance club. It was the truth, unfortunately. I'm serious. I'm serious too. I thought that was a joke. No? When have I ever lied? To Shoyuta? For our safety. Besides that, I very rarely lie unless it's for a surprise, Nemuri interjected. You brought your dance outfit? I have a good pair of boxers. Why? I want to see you dance. Back to just dance. I was surprised I could even dance at all. It helped, but wow. Good thing all the students had a couple of days off, or we would have been in trouble with how sore we were. We danced all night long. Apparently, the 2 friends beside me work as teachers, and we spent the night dancing our hearts out. This meant we were sore as we walked into UA, where someone had to keep an eye on me for some reason. Surprisingly, only Nemuri seemed tired because Hisashi and I were full of energy, although Hisashi was moving just a bit slower. I, on the other hand, was used to this since I hardly knew what sleep was. Before Shoyuta could figure out I was there, I headed to the support course classroom to find Power Loader. When I entered, he was focused on his computer but turned around when he noticed me. "How did you get in here?" he asked. I decided to make a joke out of it. "I flew over the gate with Cat. We would have gotten a notification." Oops. Good to know. The truth is, I came with Nomuri and Hisashi. Why? Shoyuta kicked me out for reasons, so they picked me up to keep me safe. I probably don't want to know why. Does Nizu even know you're here? He's the one who let me in. He gave me 24/7 access since I figured out how to get in without triggering the alarms. That way, he knows if I'm around. My god, you're a handful. I know. Now, I'd like to finish that car before Shoyuta finds out I'm here and starts lecturing me about all the problems I already know. Just don't do anything reckless. That's a lot to ask. Izuku, just say yes before I kick you out. Yes, Power Loader. You're lucky May isn't here, or we would be causing trouble. I know. You're already on a first-name basis. I moved to work on the car, focusing on the final details to ensure everything was functioning perfectly. Already? We get along really well. It happened after the sports festival. I know, but it makes me suspect there's something more to your relationship than just blowing up my lab. We constantly risk our lives with our crazy inventions together. I think that's a good enough reason. Not that I wouldn't date her if that's what you're wondering. She's awesome, and we get along easily without my usual filters. The truth was, she would be an amazing girlfriend. Probably because neither of you know your limits? You know you like us and dislike us at the same time. Brett, I'm glad I only have to deal with you during and after class. I feel sorry for Aizawa. I can't be that bad. Can I test this? In the testing room, yes. Also, you really are that bad. You all know how to deflate my ego. You need it. I moved the car to the testing room, lowered it to the ground, and pressed the button. Alright, it started. I thankfully made a remote because nobody else could fit in it but Nizu. I began testing all the features, making sure nothing malfunctioned. It looked like a cool kid's car with all the features. I designed it in a sleek silver with bright white lights coming from the fenders and underneath. Instead of standard rubber, I used a special kind I discovered that wouldn't leave marks on the floor or lose grip. The other difference was it only went 25 miles per hour instead of the maximum speed because, apparently, that was too fast. I was going to set it to 40, but that felt like pushing it. Everything worked perfectly. Power Loader added to his previous comment. Okay, maybe I was overdoing the ego comment. This is very well done. Thank you. Now, can I take it to Nizu? Go ahead. Just don't destroy the place. Oh, and I have a present for you. I walked in with the car following behind me. Nizu hopped down from his desk with a glint in his eye, skittering over to the car. I never described what the vehicle was, did I? Well, you know that movie about a rat who acts human? The rat can drive a toy red convertible car. Yes, I made my principal a car that references that movie, and I doubt he'll get it. In fact, most students probably won't either. If someone does, they're likely American. Among the teachers, the only one who might get it is Hisashi, and that's if our connection runs that deep. If it does, I'm moving in with him. Izuku, what a pleasant surprise. I'm amazed you finished it so quickly, Nizu said as he looked it over. That's called underestimating my abilities. Everything is good to go, I've already tested everything. You shouldn't have any problems unless you drive it out the window. At that point, it's your fault and I'll quietly leave. May I ask what inspired your design? He seemed to know something was up. Google. More specific? Searching for cool cars. That would work for now. Okay. Nizu opened the door and got in as I whispered to Kat to record, since the headset I decided to wear was just more convenient, even if it kept telling me I was feeling down. Now, I looked less awkward recording the real-life version of that movie. Nizu wasted no time as he zoomed out of the office, laughing joyfully. I could join in on that laughter because I had recreated one of the best movies. I dashed out of the room with Kat following, but he was already out of my sight. Cat, follow Nizu. I made sure to put GPS in case we ever needed to find him. With a meow, Cat started running quickly, switching to wheels to keep up. I tried to keep pace. Too bad I wasn't as fast without wheels. Thankfully, I could hear laughter echoing from the hallway, and I caught up to find Hisashi leaning against the wall, holding his chest. When I approached, letting Cat handle the rest, Hisashi lifted me into a hug, spinning me around. You are a genius. Hisashi exclaimed. Do you get the reference? Of course. I'm moving in with you now. A secret joke among best friends now turned into a playful reality. Plenty of room. Of course. Then, the serious one showed up. Izuku Midoriya. Get over here right now. No thank you. I shouted as I dashed off. Don't worry, I will protect you. Hisashi yelled in my direction. Stay safe. Not that he would be with a serious one around, but the sentiment was there. I found the nearest bathroom and hid in a stall once more. Now, I would text my squad, but I didn't want to risk them if they were in a battle, so I created a new group chat. Izuku created the I'm bored so I made this chat. Izuku added Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, and 14 others. Ida, change that name immediately. Izuku, we aren't in school? Ida, you still shouldn't use any inappropriate language. Izuku kicked Ida from the chat for being annoying for 10 minutes. Izuku, how is everybody's day? Uraraka, great now that you messaged. I was getting bored. Momo, Izuku, how did you get my number? Actually, how did you get any of our numbers? I doubt you have all of them. Izuku, I know what you were thinking. No, I didn't hack every phone company to get your numbers. I got them from the list we were supposed to fill out. I happen to remember them. Kaminari, can you even do that? Izuku, I can Would you like me to teach you? Kaminari, yes, please. 44. Jiro, that's just creepy. Kaminari, you just don't understand our relationship. Izuku, / what he said. Jiro, we don't need 2 Kaminaris here. One is enough. Izuku, he took after his father. Kaminari, / what he said. Tsu, who is missing? You left 2 people out. Izuku, on purpose. Bakugo and Mineta. Ashido, I get Mineta, he's a bit much. I don't get Bakugo. Izuku, I think it's pretty obvious, sweetheart. Ashido, flirting with me now to distract me? I think not. Izuku, the 2 of us don't get along. Also, if Uraraka, they are fated rivals. Izuku, / what she said. Tsu, how long have you 2 known each other, Izuku? Izuku, since I was born. Tsu, Everyone in the group liked Tsu's comment except Izuku. Kirishima, then why does he hate you so much if you've known each other for so long? Izuku, because I'm better than him? Because I'm aggravating? Because I'm quirkless? There are a lot of factors involved. I was worse as a kid. I was a hero fanboy and I thought he was the best. Then I realized he was a JRK and started rebelling. And that is how I became who I am today. Uraraka, Izuku, that's sad. Izuku, if I die, you know what to put in my biography. Enough about me, what is everybody doing? Uraraka, texting. There is nothing to do. Kirishima, dyeing my hair. Izuku, wait, your hair isn't naturally red? It looks like it belongs. Kirishima, thanks. No, it's black. Izuku, red suits you. Next person. Kaminari, playing Pokemon. Izuku, irony. Siro, looking up tape. Jiro, listening to music. Ojiro, hanging around. 25. Sato, making cookies. Izuku, send me some. Sato, I can send you an address to come pick some up if you help me with something. Izuku, depends, what is it? Sato, you have to come help make some. Izuku, I can do that, sweets. That will have to wait because I am hiding from a certain teacher. Tokoyami, you should let him in. 14. Izuku, anyone else and I would. It's Aizawa. Kirishima, bro, what did you do? Izuku, I made Nizu a car. So if you see him zoom past you when you come back, that's why. Momo, are you at UA? Izuku will hiding in the bathroom like I did in middle school. Ida is officially back online in the chat. Ida, Izuku, why are you at UA? Izuku, I needed Nizu to test the car. He lets me in. Ida, you are a rebellious child. Aizawa wants you for something. Izuku, for making Nizu a car that he himself asked for? Off my case, or you will learn nothing. Ida, I can report this to the school. Izuku, this is a private chat room. Make a school chat room if you want that. I invited you to be friendly. Ida, fine, but no bullying or inappropriate language. Izuku, fine. Ida, Izuku, Kaminari, my dad is a bad boy. Izuku, true that son. Kaminari, wait, whose mom? Izuku, I would say Midnight, however, That would be weird. Uraraka would be my second choice, but I see her as a sister, so Ashido? She can relate to our antics. Ashido, what? Does that mean we are husband and wife? Izuku, as long as I don't have to buy the ring. Ashido, you don't. Izuku, yes then. Ashido, where are you so we can officiate this? Ida, I hope you two are kidding. You are both too young. Kaminari can't be your son, Izuku. Izuku, you really don't understand. We have to officiate family in Class 1A. Todoroki, so many conspiracies. 45. Uraraka, what are the family relations? I'm curious now. Hagakure, me too. Jiro, wow, he really planned this out. He is still typing. Izuku, Ida would be the overbearing father. Momo would be the overprotective mother. I would be that one person who gets sent to detention for something silly. Uraraka would be the sister best friend. Ashido would be my badass wife who can deal with our antics. Shoji, Sato, Tokoyami would be the cool uncles. Tsu could be the aunt along with Jiro. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro would be Ashido's and my kids. Aoyama would be the flamboyant cousin, Ojiro would be the normal cousin, and Todoroki would keep away from us. Hagakure could be the cool cousin that does the ridiculous stuff with us. Koda would be the precious cinnamon roll of the family. Bakugo is the brother you always fight with, and Mineta. I'm not going to include him. 40. Hagakure, so cool, yet strange in some places. Koda // Izuku, Koda, you are precious. I need more time with you all to determine more accurate roles even though we suffered a villain attack together. Laughing face. Uraraka, that makes sense. Izuku, oh no, come by UA in front of it by 8 tonight if you have a chance. I have a plan. I got to go start setting it up so later. Ida, Izuku is offline. You know, maybe I do have too much free time on my hands. Nemuri just texted me that Sho Yudo went to take a nap, so I can get out and either escape or execute my plans. I'm going with option number 2. Back to the support room. Kid, you should be running, not hanging around. Power loader states as I enter. I head immediately to my section of the lab. I don't like where this is going. You can't do anything about it when I bring my own stuff. That's the problem. I only have an hour to do this. I grab a bag I snuck in and leave the room, leaving a confused power loader sensei. I run towards specific locations, setting something down, it's a surprise, and running off again, all in the fields. I need to be tougher on Shoyuda after what he did to me. Niza might agree, or he might question how I managed to pull this off at school. Thankfully, the principal has a soft spot for my rebellious side. I might get expelled, but Hizashi has my back, so I'm not too worried. I have everything planned for tonight. By then I'll have escaped the school. Just as I'm about to leave, my phone rings. Only one person has that ringtone. I answer. What's up, Shoyuda? I'll deal with you later. Right now, look presentable because we're going to your mother's place. I need a break from you. Be there. The Collins. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I can't wait to invite them to UA to witness the chaos. Now, I should mention the meeting between Shoyuda and Mom. But honestly, I'm too lazy to go into detail, so here's the quick version. We met at 6 o'clock, and Shoyuda glared at me every chance he got, as expected. At least he looked good doing it. I'd rather not think about what happens next. Anyway, we go inside and start discussing my behavior, with Shoyuda and Mom talking while I'm mostly ignored. By the time we wrap up, it's around 7:30. Hey, Aizawa, Mom, want to go for a walk with me? They exchange suspicious glances before nodding, and we put on our shoes and head out. Where do I lead them? Straight to UA, where most of Class 1A is gathered in front of the gate. The only ones missing are Mineta and Bakugo, which is no surprise. It's just a minute before 8. Izuku, what are you doing? Shoyuda asks, his tone serious. Without answering, I dash off toward the class. Hey, everyone. I announce my arrival. Uraraka rushes over to hug me, and I embrace her back, albeit reluctantly, along with Kaminari. I'll need to wash off later. At least I'm managing my self-control. Hey bro. I thought you were pulling a prank on us. Why are we here? His question gets answered as I pull everyone back, and we hear sounds coming from inside. Then, fireworks explode. Red, white, and blue fireworks light up the sky, and I can't help but smirk. Happy 4th of July, everyone. I shout, my voice echoing through the neighborhood. Momo sighs. Izuku, it's not even July. Well, IT is in the real world. Just enjoy it. I grin as the other students watch in awe. When did you get a chance to set this up? Ida asks, gesturing animatedly. After our chat. You said it was a private chat. Calm down. Part of my genius plan is that Shoyuta can't approach me without looking professional in front of his students. I'm a genius in all the wrong ways. Izuku, I'll be surprised if you don't get suspended tomorrow. I got permission from Nizu. I earned it by not cursing too much at the festival. You should have added music, Jiro comments. I know. But that wasn't allowed. The show quickly wraps up because fireworks are tricky to manage. With more effort, I could have created a 30-minute display, but I settled for a 5-minute show because I was feeling lazy. Everyone go home. Ida calls, ushering everyone away. Good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the show. With that, we all disperse, and I walk up to Shoyuta with a newfound confidence I probably shouldn't have. Oh boy, Shoyuta is not happy. The moment I returned to him and Mom, he sent her home, used his scarf to guide me, and insisted I come back with him. As soon as we got home, he pushed me onto the couch. I honestly don't know why I haven't expelled you yet, Shoyuta groans, glaring at me. That's what everyone is wondering, I reply, leaning back casually. Brat, I want you to give me a reason why I shouldn't expel you right now. I meet his gaze, determined. I've already proven to be a valuable asset as a hero with my skills. I can be relied upon when it counts. Plus, my unpredictability means you can't be sure what might happen if you remove me from the class. I'm already a target for the League of Villains, so if I were to join them, I could take down this whole operation in one go. Shoyuta sighs. At least you're serious about it. However, your behavior can also pose a danger to heroes. You lack the professionalism expected. Couldn't that be an advantage? Villains expect heroes to act a certain way. Heroes can become predictable whether we like to admit it or not. Also, your hero costume makes you look more like a drifter than a pro hero, so I had to bring that up again. I guess? The only reason you're not expelled is that you've shown you can take things seriously when needed. But I bet if someone threatened you, you'd still be making jokes. I'd probably tell them to go ahead. I say with a grin. That I'll assume that's a joke and move on. I'm still going to punish you. I don't care what Nizu says. Let's go. Shoyuta stands up, keeping the scarf around me as we leave. Wait, where are we going? I ask. You'll see. Shoyuta starts running, and I have to keep up. Thank goodness I've been staying in shape. Shoyuta, I know you want a cat, but your apartment doesn't allow pets. I can help you build a cat if you really want one. We arrive at our destination. The pet store. We're not here for that, Shoyuta replies, dragging me inside. He leads us to the collar section and picks up a black collar with paw prints. Move your hair. Why? I ask, confused. Without answering, he pulls me closer and fastens the collar around my neck. I try not to flinch because we both know I dislike being touched, especially around my neck. He tugs at it, then grabs a leash, attaches it, and removes the scarf. Oh no, I see so many issues with this. He drags me to the kennel section, picks up the largest kennel, and sets it down. Get in. Can I have the rainbow collar instead? No. Then no. Before I know it, I'm on the ground and being pushed into the kennel. What is the point of this? If you're going to act like a troublesome brat, you're going to be treated like a cat. I see so many flaws in his plan if anyone were to intervene. Okay then. He heads to the food section, picking up 3 cans of fancy cat food and 2 bowls for food and water after getting me out of the kennel. We then approach the counter, where the cashier gives us a strange look. It doesn't help that Shoyuta has to walk around to scan the collar on my neck and the leash. Like what you see. The cashier blushes and stutters. Izuku, be quiet for 5 seconds, Shoyuta glares at me. I don't think he gets it. You were asking for it the moment you brought us here. He doesn't respond. After we pay, he pulls me outside. I secretly hope we run into the cops. It would be amusing to see how he handles that. Shoyuta drags me into a costume store. I'm too bored to care, so I pull out my phone to text the group while he focuses on whatever his goal is. I'm bored, so I created this chat. Izuku, alright, everyone is home, yes? Everyone gives a thumbs up to Izuku's comment except for him. Oyama, you know how to make the night sparkle, ma? Izuku, I hope so, darling. Ida. Izuku, what were you thinking? Izuku, that it was the 4th of July? Ida. I can't help but worry about your mental health. Momo, I have to agree with Ida. Izuku, I don't think there's a problem. Ida, how did you get the fireworks? Izuku, dark web. Kaminari, I've been trying to get to that place for years. Help me, Izuku. Izuku, sure thing buddy. Kaminari, thank you. Ida, I should really report you. Izuku, the worst they can do is put me in a mental hospital, and I can escape that easily. Can't be much harder than a police station. Tokoyami, where true darkness lies. Ida, what? Izuku, the truth. Oh yeah, so Aizawa saw what happened, so if he asks how you knew that was going to happen, just say you didn't and that I told you to meet there. Momo, and how do you know that? Izuku, he found me and wrapped me up in his scarf like I was a child. I slip my phone back into my pocket as we arrive at a section of the store filled with headbands featuring cat ears and tails. Shoyuta picks up black ears and a tail, insisting I put them on to avoid any trouble, and we pay for them. As I leave, I check my phone again, keeping an eye on the oblivious man in front of me. Kaminari, we need to save Dad Kirishima Zero. Zero, in case you haven't noticed, Izuku got himself stuck with one of the scariest teachers ever. Kirishima, you have to admit that it's pretty manly. Jiro, that is just foolishness. Kirishima, he did give us a good show. I can join the mission. Izuku, I'm good, I can outrun him. Kaminari, what about your parents? Izuku, link, it's a picture of Izuku holding up a playful gesture with the collar still on him and a leash attached. Cat ears on. Ashido, Aizu, what's with the collar? Izuku, I'm being made to wear it. It's a punishment. Ashido, it's cute. You should wear it more often. Izuku, not sure how I feel about that. Izuku, oh no, I have to go. Later. Izuku is offline. You might be curious about what Shoyuta is doing with his life now that he has me in this situation. It sounds wrong, I know. Someone should really throw me off a cliff. Anyway, he made me sleep on the floor last night. Thank goodness I clean that floor every day. This morning, Shoyuta dragged the kennel into the corner of the classroom and put me inside with the collars still on. Then he just left. To make matters worse, he took away all electronics and made me work out twice as much as usual. The worst part? There's a sign on it that says, "Leave Izuku here." He has been bad. No electronics for him either. Aizawa. Izuku, what are you doing in a kennel? Ida asks as he's the first one in. Now that I think about it, he looks a bit off. More withdrawn. Yes, I can notice these things. Apparently, this is the punishment for last night, I reply, trying to get comfortable. Isn't there a better way to do this? Probably. I have to admit, the reactions are amusing. Most of the students pull out their phones to take a picture while I give them a playful gesture. This leads to a scolding from Ida, but oh well. Then I notice Shoyuta left a can of Fancy Feast with water. I know it's supposed to be a joke and I'm not meant to eat it, but now I'm actually considering it. Hey, is it safe for me to eat this? I show the can to the class. Yes, you nerd, Bakugo responds. I think he would say yes no matter what. I look to the others. I don't know, maybe? Kaminari tells me. Well, I have my way out. Just then, Shoyuta enters the classroom. Somehow, we're all already seated. Well, except. Before I start, did any of you know what Izuku was planning to do last night? I saw most of you at the gate. The class goes pale. I told you so. They all shake their heads. Thought so. His punishment may seem subtle, but that's only because he would probably push himself to prove me wrong. The sad part is that he's right. He continues, now, onto the main topic. Everyone here has internships coming up in a couple of weeks. Some of you have offers, but it would take too long to go over each of them, so I'll just show them on the board. With a click, a board appears out of nowhere. Someone update me on what's on the board. I can't see. No one sent you offers, Izuku, Shoyuta tells me bluntly. A reality check I needed. Wait, not only did Izuku create his own weapons, but he also won the first 2 rounds. Why wouldn't anyone want him? He's impressive. Kirishima asks. They don't want to get in trouble for getting the Quirkless kid hurt. Besides, my methods at the festival were reckless, not something a hero would look for. I appreciate the sentiment, though, I tell him, lacking my usual enthusiasm. Everyone turns to the kennel in surprise. Shoyuta continues his speech. Normally, the numbers are more spread out, but they were looking for specific people this year. For those with offers, I've already sorted through what would be best for you, and you will choose from there. If you didn't receive an offer, you will still be going on an internship. Some agencies are looking to accept students. You'll have a week to decide who you'll be going with. Choose something that makes sense. For now, you'll be coming up with your hero names. You can change them later, but know that it can stick with you permanently, so don't do something foolish. I'm not great at this kind of thing, so I'm here to help you decide on a name that suits you. Nomuri interrupts as she bursts through the door, surveying the class. She will decide if your name will stick or not. I'm taking a nap. Izuku, you're going last, and I have to approve because I don't trust either of you with your hero name, Shoyuta states. Great. Where's Izuku? Meow, I say from my kennel. Nomuri notices before bursting into laughter, overriding the comments about no cursing. My god. That's your form of punishment, Aizawa? It looks like something else entirely. This causes everyone to blush except a few, including me as I clap slowly. Midnight, you can say Benj. Shoyuta gives us his most disappointed look. Don't worry, it's normal. This is why I don't trust you too. He pushes the kennel away, causing me to tumble to my side as it flips. He jumps into the sleeping bag and falls asleep. Nomuri hands out boards to everyone except me because there's no way for me to access it before we get 10 minutes to come up with something. I have plenty of ideas. I don't want to be next to the hobo, so I scoot the kennel to where I can see the front since we're presenting our names. In return, I get a glare from Shoyuta, and I can hear a few chuckles here and there. Of course, we have Bakugo. Deku, shut up. In case you haven't noticed, I'm in a kennel. Plus, I'm too short to reach the ceiling, I retort. You know what I'm talking about. I thought you were supposed to be the genius here. Oh, a guessing game? Let's see. You want me to reach up and kiss you somehow to shut you up? The few brave souls in the room burst out laughing. This includes my friends Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima, along with Nomuri, because we're all a bit silly. Do you? What, you want something more special? I can sing you a song? Before I know it, the kennel is kicked hard. Excuse me, but no. No kicking the class pet. Meow. Nomuri steps in, forcing Bakugo back to his seat. Settle down, both of you. You're acting like wild animals, she says as she walks back to the front. You're not wrong. I'm a cat, I say, grabbing my fake tail and flicking it like a cat would. Nomuri shakes her head, face-palming. Are you kids ready? Everyone nods. All right. Who wants to go first? Me, Madam Midnight. Aoyama strides confidently to the front like a movie star and flips his board around. The shining hero can't stop twinkling. Imagine trying to say that. Shorten the cannot to can't, and I will approve. In my opinion, that's still too long. Yes, ma'am. He shortens the name before returning to his seat. I want to go next. My wife Ishido says as she walks to the front, spinning her board around, the Ridley hero, alien queen. Like those scary things in the movies. Absolutely not. Midnight, I'm getting mixed messages here. It doesn't help that I have to deal with Shoyuta as well. I'm pretty sure he will deny all my names. Anyway, I'm too lazy to show the whole interaction, so here is your list of students and their hero names in order. I guess I can give my opinion on them as well. Aoyama Yuga, the shining hero, can't stop twinkling too long. Also, isn't there a movie called The Shining about something dark? Ishido Mina, Pinky, simple and cute, though I prefer her original name. Tsuyu Azui, Froppy, absolutely adorable. Ida Tenya uncreative. There are so many names he could have chosen. He could have been Mustang or Sonic. Kind of ruins it. Uraraka Ochako, Uravity, simple and cute. Ojiro Mashireo, martial arts hero. Tell him, alright then. Not much to say there. Kaminari Denki, stun gun hero. Charge bolt, sounds really cool. Kirishima Ijiro, sturdy hero, Red Riot. His hero name is based on the old hero Crimson Riot. Not much else to say, though Midnight did tell him he would have to have high standards because of how well the hero did. He's willing to accept the challenge. Koda Koji, petting hero, anima, too much cuteness. Sato Rikido, sweets hero, Sugarman, I can see the kids loving him. Reminds me I need to head over and make some cookies with him. His quirk is a representation of me, except I'm just hyper. Shoji Mizo, tentacle hero, tentacle, cool sounding. Jiro Kyoka, hearing hero, earphone jack. I just realized, what is up with students putting what type of hero they are in front of their hero name? Seems inconvenient. Anyway, I stick with it. Siro Hanta, taping hero, cellophane, I kind of don't get it, but alright. Tokoyami Fumikage, jet black hero, Tsukuyami, that is one name I probably will not remember, but okay. Todoroki Shoto, seriously? Hagakure Toru, stealth hero, invisible girl, sounds like an old superhero to me from before quirks were around. Not sure. Bakugo Katsuki, undecided. So he tried to go with King Explosion Murder, and Lord Explosion Murder, but those names aren't going through. Imagine telling your kids when they ask who you are, not that he should have any. Oh yeah, I'm King Explosion Murder. That would create some traumatized kids. Skipping over me. Mineta Minoru, fresh picked hero, grape juice, yeah, you're fresh picked, alright. Probably picked from the point of being wine. Not the best choice. Momo Yaoyorozu, everything hero, Creati, I can roll with it. Now with all that out of the way, time for my grand entrance. Aizawa, wake up. It's Izuku's turn. Nomuri states, walking over to the man to kick him awake. What the hell? What? Shoyuta glares at her. Izuku's turn. Dang it, alright, let's get this over with. When he sits up, he looks over to find an unusual sight. Izuku, did you seriously eat what's in the can? Yes. I'm a hungry boy. Do I get out now? Yes, I am eating the fancy feast. Shoyuta sighs before unlocking, and I immediately jump out. Freedom, ouch. I forgot I had a leash. He drags me to the front while throwing the board and marker at me. I write down my name before showing it to the class. Graphite, I state. Nomuri is hiding her laughter as I grin darkly. Some of the students look concerned for my well-being. I'm not surprised you came up with something decent. Why? Graphite is in the lead of the pencil. Yes, I'm attempting to pay tribute to Eraserhead. Never mind, I don't want to be referenced by you at all. I tried. I write down another name before showing it, P-Star. Nomuri bursts out laughing. I hope you aren't. It means a star performer. I tried to censor it. I just need to match my outfit with Midnight too, and I have the whole facade. I'm not having a student walking out of here in a revealing outfit. I don't know why they let Midnight do it at all. They are overprotective now. Nomuri whines. Yeah, not like I'm going to be a public figure anyway. I relay. The class looks up, the laughter calming down. Hold up. Izuku, the boy who sang at the sports festival like it was a concert, wants to be an underground hero. Shoyuta asks, obviously not believing me. Well yeah, if I go public I can become predictable. I need to be as unpredictable as possible. That is basically my secret quirk. Besides, heroes in public only do what they see. I want to help those who slip through the cracks. Besides, it isn't like an agency is going to accept me anyway. Shoyuta smirks at me. He smirks. It's not a smile but close enough for me. Not that it looks good anyway, but oh well. For once, you're realistic, and I can give you props on that. However, you still need a decent hero name. Next name on the list. Present Beach. Some of the students laugh. No next. Without referencing a hero. Dang. Divorce. What kind of story are you going to tell with that? If anything, it's worse than Bakugo's hero name. I'm proud. Shoyuta roasted Bakugo, and the Chihuahua is seething and can't do anything. Any villain who runs across me will have their relationships ruined. Something else. Well, time to be serious. Texas. You were messing with me the whole time. Yep. Should have trusted me. You still would have made a joke of it. Correct. You just gave yourself a headache. Whatever, that's your hero name. Everyone get out of here. I'm done with you all. Harsh, but say hello to Texas. Meow, everyone. Okay, so I managed to get the leash off because Shoyuta can't keep an eye on me while I spend most of my time with Nizu. However, I still have the collar on. Is the collar over the fireworks? Nizu asks, amused as I sit across from him. Yep. Are we doing anything interesting today? I inquire. Typically, Nizu and I analyze various heroes and villains. It turns out this is a part-time job since the rat sends my findings to the station. Thankfully, I sign them. Usually, we focus on quirks, but lately, we've been working on body language and personality. I apparently struggle with it. It makes sense since my job is to make people uncomfortable. Sometimes, I even feel like his personal assistant. Once again, that aligns with his challenging past. In my opinion, yes. So no, got it. No need to be so stubborn. You've become quite skilled at analyzing people in various ways. Even if it needs improvement, you can do it efficiently. I think we should expand that. Today, you'll be analyzing places. Oh no. That's going to be terrible. I only notice details when I'm cleaning, and that's when I'm not in a cleaning frenzy. I also have a terrible sense of direction. I think you're better than you believe. However, there's something else I need to tell you, he continues, piquing my curiosity. Due to your Quirkless status, no one is willing to accept you for internships. Not even those who extended offers to other students. Well, great. I bet if we put down a fake quirk, no matter how ridiculous, they'd extend the offer. That makes Niza laugh. You're right. That's why you're aiming to change it, remember? We did manage to get you an internship, meaning you have no choice but to be with him. Alright, who is it? As long as it isn't someone too intimidating, I'm fine. Erase her head. Oh no. Shoulda? Did he even agree to this? I exclaim. Actually, he was the one who suggested it. He said he can keep an eye on you in case you do something reckless. You both know each other's battle styles, giving you an advantage. I think that means he's going to take me down to keep his battle style intact. Nonsense. You get along better than most would believe. When I was under the influence, maybe. Sober? I'll plan your funeral. Forget that. I want a party. Extra drinks. Bury me with a bottle. Niza sighs. I'll make a note of that. Just don't haunt me if the venue doesn't allow it. I already planned on haunting Shoyuda if he doesn't take Hizashi. That catches Niza's attention. You think they're taking too long too? Oh Nizu, my clever friend. Just, if I die before I get out of UA and they're not together, I'm haunting them until they do. If not, I'm forcing them together. I know you would. At least I have someone to watch the show with. Humans are fascinating. Anyway, enough talking. Time to work. You know Izuku? It's almost impressive how far off you got from your target place, Niza tells me. The rat is in his little car, asking me to lead him to a restaurant I've never been to as I walk beside him on the sidewalk. Turns out, I'm 30 minutes away from our destination and an hour away from UA. You have GPS in your car? Use it, I reply grumpily. I had no idea where he was going, so I added it just in case. Nope. I'm curious how you're going to get out of this situation. It doesn't help that he took my phone. Throughout the whole ride, he had me analyze my surroundings accurately, which was frustrating. Maybe that's why I'm stuck here. It doesn't help that people are giving us strange looks because there's a rat in a car and me with cat ears and a tail that are obviously fake. Then a brilliant idea strikes me. Hey, there's the old bar I used to work at. Yeta, come along, child. Nizu zooms off, and I smirk, running after him. Thankfully, he leads me to a familiar area. Of course you would make a bad joke to get out of this. It's not a joke. I really did work there. Why do you think I'm in such good shape? That's how I made my money. I should really get you a therapist. Yeah, no thanks. Can we just go back to UA? Based on your performance while describing the area, yes. However, we seriously need to work on your sense of direction. Isn't that what GPS is for? Without GPS, I could just ask someone for help. That is true. However, we need you to be able to navigate places on your own. Whatever. So, Nizu and I somehow made it back, and he decided he was done with my antics, so he kicked me out of his office. This leads me to find the teacher's lounge, where I walk in to find Nomuri at her desk and Shoyuda sleeping. Naturally, I'm going to talk to Nomuri. Izuku, what's up? What got you out this time? I sit on the floor beside her chair as she works. I still don't know how she manages to work in a literal outfit that stands out, but that's off topic. I was with Nizu and I got lost in town. I really struggle with directions. How badly? The place we were supposed to go to was 5 minutes away. I got us 30 minutes away. Nomuri bursts out laughing. How do you end up that far away? I don't know. Niza didn't let me use GPS either. The only thing that saved me was telling him we were near the bar I used to work at, and he zoomed off to a familiar location. She struggles to catch her breath. You're telling me that you, a genius, can't get around? Basically, yes. Screw you, Nemi, I have to have a downside somewhere. That's what your attitude problem is for. Also, Nemi? That attitude problem is amazing and you love it. I thought it was a cute nickname. True. I'll let you call me that if you let me call you Zuzu. Zuku. Zuzu. Zuku. That conversation is abruptly cut off by Shoyuda. You two need to be quiet. Izuku, why are you here? I think I'm having an influence on him because he's been using more colorful language lately. He's trying to limit himself, I can tell, but he's failing at times. Nizu's done with my antics. Honesty is the key to friendship. Even blunt honesty. We really need to keep you stimulated, or else you're going to start real trouble. Come over here. I sigh, standing up and walking over to the caterpillar on the couch. DMN. It's not like I'm going to destroy the world or something. That is exactly what you could and would do. Now sit beside the couch and act like a cat. Isn't this traumatizing for a kid? The second time we met, you decided to prove you were an adult by pulling out a cigarette and smoking it right in front of me. You were drunk the first time. I think you can handle being a cat. I sit down and lean against the couch when I feel a hand in my hair. My weakness. Isn't this weird? You're supposed to be my teacher. We can probably get away with saying you're my little brother. Bull. That's the opposite of the truth. Nemi is more of a possibility than you. We can say I get my fantastic flirting skills from her. Except they're not great. I have a body to show off. You're self-conscious. Get out the pole, Nemi. Yes, sir. Nemuri responds, chuckling darkly. Absolutely not, problem child. Nemuri, no. Sho Yuta growls at both of us, gripping my hair, which I have to pull away from his grasp. Fine, but I'm still saying no one would believe us, I state, and Nemuri nods in agreement. Whatever. They are in class anyway. Every teacher knows about our relationship. The hand returns to my fluffy curls, causing me to relax as he gently massages my hair. I close my eyes, leaning against the couch silently. Kid. I hum, and I hear shuffling behind me. Hold up, are you falling asleep from just that? No. Oh my gosh, you really are a cat. Meow, leave me alone. Yeah, that's all slurred. I can't even take him seriously right now. Still a brat, got it? Turns out, I fall asleep. I swear I heard something along the lines of, I finally found a way to get him to sleep, but oh well. When I wake up, I still feel a hand on my head that I gently remove while hearing clicking sounds. I look up, glaring at Nemuri and Hisashi. Sorry, but it was so cute, the two exclaim. Whatever. I check the time on my phone, realizing it's time for the support class. I get up, grab my bag and leave without another word. I know when to bite my tongue. However, I have a new idea for my costume that I would like to work on as I walk straight in. I drop my bag at my station and pull out blueprints. Oh, Izuku, what do you have there? Mei runs over to me when she notices the blueprints. Same suit but made of rubber? An upgrade to the batons? There's something else that isn't written, is there? I can see Power Loader sweating in the distance with Mei and me together. It's quite amusing. Of course, there is. I waste all my energy looking for exploits in every nook and cranny. I need your help with the final part because it's based on one of your inventions, so after school. After school? Power Loader seems to be panicking. I don't know what else he should expect. Good kids? Please. God threw us down here for a reason. I'm bored so I created this chat. Izuku changed their username to Queen Beach. Ida, change your name back this instant. That is inappropriate. Queen Beach changed Ida's username to Sanic. Sanic, what? Kaminari. It's funny that Izuku can meme. Queen Beach, I am the meme's son. They are the drag that I can't have anymore because I'm clean. Ashido, I just realized something. Why are our sentences being auto-corrected? Queen Beach, oh yeah. I made a program that auto-corrects everything because I'm a perfectionist. Ashido, you're that smart? Queen Beach, sadly. Now, more important matters. Would anyone believe me if I said that Aizawa was my older brother? Kaminari, no. Ashido, no. Suro, Kirishima, no. Jiro, Hagakure, no. Queen Beach, I can assume everyone here is in agreement? Ashido, yeah, darling. But why do you ask? Ashido changed their username to Alien Queen. Queen Beach, we match. Anyway, Aizawa says otherwise because he still treats me like a cat. Like seriously, I can make you a cat, you old man. Uraraka changed their username to Uravity. Uravity, that's why you aren't in the cafeteria? I was wondering why. Sanic, is that really a way to talk about your teacher? Queen Beach, I failed ethics class, remember? Momo, how do you fail ethics class? Queen Beach, apparently you can't start your greeting with, hi there, or push someone down the stairs because of social Darwinism. Momo, that makes sense. What's social Darwinism? Queen Beach, it's an ideology created by Herbert Spencer that states that if you help the weaker people in society, then society itself will grow weak. For example, you don't support the poor. You tell them to figure it out themselves. Sanic, that's controversial. Queen Beach, depends on how sympathetic you are. Kirishima, speaking of sympathetic, I was wondering if I can let Bakugo on? I understand why Mineta is not here, and Bakugo is for your sake, but please? Queen Beach, sigh fine. Queen Beach has added Bakugo to the chat. Bakugo, who the heck is Queen Beach? Queen Beach, me you coward. Laughing face. Bakugo, Take that back, Deku, or I will send you out of this world. Queen Beach, you think I haven't tried? I'm not scared of you now. Bakugo, where the heck is Deku? Kaminari, it's almost impressive how quickly those two can fight. Uravity, Izuku isn't in the cafeteria. Sonic, Bakugo, sit back down. Bakugo, shut up, Four Eyes. Sue, this is what I mean by a bad attitude. Bakugo, Frog. Queen Beach, oh, this is hilarious to watch. Momo, I thought you just said you weren't in the cafeteria. Queen Beach, I'm not. I hacked the camera to watch. Sonic, you have so many skills. Yet you use them for this. Queen Beach, I'm not given enough opportunities to show it off, unlike you guys. And I get bored easily. Sonic, do you do this with your parents? Queen Beach, my dad ditched me because I'm quirkless. My mom kind of gave up trying to correct my language and my attitude towards people. However, she realized that I know when to shut up, so she has learned to trust me in that case. She supports me when she can, and I accept that. Due to how troublesome I am, I spend most of my time with my guardian. To an extent, I mean, I don't do it to him if he is tired, but otherwise, yes. Most of the time, it's feeding or cleaning his place because he isn't great at that. Queen Beach, it's more about taking care of him even though we always fight. There's somehow friendship. I care about him, but that's all I'm going to say. Uravity, aw, that's so cute. Well, the rest, not the first part. Kaminari, my dad has a heart. Sonic, that's not actually meaningful. I guess I underestimated you. Queen Beach, everyone does that. I can speak seriously if I need to, as proven at the sports festival. Momo, speaking of the sports festival, it was genius how you spoke. Queen Beach, I needed everyone to hear my reasoning, simple as that. Sonic, you actually were able to control yourself rather well. That means you have some self-control. You don't express it. Queen Beach, why would I? That's boring. Alien Queen, Bakugo is wandering around the building looking for you. Queen Beach, if he finds me, he has to deal with Aizawa because I'm with him. Apparently, I need to be a vigilant cat. Like that exists. Bakugo, you meant it, Deku. Fight me. Queen Beach, alright. Too bad, show you to notice me getting up and tugged on my leash. Beach, I have another challenge to face, I respond. I can handle him easily. We have been sitting here doing nothing. How can that trigger a fight? You're not even supposed to fight in school. Sheet. Back to chat. Queen Beach, where are we fighting? Sonic, you two can't be serious. Queen Beach, we are. Bakugo, Cafeteria, now. Queen Beach changed Bakugo's username to Mixplosion. Queen Beach, heading there now. Mixplosion, you annoying person. Dazashi, I need your help with something. Thankfully, everybody eats in the room. What up, kid? Hizashi walks over, bending down to match my height. I need you to blast music again and a microphone. You singing? Thankfully, I ruined my hearing already. Izuku no. Whatever you are thinking, no. Show Yuta declares. I feel the leash tug again. I undo it, dash out while grabbing Hizashi's hand, and barely avoid scarves. To my office. Run faster and we might make it. Don't worry, we did. He has a lock on the door for a reason. Hizashi goes behind his desk, hooking up the microphone while I go to his private bathroom to fix my hair and borrow some of his clothes. Izuku, what are you doing? So, the deal is I'm supposed to be fighting Bakugo. Too bad, I don't feel like fighting him. I was originally going to flirt with him, but that I have a better idea. I throw clothes at him. Another prank? Yeah. Wait, I have another idea. Mind letting another student in here and borrow clothes? No problem. Who are you letting in? You will see. I pull out my phone to text someone. Izuku, hey, you willing to get in trouble? Sure. Izuku, alright, here's the location and what you need to bring. To be continued because I'm a dramatic person. You're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down. While I was dodging the flames, he caught me off guard by freezing me completely. It was something so easily avoidable. Midoriya, are you able to move? You have 30 seconds to break out of it, Nomuri asked. Let me think about that. I want to try something. Cat normal. The arms began to detach, breaking some of the ice before halting. It was too cold. Wait, I still have that nunchuck in my hand. I activated the heat, pressing the button firmly to switch to burning hand mode. It melted the ice but not quickly enough. Due to Midoriya being unable to move, Todoroki is the winner, she announced. Todoroki walked over to me to help unfreeze me as applause filled the room. Thank you. I needed that. Lucky shot. Just be prepared for next year, I grinned. Once I was free, I heard the gears whirling in cat again as they transformed into a cat. We shook hands, and as we walked out, someone called down to me. Hey kid, what's your quirk? The crowd fell silent at the question. Alright, I never told them, did I? Time to reveal the truth. Cat, hack the sound booth again and link it to my voice. With a meow, Cat complied. Can everyone hear me? I saw a nod as I adjusted the microphone. Well, remember when I said that I was rejected because of who I am? Well, plot twist, I'm quirkless, and I just showed how many kids can make it without a quirk. I have a brain. Sorry for not telling you all earlier, but I was afraid you would try to remove me because being quirkless is seen as weak. That's the end of my show. See you next year. With complete silence, I left the stage for the last time at this festival. Now, if that isn't drama, I don't know what is. Alright, so here's the thing. I could tell you how every match went, however, that would take forever, so I'm just going to summarize how everyone placed. Bakugo took first place, but he was upset about it because Todoroki let him win, so he acted like a wild animal on stage, tied to a cement block with a muzzle. I took plenty of pictures, obviously. Karma came around. In second place, we have Todoroki. After he defeated me, he fought Ida and won but ultimately lost to Bakugo. In third place, we have both Tokoyami and Ida. Tokoyami faced Bakugo and lost because he struggles at close range, and Dark Shadow dislikes the light even more than I do. Ida lost to Todoroki as mentioned earlier, but he wasn't at the ceremony due to a family matter. I figure I'll learn about it later. Also, I'm glad I lost. If I had placed, I would have ended up confronting the person handing out the medals and making a scene. It was all might. Yep, sweet revenge. I'd rather not get in trouble this early. Back to reality, I'm in the bathroom in nice clothes, trying to tie a tie. Yeah, I'm not meant to be professional. You may be wondering why I'm dressed up. Well, I'm going to talk to Mom. Technically, we are meeting up with her tomorrow, but Sho Yuta would ruin the moment, so I'm going today for some private time with her. I might get in trouble for it, but oh well. I looked up a video online and managed to tie the tie. Got to look good for Mom. After all, I haven't seen her for 2 weeks. I need to show I care for her somehow. I'm not great at expressing it in words. We are still limited on time with Shuta's whole earning day situation. Ready to go, Cat? Yep, Cat is my official sidekick now. Meow meow. I'm going to take that as a yes. The surprise is ready to go. It's still lunchtime because Nizu arranged it so that if I stirred up trouble during lunch, as long as I kept it in check, I would be fine. Well, it might still go too far anyway, but oh well. It's action time. I pull out my laptop, and with a little bit of hacking, the cafeteria lights go out. I can hear frantic whispers. The plan is already working. I chuckle darkly into the microphone, my voice echoing around the room through Hisashi's speaker. I step into the cafeteria, and the music starts. I'm wearing a black hoodie with the hood up to add to the mystery, along with black gloves. I may have gone a bit overboard with the look, as I have some fake blood on my face. Not that you can see it with the blinds drawn, so the only light comes from the phones people pulled out. I slick my hair forward, my bangs covering my eyes. Too bad I can't see. On my right side, Hisashi has swapped his bright clothing for all black with a hint of red, but no fake blood like me. On my left, well, they are still in the dark. My part comes in, and I raise the microphone, letting my voice go as deep as possible. They send me away to find them a fortune, a chest filled with diamonds and gold. I step forward toward the students, some backing down as I slowly walk toward someone specific. The house was awake, with shadows and monsters, the hallways they echoed and groaned. Sometimes I wonder about the lyrics. Oh, it's Control by Halsey. I force myself to focus before I start becoming overly critical. Yep, I know how to ruin a moment. I sat alone in bed, till the morning I'm crying, they're coming for me. And I tried to hold these secrets inside me. My mind's like a deadly disease. I'm bigger than my body. I'm colder than this home. I'm meaner than my demons. I'm bigger than these bones. This is when my third person steps out, Mei Hatsum. She is wearing something similar to what I'm wearing, except without the fake blood. She brings her microphone, singing in a high-pitched voice with her invention to showcase her vocal abilities. Her voice is incredible and matches mine perfectly. As for me, remember those gloves? Well, my free hand that's not holding the microphone? It's electric. It lights up, green electricity sparking all over the glove to match the mood. And the kids cried out, "Please stop, you're scaring me, I can't help this awful energy." Goddamn right, you should be scared of me. Who is in control? Suddenly, the music cuts off on purpose, and I'm in front of Bakugo with an intense look on my face. I see Mei leaving the scene before she gets in trouble, but I keep my eyes on him. "You think you can fight me now, Bakugo?" I scream without the microphone, but it would have blasted their ears out. I can see everyone trembling around me, including the boy in front of me, but it's hard to tell. Did I go too far? Yes, I can. He tries to attack me, but I sidestep him easily, laughing as I walk back, pressing a button in my hoodie to bring the lights back on. I can hear the reluctance. Did I go too far with that? I look up at Hisashi, and I can see his worried expression. Thankfully, I know how to break everybody out of this. I bring the microphone back up as I remove my hoodie, revealing my glittery green top from the 70s. Sue me. Yes, it's a disco shirt. I fluff my hair back to normal before pointing at Hisashi. Hit it. I yell to him. With a grin, he switches songs as he removes his jacket, revealing a matching yellow top. At least it fits him. I dash over to stand beside him so we can be dance partners. For what song, you may ask? Never Gonna Give You Up, by Rick Astley. Yep, I rickrolled them. Apparently, this throws Bakugo so off that he gives up and leaves the cafeteria. Victory for me. Thankfully, I was able to get the students to mostly forget what happened before by making them laugh and trying ridiculous dance moves with Hisashi. Too bad we get caught together while doing an interesting dance. By Shoyuta, and he looks off? Sure, he's annoyed, but there is something else. He drags us away after shutting off the music. That's a good song too. Anyway, he leads us to his office before locking the door and letting us go. Shuta's office is dark because, for some reason, it has no windows. I don't know about you, but this is proof that he is a vampire. Yet, nobody believes me. If they find their blood gone one day, we all know who to blame. Hisashi, was the plan meant to go that well? Shoyuta asks, sitting at his desk. No. I don't know what Izuku did, but... Hisashi responds, and I look between the two, confused. It's like he literally was able to take control of the room. Yeah, I was shaken too. Izuku felt powerful while I felt frozen in place. We all did. Yeah, this is frustrating. I get that I affected everyone more than planned, and I'm sorry about that. I didn't even know it could go that far. I should have stayed back. For once, it's fine. Doing everything you did is not, but the fear I can forgive you for. Did you do anything that was outside of your plan? No. Why would I? Because you felt off. Whatever. I don't get what the two of you are talking about. Shoyuta sighs. I guess we can't worry too much about it right now. For now, you're stuck with me until class starts. Even me. Hisashi asks. With that, Shoyuta kicks him out, leaving just the two of us. A little while later, I find myself dozing off by Shuta's feet while he works. Damn my weakness for pets. I was kicked awake, and after running around like idiots in the hero class, I headed straight to the support course class after school to work with Mei on a new feature for my costume. Too bad we got kicked out an hour later because apparently, Power Loader didn't want us together for too long. So I head to the teacher's lounge to find nobody there, then go to check Shuta's office and find he took over one of the gyms. Well, I know where I'm going now. Usually I would leave him alone, however, he never does something like this. I walk right in quietly to see him with a familiar purple-haired boy who's not my Netta running laps around the gym. I feel sorry for him already. I'm finally cat-free. Purring finally. I know. That was bad, but it was worth the thrill. Fancy meeting you here. Oh wait, it's just Shoyuta shaking his head in disapproval if he ever knew why I did this to myself. I'm done. So it's been a couple of weeks, and a lot has happened. First off, Shoyuta and I waking up in my bed was as awkward as I imagined it would be. We haven't spoken about it since. If that isn't friendship, I don't know what is. The second thing is that I finally remembered to show Todoroki the video. Here is an exclusive reaction to the video. About a week ago. I had to watch it with Todoroki in the cafeteria because he never has free time after school because of his overbearing father. I might end up taking custody from him. He doesn't deserve his son, nor does he deserve a family. If he has other kids, I will take them too. Shoyuta will have to deal with it. Back to reality. I sit next to Todoroki at the table with my laptop out, pulling up the video. Hey, mate, remember that video I kept putting off showing you? Well, here it is. I start the video. There's more, but I'm going to skip to the exciting part. Cat had to face Lord Ozai about half the time. Yes, now excuse me. I have some people to deal with, I state. Who said you were dismissed? Endeavor demands. Myself. I go by my own rules. I swear I see stars in this boy's eyes. You're supposed to respect me. Stop acting like a child and give me a reason you decided to talk to me in the first place. You seem like someone capable of taking on Shoto, even without your quirk due to Cat here. Don't go easy on him. I need him to beat All Might. First off, don't tell me what to do unless you want trouble. Second, don't ever use me as a challenge to build someone up to beating All Might because that is just an insult to me. Finally, you don't need him to beat All Might. Don't throw your petty dreams onto your son. If anything, he needs to leave you and get you arrested because you're just not a hero. I didn't realize this before, but his flames actually flared in anger. Think that would scare me? Try again. After I grinned at him, he seemed more reluctant. I guess I had a Cheshire grin? You're insane. I don't know how you got here, but I can end you sooner than you can end me. But see ya. Izuku, could you actually ruin my father? Todoroki asks. I've never seen someone so happy about someone who talked back to their father. Even if it's a cute little smile. That's something. I have enough proof to ruin his reputation at least. He has dirt on me. Your choice. I'm willing to help out anywhere I can. I appreciate that. Thank you, Izuku. You have helped more than you realize. Probably. I just do what I have to do. I give Todoroki credit. He didn't want me to do anything because he knows that knocking down the number 2 hero could cause significant problems. Selfless boy. Now I spoil him with food he can't get, like candy and affection. Well, as close to affection as you're getting with me, which is playfully fighting. I don't know why he's going to his difficult father for internships, though. His choice. I'm not his mom yet. Third, I finally made cookies with Sato. Turns out he's a genius in the kitchen. I'm not trusted off campus by myself at the moment, so I convinced him to help me in the teacher's lounge. That's a story of its own to tell. I thought we were supposed to go to my place to bake? Sato asks as we crawl through the window. Suspicious, and I'm surprised I got him to do this, but alright. We were. Except I got in trouble for the whole cafeteria incident, and I've really been wanting to bake, so I might as well get Sugarman to help me. I already have the supplies, so anything you want. Are we supposed to be here? No, the door is locked for a reason. What the world, Izuku? For baking? I like my sweets as much as the next guy, but isn't this extreme? Priorities, darling. We start making chocolate chip cookies because those are the best when we begin to hear slamming on the door. Should we start worrying? Maybe? I got this. Good thing they're in the oven already. I walk over to the door, Cat right beside me for support. We are making cookies. Leave us alone, or I will burn them. You seriously have no respect for teachers. The truth. Izuku, open the door now. Show Yuta screams through the door. I see Sato going to hide behind the couch. I'm staying out of trouble for once. How are you able to talk to him like that? Sato asks. He's used to my antics. He's scary. Please, the only thing I'm scared of is my mom. But it's germs to the extreme, but I'm not going to expose myself like that. Well, I hear the door unlocking now. How come the one time I do something nice, I get in trouble? Show Yuta walks through the door, glaring down at me. The disrespect. Maybe because you locked the teachers out? It's called a surprise, Zawa. No, why did you even need to lock, Sato? Behind the couch, the boy reluctantly rises. Did he make you do this? Yes. You're safe. Go to lunch before I consider otherwise. Sato literally runs off, leaving me with the stern figure in front of me. I'm socializing with somebody other than a hobo, a celebrity, and a radio host? I attempt to cover myself. The timer goes off, and I walk from the conversation to pull them out and place them on the stove. Seriously? No cookies for you. I say with a playful accent. I really don't care. You need to eat. That's what the cookies are for. Actual food. It is actual food if you eat the whole plate along with a bento I made. I shouldn't have to deal with you during the school day. He still managed to get cookies somehow. He had to make his food that night. Fourth? I'm not keeping track. Actually, I don't think there is anything else significant, so I will just summarize the rest. I hung out with my mom, so hallelujah there. We mostly talked about things that happened over the 2 weeks that are gone. I at least have my materials back, so we chat while I work on something. Shinso and I have been getting along well through our struggles. By that, I mean Shinso's struggles. I have no limits. He decided to try out Shura's scarf, which will take him a while to master, but I'll let him have a go before suggesting new gear. He's improving physically, so I have to give him credit. He still insists he's not Shura's secret son. Then I figured out what happened at the sports festival with Ida. His brother, Ingenium, was taken out by hero killer, Stain. He's still alive, but I don't know much more. I can empathize with Ida because it felt terrible seeing Shoyuta against that Nomu. I hope he doesn't follow the path I did. He can't come up with quick plans like I can. He isn't impulsive enough for that yet. However, I have a feeling he might. Revenge can be a powerful motivator, but it can also cloud judgment. It doesn't help that he's heading to Hosu, the site of Stain's last attack. I can't offer much support because he'll just refuse it anyway, but I'll keep an eye on him. That's why I hacked his phone to track his location. He won't even notice. Finally, I worked on my costume. I made a few changes. The costume looks mostly the same, but I made it all rubber. The first time I tried this, it was too tight, and I didn't want to show off too much, so I made it looser. It covers my whole body except my face, with a thin vest underneath. I also added a new feature, Mobility Gear 2.0. I'm willing to admit that the original Mobility Gear had some issues. The main problem was that it wasn't very effective in most locations. I needed walls to swing around, and those situations are hard to come by. I decided to change it. I got rid of the grapples for now and made gloves and boots filled with compressed gas with adjustable nozzles. To activate them, I moved the handle strings attached to each of my fingers. It took a while to figure out, but I got it to work. It lets me run at top speeds with the boots, and I can use the ones in my arms to help with backflips. It took a long time to learn, but I finally got it. Besides that, I made nunchucks a part of my official arsenal as a capture weapon in case my batons aren't effective. The only difference is that I made it so they can ignite if needed instead of just heating up. Speaking of batons, I added 2 new features. One I won't discuss yet, but the other lets me press the 2 ends together to create a staff because you need multiple options for any situation. The final detail is a headset along with mini earbuds that I can give to heroes if needed. Shoyuta suggested that, and I have a feeling it's so he can keep in touch with me during the internship, but oh well. Speaking of internships, today is the day we start them. Oh boy. A whole week of dealing with Shoyuta. You can hear the sarcasm in my voice. Well, I'm here with the other students to see them off and hear Shura's speech. Everyone's got their costume, right? Everyone raises their cases except me. He said it was a waste of time to bring it here. You know you are not to wear your costumes without express permission or use your quirks. Stay out of trouble and don't do anything reckless. Now get out of my sight. Shoyuta starts walking off. I turn to everyone. Basically, don't do something foolish and get hurt. Have a nice time. With my signature grin, I follow beside him, leaving behind startled kids as they walk to their stations. I had already said my goodbyes earlier. So, what are we doing, Eraserhead? I hate hearing that from you of all people. I'm trying to be professional here. Something you can't manage in the first place. Harsh blow, mate. Shoyuta ignores that. I need to assess your combat skills before I decide whether to keep you around. With and without gear. Great, I can face him with gear. Without it, I'll have to dodge constantly. Yes, sir. I already dislike this. I haven't done anything wrong. The sad part is that it's true. What a hypocrite. We are in a field. An open field. Shoyuta chose this on purpose because there isn't much for me to use to my advantage. We're going without support items first. He even made me leave Cat at home. I hope Cat isn't too lonely. You ready? Shoyuta asks. Ready as I'll ever be, I sing as I take as much distance as possible. I have a simple plan. Plan A, wear him down and then take him down. Plan B, don't mess up Plan A. I try. The basic idea is that while Shoyuta is as fast as a jaguar, he can't last as long as I can. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm not powerless, after all. Shoyuta doesn't give me a chance to think as his ribbons try to attack me. I dodge to the left with a roll, picking up some dirt with my left hand before getting up and dashing forward. I need to avoid this. I keep approaching, and Shoyuta decides to take his chance and moves forward, preparing to throw a punch at me. Too bad I'm not willing to take that. I cover my mouth and nose with my right hand before closing my eyes and throwing the dirt down, creating a small dust cloud. Can hear him coughing. I could take him down right now, but I'm wary of his skills. Instead, I slide around him on the right, opening my eyes just in time to grab something from his back before running off. I don't know why he has a knife on display, but he does. I run back to give myself space, holding the knife in my right hand. Now I can have some fun. Should have known you didn't jump over the ribbon for a reason at the beginning. Trust me, I hate this too. Dirt is unpleasant. There are multiple things I can do with a knife. I could use the gleam to distract him for a moment, but his goggles might block that. I could throw it and possibly hit his shoulder. I've hit an eye before, so that's possible. But I can't go hurting him. Logistically speaking, I made it harder for him to defeat me if he were an enemy. That is a plus. I can't go hand to hand with him because that would be a lost cause. I could try a dirty trick again, but aiming for his face is predictable. There's one thing I'm good at, my acting skills. I haven't responded to his question, and I keep my gaze fixed on the knife. I haven't moved. Izuku, I hear him ask. You take advantage of any weakness you see. I press the knife against my hand before making a small cut, feeling the warmth trickle out. It takes everything in me not to breathe in the metallic scent. Izuku? I hear him approaching. I look up with a manic grin on my face, stopping him in his tracks. What's wrong, Eraserhead? Don't like seeing a little blood? Shoyuta is frozen as I approach, the warmth dripping onto the ground. I maintain eye contact with him. If I caused a similar reaction in the cafeteria, I should be able to do the same here, right? I stop in front of him, the grin fading from my face. Life isn't fair, huh? That's why I will take any advantage I get. With that, I kick him in the stomach, causing him to stumble back, and I pin him down, careful not to get him messy. Izuku, the fight is over, you won. Come on. I start to feel a wave of nausea as I stand up from him. Izuku. I hear him, but the smell is overwhelming. I begin to hold my breath. I let go of the knife before I do something reckless, though this is reckless anyway. Suddenly, I feel a sting as something wraps around my hand, masking the smell. It turns out Shoyuta had brought a first aid kit with him because he knew I might do something foolish. I take a deep breath and open my eyes to see him looking at me. I take a moment before my mood swings back. Welp, what a great way to start this week. Ready for the next round? I say as I quickly get up, flashing a smile instead of my previous grin. No, we need to discuss what just happened. Did I do that thing I did in the cafeteria? Are you aware of what you were doing at that time? Kind of. It happens when I feel emotional. Like during the speech for the sports festival, how I project. You are definitely projecting yourself. You have more power than you realize. Like a quirk. I have to make a joke somewhere. Possibly. Good thing I didn't happen to be drinking water. What? Do you think so? I'm going to hope you're joking because no. You would have erased it otherwise. Glad you maintained some sanity somewhere. That's intelligence, not sanity, Eraserhead. Are you okay, Izuku? Texas and yes. I get to refer to you how I like because I'm your teacher, so calm down. You're still going to hear me complain. Do I get my gear now? Nope, hand-to-hand combat now. I'm only letting you continue because you would get upset with me otherwise, and I deal with enough of your antics. Polite, thank you. Now time to fight. I wasn't kidding when I said it was time to fight. No gear, just Shoyuta and dirt, means he can easily overpower me at any moment. Yes, I can dodge and all that, but Shoyuta has more experience. I took free lessons when I was younger, so I can hold my own against Bakugo. I did. Multiple times. After that, it became instinct. I'm simply too used to Bakugo. Shoyuta is just too quick. Sure, I can learn from his movements and dodge, but he can switch moves easily, giving him an advantage. The only advantage I have is my endurance while he slows down, making it easier to evade. I can keep going until backup arrives, but winning is another story. I'm surprised you have experience, Shoyuta pants. I had to survive bullies, I reply, barely worn down. I guess so. I was going to use gear as well, but you're talented in those. We're going to work on hand-to-hand combat for a while. I nod, ready to get started. If I said something, I would be complaining because I wanted to take Shoyuta down with my gear. Maybe a little bit of testing. My life never goes as I want it. I should put something sentimental here like, but that's okay because that's what makes life unique. Let's be honest for a moment. I don't care who you are, you want it to go your way. Wow, Shoyuta's right. I really am a distracted little puppy. I go from training with Shoyuta to some sappy thoughts. Where is my mentality? Out the window apparently. I hate this family. You know you're lying to yourself, Izuku. I'm questioning that. My complicated relationship with you has left me feeling battered and bruised. I only hurt myself once. Compared to you, I feel weak. What about Hisashi and Nomuri? I'm not related to them. You need to step up to get Hisashi into the family. As for Nomuri, she's out of luck unless she marries my mom or something. Or me, but I won't go there yet. I'm only legally bound to you and my mom. I don't want to talk about this. If that doesn't sum up how the training session went, I'll give you a straightforward answer. It was rough. Yes, I improved. That doesn't mean Shoyuda was going easy on me. I think he was taking out his frustration on me. I understand I can be annoying, but come on. Have some sympathy. You chose me. I guess it's time to get back to training. We're moving on to something else. Come on, brat, Shoyuda tells me as we head out. Texas, Eraserhead. We arrive in a gym filled with targets, and my guess is we're working on long-range practice. Are we working on the range? Yes. I noticed during the sludge incident that you threw a knife. I want to test your ability with long-range weapons. Oh yeah, the memories. The day I told All Might off and saved my childhood bully. Shoyuda shakes his head as he grabs a box, setting it on the floor. He pops off the lid to reveal an assortment of neatly organized knives and kunais. We're going to start with regular knives and then move to the kunais. You need to practice with both hands. He hands me a large kitchen knife, the one most similar to what I usually carry. Call it an unhealthy habit, but I have plenty of experience with throwing knives. I wanted to be able to defend myself. It takes me about a minute to adjust to each knife, but I can aim successfully with both hands, hitting the target close to the center. I force myself to work with both. I want to minimize my weaknesses, even as a kid. I bet everyone forgot I'm actually smart. By the time I got to the kunais, I was feeling a bit bored. Impressive. Now. Shoyuda had left for a moment to grab something, and he returns with a pistol. Try this. Are you really allowed to give a kid a gun? Yes. The government hasn't proven you're insane yet. Thanks for the confidence, I reply sarcastically, moving to grab the gun. I take a moment to adjust before aiming at the target and shooting, but I miss badly. How can I hit with a knife but not a gun? I take a deep breath, noticing how I'm fidgeting as I aim the gun and shoot. Better but still not there. One more bullet, Shoyuda warns me. I try to focus by forcing myself to stay still. Once again I shoot. It hits the very bottom of the target. That's interesting. I want to try something. He carefully takes the gun and guides me to the bleachers. Sit down and stay as still as possible. I do as he asks. I start trembling and fidgeting after 5 seconds, but I manage to stay in the same position. Internally, I'm frantic because I have something to focus on, at least. It feels like a heavy blanket trying to smother me if I attempt to stay still. Pathetic, but I really am like a puppy. Izuku, you're good. I quickly hop up, shaking off the blanket. That could be a weakness for you being unable to stay still, especially underground. For those who need an explanation, those underground, especially Shoyuda, rely on surprise attacks that require being still. Who can't be still? This is frustrating. I exclaim. Isn't there something I could hold like a ball or something that could help? A fidget item? Yeah, but it would have to be very specific for you, he replies. Let's go eat and take a nap. I don't want a nap, Eraserhead. I want a shower. After you shower, I'll probably send you with Hisashi to keep you busy. You both will stay in the teacher's lounge while I stay in my office. I'll take it. And no causing trouble. No pranks or anything. Just chat or work on something like normal people. Wasn't planning on it, but okay. Dadzashi. Zuku. Hisashi and I run toward each other and hug tightly. He lifts me up and spins me around, causing me to laugh before he puts me down. How's your internship going? He asks as we sit on the couch, each on one side. I think Eraserhead is using me as a punching bag. Oh, and I learned I can throw knives, but I can't shoot a gun or stay still. That's kind of obvious. You're fidgeting right now, kid. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You're welcome. I'm done. I get up. Nope. Izuku, get back here. Nope. I head toward the door when I feel arms wrap around my waist. Now, what's the logical thing to do? You're not my dad. I may or may not have shouted, and I may or may not have tried to kick Hisashi. Too bad he let go at the right moment and tackled me to the ground, pinning me. You might think he isn't a good fighter, but he knows some tricks. Believe it or not, for his Pokemon stats, he has an A in intelligence. We're talking the original, not the updated. He must know something for that grade. Izuku. I don't know what you expect. Unfortunately, I have no self-preservation. I start managing to slide from him, even with his weight on top of me. I can hear the pops. Oh gosh. Kids, stop. You're going to hurt yourself. Like I would listen. I use my legs to twist back and forth, biting my tongue as I manage to force Hisashi off, allowing me a moment to sit up and get him on the ground with me on top, shaky from the effort. At least he settles down. You okay? Hisashi asks worriedly. I'm fine. Don't try that again. That was reckless. I have to say I'm impressed you got out of it with your height, but it was still stupid. Now, let me help you up and let's go back to the couch and cuddle. You're spending way too much time with Shoyuta if you go straight for conflict. I assist him to his feet as we make our way back to the couch. That's just how we do things. A really questionable way to do things. It gets the job done. When you're an overdramatic person. Bang 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 bang. Okay, but seriously, I'm still speechless. We already dropped our things off at the hotel, and now we're sharing a room, which feels like a recipe for disaster. That's fine though, we were bound to get into trouble anyway. Our self-preservation instincts are clearly lacking. After that, we went to a restaurant for dinner while picking up some food for Ida. Unfortunately, Shoyuta wouldn't let us into the bar next to the restaurant, but I guess I have to stay on the straight and narrow. I got spaghetti, so I can't complain too much. We picked up some hayashi rice for Ida because that's apparently his favorite, along with grape juice. Alright then. Yes, we managed to stay out of trouble. Shoyuta kept me close to him to prevent me from causing any chaos. I get it, I have anger issues, but I don't just go around picking fights. Come on, get your mind out of the gutter. Now, we find ourselves in a place you should never take me. A hospital. I could wreak havoc here with all the technology. Well, not with Shoyuta around, of course, but otherwise, yes. After dealing with the rather unfriendly front desk lady, we head to the room where the older Ida is. When we enter, everything is white. No kidding, the room is entirely white. But that's not the main focus. The main focus is the bed, where Ida Tensei lies, looking like he's been through a lot. Big Ida is propped up slightly, wires attached to him, multiple bandages around his head, and more bandages covering his chest. We can't see his legs, but he looks like an older version of Ida just without the glasses. Overall, this room has a depressing vibe. Time to change that. Wow, even Eraserhead brightens up this room, I say as we enter. Shoyuta quickly smacks me on the back of the head, but thankfully Big Ida bursts out laughing, joined by the other two kids. I look up at Shoyuta, proud of myself as I smirk. If that isn't an entrance, I don't know what is. Hisashi exclaims. Hey, Tensei, we brought some of your favorites. He hands over the containers to Ida, and he looks a bit better already. Thanks. I've never seen someone walk in with an insult, but I can cross that off my list. This must be Midoriya, right? The only person I can think of who matches my brother's descriptions. I walk over next to him, raising an eyebrow. What does your brother say about me? I ask with a grin. Insane, savage, creepy, genius. The list goes on, he replies. I gasp. The truth. I step back, causing another round of laughter. So mostly complaining? Just, don't worry, I like you. If only he knew. At least one of the brothers likes me. He likes you. He's just a bit stiff. Yeah, how did that happen? You both have the same good looks, yet you have completely different personalities. Ida blushes at that. Izuku, we're supposed to be here to investigate him. Shoyuta sighs, pulling me back to his side. I was just trying to make him comfortable. I would want the same thing if you put me in an all-white room. You would get kicked out without medical attention in seconds anyway. True. No need to be so harsh, Sho. Nomuri tries to defend me. I regret bringing you all in here. Shoyuta, I appreciate it. They're helping. Ida defends me as well. Ha, I told you. He shakes his head. Let's talk about Stain first, then you can cheer him up. Offended. Well, we did talk about Stain, but let me give you the overall rundown. The hero killer. Stain has a name that sounds intimidating, but he's even scarier. That's a minor detail compared to the rest. The first significant detail is that Stain was able to outpace the older Ida, meaning he's incredibly fast. That's a huge problem combined with his quirk that can paralyze people with a cut. I'm not sure how that works, but I have a theory. The second detail is that he's very skilled with knives and anything sharp, like katanas. That makes sense with his quirk. The final aspect is his philosophy. Yes, this man has a philosophy. Mr. Stain believes it's his duty to cleanse the world of fake heroes. The problem is, we don't know what defines a fake hero. Initially, I thought it was based on media, and that may still be true. However, it seems he believes most heroes are false, except for All Might. I can't help but be intrigued by this philosophy. He has killed 17 heroes while incapacitating with such a high kill count. You'd think he would have taken them all out. Once again, it's all about his philosophy. Izuku, you haven't said anything yet. Would you like to share your thoughts? Shoyuta nudges me into the spotlight. Of course he does. Probably a test. Question, does Stain's tongue seem more prominent? Yes, this is a serious question. Thinking about it, yes, why? Tensei asks. I have two theories on that. The first one is unlikely, but he might put paralysis herbs or something on the swords to do the job. Still, I don't know of anything that can cause full-body paralysis. The second theory is more likely. He uses the swords to draw blood and then digests it to cause paralysis. My second theory is more plausible since we have full-body paralysis, a different tongue, and no signs of anything in the stab wounds unless I'm not being told something. Obviously, he's built for close range, but if he's smart, he probably has good accuracy with throwing knives. Long range would be his weakness, but if you're not careful, he could wear you out quickly. His fights are quick as well, so it would depend on who can last longer. Someone with a long-range quirk who can consistently block him and has a lot of endurance would be the best bet. They'd need to be willing to fight in an alleyway at night since all his victims are found then. That means acrobatic moves are expected. His philosophy is confusing. There's a lack of details on the subject. Now, if you want my idea of who he is next, I'd be surprised if he hasn't moved towns already. However, he does make multiple kills per city, so there's a chance he's still around. My guess is he'll probably target a pro hero who operates alone. If you want to rule out some options, people like Manual and Endeavor are probably out because they have internships. They stick to the main roads anyway. What I read about this area leads me to believe that 4 pro heroes could be in danger. That explanation felt a bit lengthy, but it got the point across. I feel someone ruffle my hair, and I respond with a playful gesture. Given the absence of pets, it's probably Nomuri, who doesn't realize that this is a sensitive spot for me. Plus, those long nails of hers don't help. You really thought this all the way through, she exclaims, pulling her hand away from my messy hair. I keep my gaze fixed on the floor, still deep in thought. The floor feels like a blank canvas, so it helps me concentrate. I wonder if talking to him about his philosophy could distract him or buy us some time. He has to spread his message somehow. Eventually, he'll announce it to the media once he's caused enough chaos. He must be getting close now. Capturing Ingenium is a significant blow, considering how famous he is. I have slept an impressive 2 hours. When I got up, Shoyuta was still sleeping. Now, a good Izuku would stay in his room and wait for his father-brother something to wake up. Obviously, that isn't me. What makes it worse is that Shoyuta wouldn't trust me with the backup key card. Like, you trust me to defeat villains yet not with a key card. Well, I will show him otherwise. I quickly change in the bathroom and grab my bag before leaving the room because I have a target in mind. However, I need supplies. Before I continue further, I open my bag to pull out a shutdown cat. Yes, I brought cat with me. I'm not willing to go around without it. I just can't use it in hero work. Oh, and cat got some significant upgrades that I will leave for a surprise. Still, there is no difference physically besides it being all black instead of white, as white shows dirt. Besides, black looks cool on it, especially with the blue eyes it has. I turn on cat, and off we go to the nearest Walmart with GPS. I keep getting strange looks, probably because I have a robot cat beside me. When we enter, I head straight to the dessert section for donuts for breakfast, lunch, but who cares? I want donuts. I pick them up pre-packed as those are trustworthy before heading to 2 more sections of the store, but I will leave that for a surprise as well. Lots of surprises today. Anyway, after a friendly visit to Walmart, I head back to the hotel because that is where my final destination is. No, I'm not delivering donuts to Shoyuta. He can come find me if he wants one. Thankfully, the room is open, and I enter with a broad grin. The indoor pool. Too bad I never learned to swim. Well, now is the time to do it. The good news is nobody is here, which means I can practice. Okay, that last one may be a bit too enthusiastic. Well, I head to the changing room and change from my boring pajamas to black swimming trunks, revealing the abs that I keep hiding from everybody. I step out with my towels. I sit on the edge, letting my feet touch the cozy warm water. I pull out a floa tie, opening the package and have Cat blow it up as it has a pump in it. I knew I would need it eventually, but not for this silly reason. I leave the rest of the stuff sitting. It took 10 minutes to blow it up, but I guess that is expected since I got the biggest one. I throw it in the water, grab my thankfully overprotected phone, and jump on it. Now, what is the floatie, you may be asking? Just to mess with Shoyuta, I brought a floatie in the shape of an alcohol bottle. It surprises me what they sell in stores. What's worse? The brand of alcohol is Lust. Yip, God, you can come to pick me up now. Fine then, forget you too, God. I enjoy the floatie for a moment. Then, I push it towards the shallow side of the pool and get off, leaving my phone on the float. I'm going to learn to swim even if it challenges me. Guess who is swimming, everyone? Yep, it's your boy Izuku here. Actually, it's not hard at all. It's relaxing. It's funny that people think I don't know what that word means, but I do. It just rarely happens. Anyway, I was floating around minding my own business when my phone starts pinging nonstop. Oh yeah, Shoyuta exists. I swim over and hop on top of my floatie before checking the messages. First, there are individual messages to me. Shuta's messages. Shoyuta. Izuku, where are you? Shoyuta. You were supposed to say here, not go cause trouble. Shoyuta. Himenet, where are you? Those were just 2 minutes ago. Then he messaged the group chat. Squad, group chat. Hobo, have either of you gotten messages from Izuku? Mikey, nope. Womanizer, no, why? Hobo, he was not in the hotel room when I woke up, and I need to make sure he isn't taking over the world yet. He also figured out that I put a tracking device on his phone and hacked it to say, the wrong man to be stalking. Of course I did, you dipwad. What do you expect? I want my freedom. Womanizer, he won't do that until after he becomes a pro hero. Also, that seems a bit far to put a tracking device on him. You deserve it. Hobo, I don't care. He probably did the same thing to me. Where would he go? Shoyuta, I did not. I don't go that far. It's only in your costume. Mikey, what does the hotel have? Hobo, indoor breakfast and an indoor pool. That's it. Mikey, he has to be in either of those places because I doubt he would leave you alone for too long. He's horrible at directions after all, and you two are overprotective of each other. Did he leave you a note? Hobo, please, he never leaves behind a screw, let alone a note. Yeah, the last two statements by both men are entirely valid. Womanizer, go look for him in the hotel. If he's not there, that's when you worry. I guess I can stop his worrying. Divorce exists, chill out. Yes, I left to go to Walmart to pick up donuts if you would like one. You have to come down to the pool though. Mikey, donut? Donut. Divorce exists, just go already. With that, I get off my phone because I see Shoyuta running in, calming down. What the hell is Izuku? Couldn't you have stayed there? He exclaims, his voice echoing in the whole room. Good news, I have a backup plan. I may or may not have brought a water gun, and I may or may not have shot Shoyuta with water. He glares at me hard. We both know I would have woken you up, so I wanted you to rest. The truth, go ask God. Actually, he would lie. Nobody to vouch for me. He sighs. Shoyuta rolls up his pink pajama bottoms and sits at the edge to put his feet in. I appreciate that. However, I would rather wake up with you in the room to make sure you weren't kidnapped or something. We both know nobody wants my company. I see a woman coming in with her child, but after seeing the mess of us, she guides the child away. Reality check. I don't care because I do care about you. Is this the weird confession scene in every movie? I hate this family. Shuriken meme. Well, he really got me there. I saved your neck, thank you very much. Also, that line has been claimed by yours truly. Oh, and I brought you some swim trunks if you'd like to. No. You would get us kicked out if I got in. And probably tease me about how you are. Now, where are the donuts? What a rude guy. I point to the bags. He walks over, grabs a donut, and sits back on the edge to eat. How many hours of sleep did you get? 2. He looks up, surprised. You still need more, but I'm glad you got some. You're still growing. It doesn't help that you're shorter than average. I don't need to be reminded of my height. You do. You also need to be reminded that you are human, not a robot. Tell that to Ida, not me. He literally moves like one. Yet, you're friends with a robot cat. You like cat. They tried to book you a trip to America. Free vacation for me? You would ruin it. What are you talking about? They were ruined the moment they voted for Trump. Don't get into political stuff. It's too early. It's lunchtime, you old man. Hard hit, Shoyuta says sarcastically before noticing the inflatable floatai and sighing. Are you trying to get me sent to jail? I can break you out. I'd rather not be a fugitive with an idiot child. In case you haven't noticed, I'm on the same level as Nizu. That's the surprising part. Have you seen what I built? I started building things inspired by Big Hero 6. I may or may not be working on some nanobots. Whatever. We have patrol tonight, so make sure everything you need is charged and ready. I have to deal with those air tanks eventually. Do it now while I'm out of the room. I'm going to Starbucks, but you're locking yourself in the room first. I don't trust you outside. Come on, out of the pool. But Dad. Fine, I will get you hot cocoa if you get out now. Deal. I quickly get out, grab my stuff, head to the room with Cat, and Shoyuta follows me. The moment I enter, he sighs. Fine, I will be back in 20 minutes. Stay out of trouble. With that he leaves, locking the door behind him. Well, time to charge and reload. Alright, so I did my job of charging all my stuff. That took 5 minutes. So what do I do for the rest of the time? We all know. Hell, what's the matter with your head? Yes, I'm singing. Hell, what's the matter with your mind and your sign and oh ho ho? Hell, nothing's the matter with your head, baby, find it, come on and find it. Hell with it, baby, 'cause you're fun and you're mine and you look so divine. Come and get your love. Come and get your Luvia Vivi. Come and get your love. Well, too bad it gets cut off. Seriously, Izuku? I can hear you from 2 floors down. I'm surprised we aren't kicked out yet, says Shoyuta, the party pooper. Though 2 floors? I'm impressed. I don't know what you expect anymore. I should have lowered my standards a long time ago. DMN harsh. That's how life feels with you around. But you have Hizashi to balance it out if you would just accept that you two love each other. I'm reminding everyone that I have no mute button. What the actual hell, Izuku? I'm trying to solve the world's problems here. You're just not accepting it. I don't think me being single is part of the world's problems. I think it falls more towards, I don't know, poverty and stuff like that. You start with the problems that can actually be fixed first. I'm taking a nap to forget this. I know I can't keep you in here, so stay in the building. If I find out that you leave again, I will force you to cuddle with me for a week when I want. Creepy. I'm your guardian, so it's fine. You're unstable anyway, therefore it works. Fine, let's go, Cat. We're going back to the pool. With my inflatable floatai and Cat, we headed back to the pool for the rest of the day. For some reason, nobody came to join me. It's so lonely in here. After a full day in the pool, it's time to take on some trouble. However, it's eerily quiet. Eraserhead, something has got to be going on or about to happen, I tell Shoyuta through the helmet. I know. Hopefully, it isn't too bad, he responds as we hop across rooftops. Thankfully, I can jump without wasting gas, so I can save it for fighting. Or when Shoyuta decides to show off with his scarf. I wonder if that means Stain is going to be out tonight. I deny anyone, but he would know. He works alone, remember? He won't be able to work alone for much longer if he wants to spread his message. Just when I think it's going to be a comfortable night, we hear an explosion to our left. We dash over to see chaos unfolding with a Nomu attacking the subway system. I quickly notice that it looks different from the other Nomu we've seen. Gosh darn it. You know, maybe taking down a Nomu will give Shoyuta and me some quality time together. You know, the same kind of experience that left us both shaken. Thankfully, this one is actually smaller than the one at the USJ that I had to confront. This means Shoyuta and I might actually have a chance. However, I don't want to use my baton since I don't have a backup. I certainly didn't expect to run into a Nomu out of nowhere. Sure, I still have one weapon, but that leaves one side of me vulnerable to attacks. Anyway, let's get to planning. I assume you have a plan already, Texas? He finally used my name at the worst possible moment. If I stab him, I could at least knock him down if I attack midair. Once he lands, use your quirk to counter any regenerative abilities he might have. I'm not entirely sure how your quirk works, but I have an idea. I just hope it will work. I'm uncertain if that's how Shuta's quirk operates or if it affects all quirks as if they were one. We'll find out soon enough. Works for me. Shoyuta hops to the ground, and I quickly dash toward the Nomu, using my boosters while pulling out my dual katanas. Once I'm close, I launch myself at it, stabbing the katanas into its chest, and use the boosters to push us away. The force causes us to crash hard onto the cement ground. Shuta's hair stands on end, indicating he's activating his quirk, and I pull the katanas out before slashing across its head. The reason I'm having Shoyuta use his quirk is to prevent the cells from regenerating for a moment. Hopefully, it won't recover after a few seconds. If it does, I have a lighter to deal with it. If that doesn't work, I'll need to burn the whole body. It's similar to dealing with a zombie. Sometimes, you have to incinerate them to truly defeat them. Let go, Eraserhead. I see his hair drop, and instantly the body starts to reform, somehow beginning to grow another head. Thankfully, Shoyuta activates his quirk again, so only part of a head forms. With our luck, it's still moving. It throws me off balance, causing me to crash into a wall. I manage to lessen the impact with my boosters, but I need to handle this now. I dash forward, narrowly avoiding a hit because the creature is much faster than I anticipated. I leap over it while stabbing it in the back. I'd like to say its screams bring me satisfaction, but they only make me feel disoriented. I twist the swords, but it's not having the desired effect. I quickly hop back, gritting my teeth. Shoyuta had already released his quirk a while ago, so the head is back. Great. What did you do at the USJ? I literally burned it alive. If I do that again, I'll lose one baton, leaving me vulnerable, I say as we roll away during my explanation. I have nunchucks that I can set on fire, but they wouldn't burn quickly enough. I'm afraid the flame would go out before it does anything. Wait a moment. I quickly pull out the lighter to conduct a little experiment. I turn it on, adjust the jet with my free hand, and aim it before igniting it. Just like that, I've created a makeshift flamethrower. Sure, it's small, but it's better than nothing. We got something, hallelujah. I need you to distract it, Eraserhead. Shoyuta quickly jumps in front to catch its attention, but he has to move fast to avoid getting hit. Seizing the opportunity, I use my boosters, fly to the head, and start burning it with my improvised flamethrower. I get a few moments of success before I have to pull back to avoid a punch to the gut, forcing me to land roughly. Good news, it isn't healing. Bad news, it's still moving. As if luck was finally on my side, Endeavor appears. For once, he has a perfect role to play. I catch his attention. Hey Endeavor, I have the perfect job for you. I need you to burn this creature to ashes. The funny thing is, he doesn't hesitate. He rushes up to the Nomu and literally incinerates its head. After muttering about how weak Shoyuta and I are, thanks for that, he runs off, and we follow, only to encounter two more Nomus? Are you kidding me? The first one is the main problem on the ground. Yes, one is in the air. Anyway, the main issue looks similar to the one at the USJ, so I can safely assume it has similar powers or even more powerful regeneration. Manual is the only one actually being useful by extinguishing the fires while the others keep attacking the Nomu in the same way. Idiots. Don't worry, Endeavor is there to take care of it. Speaking of Manual, we have another problem. Manual grabs our attention. Hey, have you two seen a kid in armor that looks like Ingenium? Oh, please don't tell me. He didn't, did he? Dang it, he went after the hero killer, the bloody idiot. I shout, frustrated with him. Eraserhead, check the alleyways nearby. You stand the best chance against him. What about you? I'm going to get some fried chicken. I point up at the flying Nomu. Basically, a Nomu with wings is soaring around with someone. I can cut its leg and catch the person. Be careful. With that, Shoyuta runs off. I sprint into an alleyway to the tallest buildings, bouncing back and forth on the walls with my boosters until I reach the top. It's time to test one of the two new features in my costume. I match the height of the flying Nomu. I dash forward with a katana in hand and use the boosters to fly toward it. When I get close, I slash the leg holding the person. I quickly put the katana away and catch the person, starting to fall myself. Thankfully, the Nomu is panicking, so it doesn't notice me descending. Hold on tight and don't look down. I tell whoever it is, busy making sure we don't plummet from this height. Internally, I'm panicking, but externally, I look like a total badass. I quickly guide us to the lowest roof before landing, using the boosters to soften the impact. If the supporters weren't there, my boots were technically supposed to absorb the shock of landing, but I hadn't tested them yet, nor was I willing to push my luck. I sprinted, leaping between buildings before I jumped down, landing near an ambulance, and handing over the injured. Thankfully, they had been unconscious the whole time. I couldn't blame them. That's when I received the message through my helmet. Eraserhead paralyzed. That was too quick for my liking. I quickly received coordinates and dashed toward them. I arrived on the scene within minutes. Shoyuta and someone I had predicted would get hit, native, were down. Shoyuta was still conscious, but Native seemed to be out cold, likely from blood loss, as there was a small stain on his shoulder. Stain must have figured out Shuta's quirk because Shuta's head was forced down. Speaking of Stain, he was in the middle of a monologue, which didn't surprise me, with Ida standing nearby despite a stab wound in his shoulder. It didn't look too deep, so that was a relief. I turned up the volume. "I will end you like you ended my brother's career, Stain," Ida declared as he charged forward to attack. What a reckless move. Stain managed to knock him down again and liked his knife, leaving Ida immobilized once more. Well, it seemed like it was my turn to step in. Literally. I jumped into the scene and landed a few feet behind Stain. "I thought you didn't kill kids." My goal was to distract him while I waited for the help I had called through my helmet. Unfortunately, they were all busy, so I would likely have to face him myself. I was curious to see if I could engage him in a philosophical debate. There were some gaps in his reasoning that intrigued me. Stain turned to face me, lowering his guard. "I don't. However, this ingenium here is after me for revenge, making him a false hero. But he is a kid. You know, kids are easily influenced by those around them. They are still learning. In fact, even adults are still learning. They just become more ignorant with age. If you were to kill him right here and now, you would have no idea if he could become a true hero or not. Experience changes people, Stain." I noticed Stain watching me in surprise, studying my every movement. I maintained a calm yet confident posture to convey my seriousness. I had caught his interest. "Izuku, you need to get out of here. It is my choice to face him," Ida insisted, acting like a child. "Ida, be quiet. You made this choice, yes? But it is no longer your choice when you are paralyzed. I have people to save here, and you are distracting me from that task. You asked for this the moment you made this choice." Thankfully, Ida fell silent, and Shoyuta was quiet because he understood my strategy. "Interesting. Then why aren't you fighting me?" Stain asked. "If I fight you and lose, you could easily kill us all here. However, if I talk to you, I not only gain more information but also buy more time. Typically, you shouldn't reveal your strategy, but I knew this guy was smart. Clever. Tell me, what do you feel about me? Your philosophy makes sense if you look at the ground rules. However, it becomes blurred. You have only claimed All Might to be a true hero. What defines a true hero, Stain? A true hero would not seek fame but would strive to save lives. They would sacrifice their own life to save others. A simple idea, yet very open to interpretation. Is Eraserhead here considered a true hero? He never seeks attention. If anything, he avoids it like a cat. He went out of his way to save a student, and he helped me overcome my struggles. I could hear Shoyuta growling at me through the mic. Struggles? Don't ask. Just answer the question. Yes, he would be considered a true hero. Simple and straightforward. Now, let's move on to someone more complicated. What about Present Mike? Sorry, Hizashi, but research is necessary. No, he only seeks fame. He is one of the worst out there. I had to defend him. There are different types of heroes. Eraserhead and All Might are straightforward heroes who confront villains and bring them to justice. Present Mike, on the other hand, focuses on giving people something to look forward to. He brings smiles to faces and gives them a reason to survive the day instead of giving up. This seemed to give Stain a moment to think. You're not scared of me if you're able to defend your beliefs like that. Why would I be? I see no reason to be afraid of you. Now, before you attack me, I have one thing to ask you. The villains went after you, didn't they? This is all Shigaraki's plan, except for you harming Native here. You don't want to be part of the League of Villains because their goals contradict your philosophy. Maybe fear just wasn't in my vocabulary. Correct. You do seem to be a true hero. Unfortunately, I need to do this. Barely giving me a second to react, Stain lunged and struck my shoulder with his katana. He started to lean in, but then in a twist of fate, Ida snapped out of his paralysis, charged forward, and used his quirk to kick Stain hard into the ground. I quickly pulled out my baton with my left hand, igniting it, and dashed forward to touch him with it. However, Stain managed to bounce back. Too bad for you because my baton is a whip. I swung the baton at him, catching him off guard just long enough to land a hit. This momentarily paralyzed him. I reeled it back and moved forward to strike again, only to feel a sharp pain in my left leg from a throwing knife. I quickly rolled to the side to regain my footing. The baton was still active as I increased its output. Ida took a moment to try and kick Stain again, but Stain was too fast. I couldn't even use my new feature now. Great. Well, I could, but it would hurt me. I needed to distract him again. Your quirk relies on blood type, doesn't it? Stain looked up, smirking as he charged at me. Well, I got my answer. Ida tried to hit him again, but Stain was way too quick. I swung the baton to keep him at bay, but he closed in again, seemingly ready to stab me once more. I could try to dodge, but that would be predictable. Time for my crazy idea. I catch the guy off guard by charging into him. Seizing the moment, I press my thumb on the pad, and electricity surges through my armor, stunning Stain until he collapses. The downside? The knife and sword embedded in me conduct the electricity, shocking me as well. I end up passing out too. This isn't the smartest move, but sacrifices must be made, and Shoyuta should regain consciousness in a few minutes. He seemed to have only been grazed as I noticed no injuries. He was the only real threat, so it's fine. I hope Shoyuta wakes up quickly because Stain will only be out for a short while. How do I know that? Because I'm brilliant. If I had gone all out, I might have seriously harmed myself. I need to stay alive for the story, which is why I held back. Here's the scoop. Normally, I would just summarize what happened, but I managed to snag Shuta's perspective. I also woke up briefly between fainting and arriving at the hospital. This will be better anyway. Here's some exclusive footage. Shuta's POV. Ida is in deep trouble after this, matching Izuku's level of recklessness. It takes a lot to do that, and he accomplished it in a single night. I'm furious because he decided to confront the hero killer, Stain, illegally with his quirk that had already incapacitated his brother. Did he really think he could do better? Stain paralyzed him in minutes, and Ida thought he could handle it? It doesn't help that he tried to convince me to leave because it was his destiny, or something. Then I got paralyzed because he was so fast. I really shouldn't have let Ida go on this internship. I know his brother spoke to him because I received a message, yet he still went ahead. I'll have to DSPLN him severely for this, assuming the law doesn't come after him first for using his quirk illegally. He better have learned from this experience. Then Izuku showed up. I'm guessing his headset alerted him. If I had to send one of my students to confront Stain, it would be Izuku. Not for revenge, but because he stands a chance of winning. If we hadn't been there, he could have gathered intel and taken Stain down. At worst, he might have walked away with a few scrapes. But he has to be careful with his weapon around others. Thankfully, he has enough skill to avoid hurting anyone. Somehow, he's smart enough to manage that. Instead, while trying to be cautious, Izuku ended up getting a knife and a sword stuck in himself. Then, the human version of Nizu decided to use his electric armor, which knocked out both Stain and himself. He's going to hear it from me when he wakes up. Strangely, the troublemaker didn't even scream. I know he has a high pain tolerance, but this is pushing it. Right now, I'm trying to keep my anger in check while dealing with Ida. I'm not in the mood for his apologies, especially with Native injured and Izuku having shocked himself. Get rid of all his weapons quickly. I don't know how long Texas will keep him down. I leave no room for argument as Ida moves to comply. Also, I'm making Izuku change his hero name because it's hard to say. He'll probably come up with a witty comeback about my own hero name, but I don't care. It takes me a few minutes to finally regain my ability to move. The first thing I do is wrap Stain tightly in my scarves. Next, I check Native's pulse and see it's still strong. I tear off a piece of my scarf to wrap around his wound and apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Now, to assess Izuku's condition. You'd think that after seeing him covered in blood once, it would be easier to see him in any state. No, it's worse now that it's his blood. He's probably the only one who can affect me like this, along with my closest friends and students. But this is a whole new level. I notice his body trembling, likely from the aftershock. That stubborn brat. I hear footsteps and look up to see another one of my students, Todoroki. Please don't tell me his father sent him to face Stain instead of doing it himself. Endeavor sent me to help, Todoroki says. Of course, the fool did. At least it's after the fact. Todoroki, carry Native's body. Ida, drag Stain's. I say as I lift Izuku's body over my shoulder, the best way to manage it with a sword in his shoulder. We head out to the streets to find an ambulance for Native and Izuku. They'd be lying if they said I was reluctant to let the idiot go. I should have trusted my instincts. As they were putting Izuku on the stretcher, the winged Nomu from earlier snatched him away and flew off. It seems Izuku managed to cut off its leg because it hasn't regenerated yet, or it doesn't have a regeneration quirk. I sprint after them, ignoring everything else and focusing solely on Izuku because his luck always leads him into trouble. I try to capture the Nomu with my scarves but miss by a foot. I attempt to disable its quirk, but it doesn't work. I'm about to scale a building when the Nomu suddenly halts, and Stain appears. It leaps onto it and slashes its back, causing it to crash down. Thankfully, he saves Izuku by grabbing him before the fall. He stabs the Nomu in the head with a pocket knife. All fake heroes and villains should be purged from this society, Stain declares, standing to face the crowd. This is what Izuku meant when he said he would have to go out soon. The media is here, recording him to spread his message. A dangerous influence. What are you doing? A villain was coming this way. Endeavor shouts as he turns to see Stain. Stain! His hands ignite with flames. Is he really going to attack Stain with Izuku right there? Endeavor, stop. You'll put Texas in danger too. I scream at him. Stain, however, takes control of the conversation. Endeavor, the definition of a fake hero. I will not allow you to defeat me. Just then his eyes began to glow red, fog enveloped us, and the moon turned a deep crimson. Everyone froze in place. It was just like what Izuku had done in the cafeteria the other day and during our training. The same ability. Bright red eyes appeared behind him. The only one allowed to defeat me is All Might. He then pointed toward Izuku. And him. Both of them are true heroes. Suddenly, the aura vanished, and we heard a gasp. I turned to see Izuku collide with Stain, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku pinned Stain down, disregarding any pain that might have been coursing through his body. I noticed his helmet had come off, revealing his curly green hair and eyes glowing like Stain's, but in a vibrant green. The aura reappeared, directed at Stain. I could see the intensity in Izuku's eyes, a fierce determination as he looked at the man beneath him. You know, Stain? I believe your philosophy is unrealistic. You think heroes need to be perfect just like All Might. There will always be false heroes, but you can only limit them. You cannot eliminate them. Do you want to hear a little story? I asked All Might if I could be a hero. A boy desperate to hold on to something. Do you know what he told me? Izuku's voice rose, filled with emotion. He told me I can't because I am quirkless. Even All Might makes mistakes, because look who has earned the title of true hero from you. Heroes are not and will never be perfect. If we were, we would have the ideal world we all desire. We can only prevent as much as possible because we are human. We can only save as many lives as we can before it becomes overwhelming, so lower your expectations. In the next moment, his tone shifted. There is only so much we can do. We need to be realistic and take one step at a time. You harming heroes is sacrificing lives that could have been saved by those same heroes. As heroes, we must do our best, not the impossible. Otherwise, the world of heroes will crumble. With that, Izuku delivered a decisive punch to Stain, knocking him out before he could rise again. Stain stumbled, a vacant look in his eyes as the aura faded. Nearby heroes quickly restrained Stain and took him into custody. I rushed over to Izuku, pulling him into a tight embrace, careful not to hurt him. He was struggling to stay awake. I'm right here, Izuku, I whispered softly. I felt his body lean against me, and I lifted him up to carry him to an ambulance. Dominic, guess who's back? Back again? In a hospital? Okay, if the place didn't look like the light was going to claim me and pull me into heaven only to realize that I'm in the wrong place, I would be fine. But nope, everything is just so white. I'm not being racist. Everything is literally white. No, I'm not blind either. I guess I should get on with the actual story. When I wake up, I'm bound to the bed. What the? Is my dream of being tortured by Todoroki finally coming true? Nope. Minute. I open my eyes to the stark white surroundings that seem to suffocate me. It's like be gone, angels. Maybe I am going more psychotic with each incident. Should have known you would wake up in a mere couple of hours. I look to my right to see Nomuri. Shocker there. Thankfully, she looks like an average person, so I have some sanity. I see her press a button as I continue the conversation. Keeping your standards low on me now? Then that hurts. They gave you a day after you, I don't know, electrocuted yourself. What were you thinking? I thought that God decided that I would ruin his world and tried to take me, but he said nope and threw me back down in misery. Also, did you bind me, and if so, please release me? If you're going to bind me, at least have Todoroki in here. Well, that snapped her out of her serious mood quickly because she bursts out laughing for a moment. Glad you're following your mom's example. Nomuri's mom now? I dig it. I learned from the best. But seriously, the hospital actually bound you since they were afraid you were going to do something. They were right there because I would be walking out of the room and heading to McDonald's for a Big Mac or something. Like, my germaphobe standards are lower than my food needs right now. The truth is I rarely eat out. I will. I am reluctant about it most of the time. I don't mean leaving. I mean more like attacking them. What the? If I wanted to attack them, I would have taken over the world already 5 years ago. Does that mean my mental state is being looked over? Wait a minute, why are they worried about that anyway? She looks at me, surprised. What do you remember? Electrocuting myself. Hold up. So you don't remember what happened between that and now? Wait, something happened? My gosh, are my drinking days coming back? Nomuri looks over me as if searching for an indicator that I am lying. Before she can continue, a male doctor walks in. Hello, Midoriya. My name is Doctor, some name I won't remember. How are you feeling? He asks, pulling out his clipboard. I forgot I'm in the hospital for a reason. I see my shoulder wrapped along with my thigh, but they don't hurt. Probably because I have too strong of a pain tolerance. Like my hopes and dreams are shattered because I'm bound, yet I'm not getting any attention from anyone. Well, anybody attractive. Nomuri has to cover her mouth to keep from laughing as the doctor looks disappointed at me. Accurate feeling. Are you dizzy or in pain? The doctor asks. I would like to say he just ignored my mental state. No. Can I be released from these bounds? No, not until we get the say-so. He starts checking my vitals. When can I get out? Tomorrow evening if everything goes well. What is the last thing you remember? Hold. The phone. You have to at least get rid of the bounds soon. I ask, twitching. I grip at the restraints on my wrist to try and pull them off. Dumb idea because it hurts my injured arm. This is for the safety of others. If I wanted to hurt people, I would have already. If I wasn't tied up, I would be much calmer. But putting someone with ADHD in this situation? A terrible idea. What is the last thing you remember? Electrocuting myself. He looks at me suspiciously. He writes it down and leaves without another word. They aren't going to do a mental exam, right? I could trick them either way, I ask. At the same time, I start thrashing to try to release some unwanted energy. Nomuri sighs and walks over to the side of the bed. I don't know. Shoyuta is working on it, I cut her off. How is he? I know he probably only got a graze, but I want to be sure. She has the nerve to laugh at me. I glare at her with all my might. Of course, you would worry about him. He didn't want you to be left alone, so he called me and stayed by your side except during surgery. He only got nicked on his cheek. I feel like I would have noticed that. Maybe I was too out of it. I appreciate that he called Nomuri in, though, because I would be in a much worse place by this point. Not that I will ever say that. Aizawa. Yes, continuing with my earlier statement before someone decided to interrupt me. She glares at me. He is working on it. He has to do files and all that, so he will probably be back within the hour if it all goes well. However, I believe we have more important matters to discuss. She pulls out her phone, looks up something, comes beside me for me to see, and presses play. The video shows Stain saving me from Nomu, but then he faces the cameras and states his philosophy. Next, he does the presumably scary stuff where he lets the demon haunt his body, changing the whole aura of the field. I feel Nomuri shivering beside me, but I don't react. It looks really cool to me. Somehow, I come in, knock him over, and pin him. I do my little version of the speech, but that isn't the important part. The important part is that I'm doing the same thing that he did with his aura but with green eyes. By the end I can say, I look really cool. Is that seriously what you got from this? She screams at me. I guess there is more to it. Stain's my secret dad. I know you mean it as a joke, but they're doing blood tests to see if you are. What? Are they that clueless? The point? It's not like he would have had any influence in my life anyway. That's like blaming a baby because his or her father is a villain. You're right. However, right now, they think that what you two did is a quirk. They are testing for a quirk factor as well. I growl. I'm at my breaking point already. Now they worry because they think I possibly have a quirk? Am I not dangerous enough as is with what I can do? That is an ability, not a quirk. Izuku, I need you to calm down and take deep breaths. You're freaking out, honey, Nomuri says gently. I sigh and do what she asks, still twitching and tugging at the restraints. However, I need to start thinking logically. Sorry, Nemi. Sweetie, you're fine. I would be doing the same thing if I were in your position. I'm not going to tell you to rest because you probably can't right now. No kidding. Hey, I'm just saying. She goes quiet for a moment as I analyze the room. You're not thinking of escaping, are you? Strongly considering. Oh, before I continue figuring out this room, how's Ida? He's fine. He just got out of surgery a little while ago and is resting. Well, he better rest for a long time because I'm going to punch him in the face when he wakes up. Expected. With that, I look around the room. I can tell this is a special room because there are no windows and the doors are locked. I take note of the camera with its light on. That whole conversation was recorded. If this is an observation, that could throw me off. I glare at the camera before looking around the room again. Nothing else besides the medical equipment that I could probably hack somehow. Too bad they decided to bind me. Izuku. Nomuri picks up the conversation again. I want to be prepared in case they try to arrest me. I'm not going to jail. The place is disgusting. You might want to distract me before I act on it. With that, we talk about random topics that come to mind that aren't too bad. Well, in our terms, that means mostly about dating and relationships. I hate being tied down. This place is unbearable. It has been almost an hour, and my arms and legs are starting to go numb due to the awkward position. I'm a hyperactive person. I need to move. I feel sorry for Ida's brother for having to sit in a hospital room for so long. On top of that, his little brother almost got himself killed over revenge, and that must be hell. I'm still upset with Ida. If you're going to seek revenge, at least have a plan, especially when they have taken down pro-heroes before. He's going to face a lot of pain and suffering when he wakes up. Finally, I'm getting my drama when Shoyuta enters with Hizashi and a man with a dog head in a suit, though I think I know who he is. Funny how I'm tied up like a dog right now, and he isn't. Beside him is what I presume to be a bodyguard. I haven't even escaped the bounds yet. You don't need a guard. I will find a way eventually, but not right now. Shoyuta and Hizashi stay back as the dog steps forward. Hello, Midoriya. I believe we have worked together alongside Principal Nizu of UA on cases before due to your keen intelligence. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You must be the chief of police for Hosu. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. May I ask why you have come today? Yes, I can be professional. I need to be if I want a chance to get out legally. As you may know, we have managed to capture Hero Killer Stain due to your help in subduing him. In extension, you also addressed the issue with the media. When you made your speech, you overshadowed Stain's beliefs and proved him wrong, meaning the damage has been minimized due to your quick thinking. However, that has brought a new problem upon yourself, your sanity. When you faced Stain, you used the same ability he did. You instilled fear in the public around you, including the strongest of heroes. We have already done a blood test to confirm that you are not related to Stain in any way. We also conducted a quirk factor test while you were still unconscious to show you have no quirk factor. You have the choice to reveal the results to the public or remain quiet. Everyone here knows you can weigh the advantages and disadvantages. Finally, the credit will be placed on you as a cover for Ida, as he illegally used his quirk. The markings match those of what your batons can inflict, and Eraserhead does not want to be recorded. As you never used a quirk, and you were with your sensei, everything you did was legal. You will not get in trouble for your actions. Ida's sensei, Manuel, will lose his teaching license due to negligence. Ida's punishment is that he will not receive credit for helping to capture Stain as long as he doesn't mention he was involved. For your hard work, I would like to thank you personally for being willing to make the sacrifice. Are there any questions? Oh boy, that is a lot of information. However, I do have significant questions. What name have I been put under? If it's my real name, I can work with that. If it's my hero name, I will need to change it. It has been placed under your real name, the chief of police states. Hallelujah, I can still be Texas. That I can work with. If it was under my hero name, I would have to change that with my costume because that is shown in the video. I assume you have tried to take the video down, but people keep posting it back up. I would have rather stayed in the dark about the whole situation. However, life has other plans. You make do with what you have. There's not much we can do about it. That's expected. There are simply too many copies to do something about it. I would like for the information to be released as everyone already knows that I am Quirkless and that I am not related to Stain. Being quiet will be too suspicious. I would like to mention that you should keep an eye on the League of Villains. The leader tried to take Stain's credit but was obviously overshadowed. Finally, is my mentality still being questioned? If not, can I be released from these bounds, please? Your point regarding the League of Villains will be taken into consideration. As for your mental state, you are deemed safe. The doctor should be here soon to let you go. Is there anything else you wish to add? I will message you with more details if I think of anything later. For now, yes. Thank you for your cooperation. We are interested in seeing what kind of hero you become. Goodbye, Midoriya. With that, the chief of police walks out, and everyone around me exhales deeply as they approach the side of the bed. Hizashi is the first to lean over and give me a hug. I brace myself. I can deal with the aftermath later. He understands what I'm going through. I didn't even realize I was trembling until now. It probably looks unprofessional, but oh well. What are you doing here, Hizashi? I thought you had a show. I did. It just ended. Then I heard you were restrained, so I pushed my way in here to talk to Shoyuta and get everything sorted as quickly as possible. They were going to wait until morning. I pale at that thought. I would have caused chaos by morning. I pull away from Hizashi and glance over at Shoyuta. He looks more exhausted than usual. He sighs, walks over, and pulls me into a gentle hug. Shoyuta? You really need some sleep. He pulls back and studies me closely while still leaning over. We have a strange relationship. I'm sorry. I tried to work quickly, but they were stubborn, he says, running a hand through his hair. You did your best. Just snap out of it. He sighs, shaking his head. DMN idiot. Why did you think it was a smart idea to electrocute yourself? This question again? Well, if I had happened to die at that moment, maybe I would have turned into Frankenstein. Before he can respond, Nomuri cuts in. Don't bother asking. He gave me a completely different answer. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose. Of course he did. Hey, I'm right here. Hizashi chuckles at the scene, knowing I'm trying to forget this mess. What time is it? 2 in the morning, Hizashi replies as the two discuss what happened while Shoyuta was out. So, party time? I think most people are asleep at this hour. Yet here we are. Do you think I can get out early? The two stop their conversation at that comment. Both Nomuri and Shoyuta glare at me. No, you brat. You need to rest. Shoyuta tries to reason with me. Shoyuta, we both know that isn't happening. The moment I get out of this, I'm walking out of here. This is driving me insane. I am as serious as I can be. I want you to think for a moment. You got electrocuted. Sure, it didn't cause major damage, but you managed to burn your injuries, which made the operation harder. Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry, my foot. I don't care. I want out of this place. Before Shoyuta can continue, Hizashi steps in. Leave Izuku be. Let him get out first and see the damage. You're trying to hold down the most hyperactive kid in the world. It's torture. Thank goodness Hizashi understands. I start focusing on my breathing. The room goes quiet. After what feels like an eternity, the doctor from earlier comes in and removes the restraints. The moment the last one is undone, I jump off the bed, shaky. As soon as I land, I bounce on my toes while rubbing my hands together. If I'm supposed to feel something, I don't right now. Sir, you shouldn't be up yet, the doctor starts, trying to guide me back to the bed, but I cut him off with a growl. Try being tied down for no reason. Waking up like that. You're lucky I didn't have a panic attack, or I would have ruined your hard work. Harsh, but that's the truth. Hizashi walks up to me and takes my hands to examine my palms. Oh, I broke skin. I'm surprised I didn't notice it. I look away, not wanting to see that. The doctor sighs, grabs some nearby bandaging, and sterilizes it before placing a band-aid on both palms. Is this a common occurrence? The doctor asks. If I get tied up more often, then yes. Otherwise, no, I snap back. I know I'm being rude, but I absolutely hate being confined. You can't blame me for being on edge. When can I get out? As you are showing no signs of pain and are healing well, you can leave now. Your guardian will need to sign you out. Hey, you have to be signed out first. Like I'm waiting for that. I walk out of the room, completely ignoring the doctor. I can hear someone following closely behind, but I don't bother to slow down as I navigate through the hospital. I guess it's Hizashi, as he's probably the only one I'm willing to deal with right now. Shoyuta has to sign me out, and logically, Nomuri would stay with him. Izuku, wait. You have to change first. Hizashi catches up to me, holding a bag of what I presume is clothes. I guess hospital attire is inappropriate unless I'm picking people up, huh? I take the bag, walk into the nearest bathroom, and change out of the hospital outfit, putting on my own clothes through gritted teeth. Oh, so now I feel the pain. Yup, expected. I managed to get my boxers and shorts on because I can manage that one-handed despite the pain. Thankfully, Stain didn't hit the knife in my knee. It still hurts though. The shirt presents a problem because I can't lift my arm. I bite my tongue to keep from cursing. I don't need to attract any unwanted attention in a hospital. Izuku, do you need help? I hear Hisashi's concern from outside the door. Well, I'm not getting anywhere anyway, so I might as well accept help. Please. Do you have your pants on? Oh yeah, we don't need him getting in trouble for that. I do. Get in here. I unlock the door and he comes in, locking it behind him. He flinches at the sight of my wrapped shoulder, but then he laughs at the awkward position of my shirt. Help me, you JRK. So much for keeping the ghost away. Hey, there's no need to be rude about it. Hisashi laughs as he starts fixing my shirt for me. I can tell this isn't my shirt because it has a cat on it. Shoyuta is such a tease. Hisashi chuckles at my reaction to the shirt. He couldn't get your case open, so he had Nomuri go to the store and pick something up. He specifically asked for the cat design. Don't worry, we already got it cleaned for you. Right, my case requires a code because I was worried Shoyuta would break in and try to take all the stuff I wasn't supposed to have. I really needed that silly string. But Shoyuta doesn't need to be in there. What do you have in there, explosives? Please. Hacking security to let me through with that would be a nightmare. I can almost hear the possible ghost questioning my sanity. I have no idea then, little listener. Do you need help with your socks and shoes? I don't want socks. Why not? I'm afraid they will rub against the bandages. We managed to get my shoes on before stepping out to find Shoyuta and Nomuri waiting outside the restroom. I catch Shoyuta smirking at me as he often does. Let's be honest for a moment, I just want to get out of here. I don't care if I'm limping now because I can feel the pain. Thank goodness nobody tries to get me in a wheelchair, or I would lose it. So we are out of the less than pleasant place, and I have no idea where we are. Unfortunately, Kat isn't with us to help, and my phone was sent back to the hotel. I just start walking in a random direction, hoping we'll find our way. You have no idea where you're going, do you? Shoyuta asks, sounding tired. No. I'm just looking for a McDonald's or KFC or something. At least I'm being honest. With a sigh, Shoyuta walks up behind me, grabs my shoulders, and turns me to face across the street. What's across the road, you may ask? The real paradise. A KFC. Thankfully, nobody is on the road because it's too early in the morning. I dash across with excitement, momentarily forgetting my safety. Ouch, the pain. But oh, how I love food. I am free from shoulda. Only to be stuck with him again within a couple of days after dealing with Mom. Reality check. This is frustrating. So for the rest of the internship, I ended up doing shoulda's paperwork. It was easy enough. Apparently, running around with stitches isn't advisable, so he tried to keep me in the room. Note the word tried. Like that was going to happen. He attempted to put a tracking device on me, but that was pointless for someone like me. I would have gone to the pool, but you know stitches. If that isn't the definition of depression, I don't know what is. Thankfully, healing quirks exist, and I was back to normal within a week. You might be wondering, Izuku, where did you spend most of your time? Well, I'll tell you. Walmart and the police station. Legally. Not arrested. It's sad when I have to clarify that. Before I share those stories, I need to take you back to that night the squad went to KFC. Nothing dramatic happened there, so calm down. Well, aside from getting kicked out for my colorful language, but that's just a typical night for me. Let me set the scene. The squad and I went to the hotel because everyone but me needed to sleep. Obviously, no one wanted to catch a train at 3 o'clock in the morning except me because I thrive on chaos. That meant Hisashi and Nomuri had to stay with us. Now, time to fast forward. After heaven. I can't stay there forever, unfortunately. Alright, so the four of us just got to the hotel room, and Shoyuta immediately collapsed on the bed. I'll worry about him later. Right now, we have two confused adults. Where are we supposed to sleep? Hisashi asked. At that moment, a light bulb went off in my head. And before you ask, no, it isn't about revealing Hisashi's gender like in Auron High School Host Club. It's an idea. A brilliant idea. Nomuri and I will take the other bed, and you can share with Shoyuta. You can borrow his clothes if you're not comfortable in what you're wearing, I said as I limped over to the free bed and climbed onto it. They took off their jackets as they settled into their respective beds, one of them blushing. You can safely assume that it was Hisashi. The lights turned off, leaving only the light from my phone. I glanced over to see Nomuri wiggling her eyebrows. We think alike in this regard. I wiggled my eyebrows back before she turned away to avoid the phone's glare. Yes, I stayed put like a good boy for a few hours, playing puzzle games on my phone. Kind of. You know those selfie sticks that you use to take great selfies? I put mine to fantastic use. About a couple of hours in, I heard shuffling from the other bed. Thanks to my over-prepared nature, I had night vision on my phone. I attached the selfie stick, raised it up, and took a few pictures before bringing the phone down to check them. Guess what I saw? No, it's not what you're thinking, so calm down. Hisashi and Shoyuta were cuddling. Let me repeat that for you. Hisashi and Shoyuta were cuddling. They were cuddling. I had to resist the urge to scream. The best part? Cue the Blues Clues male song in my head. I just got some blackmail. I just got some blackmail. I just got some blackmail. And we all know whose it's from. Okay, blackmail isn't my primary goal. It's like a fantastic side quest I didn't know about, and I stumbled upon it while completing the main quest. They were slowly coming together. Oh, if only I could scream right now. Obviously, I wasn't going to keep this to myself. I started shaking Nomuri awake gently. I may be a bit of a troublemaker, but that's just how I roll. It took her a moment to look at me. Zuku? You okay? Nomuri whispered. You know you worry people when that's the first thing they say. I turned her to see the boys. She had to cover her mouth before facing me with a bright smile and a wink. Tell me you got pictures. I quickly nodded with a smirk. Blackmail, darling. Now sleep. We both know that's impossible, I whispered back. It was the truth. My brain was too wired after that. Nomuri shook her head and went back to sleep. I never did sleep. I dealt with the pain like a champ. By morning, the boys were blushing, and I pretended to ignore it while focusing on my games. Eventually, Hisashi and Nomuri had to leave for UA again. We exchanged hugs, and they left the building. One thing that surprised me was that Shoyuta didn't question me about Hisashi's reaction. He probably thought I was oblivious. I had evidence he didn't know about. When they left, he went back to bed, but not before slamming his paperwork at me and grumbling for me to get it done. Salty man. To the present. As I mentioned before, I spent most of my time at Walmart. I finished the paperwork quickly while Shoyuta went to the station to get more work done. I managed to get away with it for a couple of days. The main problem was the people there. You see, thanks to media exposure, people recognized me. I didn't like that, despite how much attention my actions practically begged for. I didn't want him finding out through the internet that I was sneaking out to Walmart of all places. So what did I do? I brought some spray-on hair dye that washes out easily and turned my broccoli hair into a beautiful rainbow in the Walmart bathroom. You should have seen the looks I got for that. About 30 minutes before I needed to head back, I returned to the bathroom, washed it out, and dashed out before anyone caught me. Yes, I got away with this for a couple of days. How did I lose it? I'm glad I asked myself that. You see, Shoyuta decided to come to visit me for lunch in the hotel room that I was not in. Then, I turned off the tracker, so he couldn't find me. It was a good thing I got kicked out of Walmart that day because they thought I was suspicious. I considered going to Starbucks, but I decided to head home instead. I was relieved I did, as I probably would have had the police after me otherwise. But Shoyuta was there. He was on his lunch break. This is frustrating. Back in time again. I was returning to the hotel from Walmart after being kicked out for looking suspicious. I mean, I was just walking around Walmart and fixing my hair in their bathroom. There had to be more suspicious things happening than that. Anyway, I entered the hotel room after managing to unlock the door, again, and I heard Shoyuta inside. Oh no. I already checked the hotel, Hisashi. Izuku is not here. Where could he have gone? He sounded really upset on the phone. Sorry, Hisashi. I could always leave if I needed to. Shoyuta was pacing back and forth, and he would notice me any moment. The only place I know he might be is Walmart. He can't seriously be hanging out there. He may be a bit reckless, but he suddenly stopped when our eyes met. I'll call you back. With that, he dropped the phone, walked over to me, and gave me a stern look. Well, here comes the lecture. What on earth, Midoriya Izuku? Why couldn't you stay in the hotel? Where have you been? At the very least, you could have sent me a message telling me where you were going. A note. Something. It doesn't help that you turned off the tracker. Ever wonder why I put a tracker on your phone? Because I don't know where you are. What if something happens to you? I focused on my breathing. Deep breaths, Izuku. I was about to lose it. Think rationally. Yes, Shoyuta had a point. I could have at least left him a note so he knew where I was. That was something I wasn't used to doing. If I left, I left. I had done it all the time before with Shoyuta. Why was it different now? Oh right, new city. and I got lost easily. But still, it felt like he didn't trust me. It didn't help that he did the same thing, and I didn't put a tracker on him, did I? Because I trusted him to come back. Why couldn't he trust me and my abilities? Izuku, I want a response. Great, he switched to his teacher tone. I was still trying to keep my cool because yelling wouldn't solve anything. Time to respond before he got angry again. Well, I'll manage. Shoyuta, why are you worried about this now? I know I get lost easily in a new town and all that. However, I've been leaving town constantly to get supplies, and I always come back. You never question me then, and when you text me, I always reply within 10 minutes. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose before sighing. That may be true. However, you were just on live television. You've made yourself a target and you know this. It doesn't help that you still have stitches. You may be smart, but you can't avoid every situation. I'm trying to make sure you don't make your condition worse. True. But you know it's hard for me to stay in one place. I know, and I will let you go again. However, you must tell me when you are going out and where. He was treating me like a child. Fine. Alright. Now, as a consequence, you're stuck with me for the rest of this time. Oh, this was going to be a challenge. And it was. Imagine being in a room where you've already finished your work. Yeah, that's why the police station knows my face now. I kept wandering around once I finished my tasks, even going as far as programming new features into Cat. It didn't help that Shoyuta spent most of his time sleeping, unlike me. Okay, maybe that was dramatic, but I guess he needed more sleep because he was older. The only thing that kept me sane besides programming Cat through my phone, which was a hassle, were the patrols. He let me go in exchange for staying back and observing. I only interfered once by using a banana peel from the trash to distract an enemy. I got a disappointed look for that. When I finally got back, Mom was being overly dramatic and watching my every move as if I was going to break, which meant she forced me to stay in the house all weekend. I learned to appreciate Shoyuta. From that, now back to the present. Today is the first day back at UA, and I decided to arrive to class early. Like Ida early. Typically, I'd be messing around with the staff right now, but here I am. But it certainly isn't because I'm a model student. Well, Ida still had something to hear from me. He wasn't getting out of this. Oh geez, someone save me now. Thankfully, Ida arrived to rescue everyone from my cringy jokes. He immediately walked in front of me and bowed deeply. Izuku, I am sorry for betraying your trust and going after Stain. I should have listened to you and everyone else, but an overwhelming sense of revenge took over me. I had to face him. How sweet. I pulled him up, stared him down, and lightly punched him in the face. Don't worry, I only made his nose bleed. He pulled out a handkerchief to clean it up. He'd be fine. If he couldn't handle a nosebleed, he shouldn't be in the hero course. You really messed up. Never go the emotional route, especially when you're feeling that way. Do you get in the car and drive when you're emotional? You back off and calm down first. Do you realize you went against someone who literally took down your brother? And you think you had a chance? Think logically because you're the class representative for a reason. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Izuku. I will prove myself to you and the class. You better. With that, I left the class. Ignoring Ida's loud protests about, you should stay in the classroom, I headed to the teacher's lounge to find someone to annoy. Who would be my target today? It was our man, All Might. Not that I was saying he had a bad physique. His body was great. I wasn't going to be rude about that. That sounded bad. Anyway, what I was going to be rude about was his attitude. He is in his skinny might form, so I can't push him around too much, or else he might topple over. Young Midoriya. What brings you here so early? Skinny Mice. I really need to think of a name, though I doubt I'll use it too often. I'm bored. Amuse me because I don't think I ever learned your name, and I don't think you want me to call you All Might in this form. Yagi will suffice. I certainly hope so. It's your name after all. Yagi suddenly coughs, and I quickly hand him a napkin to clean up. You shouldn't curse. I decide to mix things up a bit because I don't want just Katsudon. I want some spaghetti too. You know, normally I would say to leave me alone. However, for you, I will share a special story. A bit more suited to your American tastes. A long time ago in America, there was a writer named Ernest Hemingway. His life was quite tumultuous, but he was an incredible writer. He had a way with words, much like me. His mother once asked him why he used such language, as it was improper. I quote Ernest Hemingway, "You see, I am trying in all my stories to get the feeling of actual life across, not just to depict life or criticize it, but to actually make it alive." so that when you have read something by me, you actually experience it. You can't do this without including the bad and the ugly as well as the beautiful. Yagi looks surprised that I know something about literature. Yes, I do. I'm not Nizu's student for nothing. There is so much more to this world beyond technology. There is beauty all around, as long as heroes and villains aren't causing chaos. There is art and music. There is so much out there. I even have a homeless person I help because he can't take care of himself. Either way, I try not to be ignorant of life. There's a reason I'm considered a genius, after all. I'm surprised by your mature response, Yagi tells me. I can be mature when I need to be, as well as childish. You have to adapt. This time, Yagi barely reacts to my language. That is true. You should head back to class, young Midoriya. Boo, it's more fun to surprise you with my abilities. Life goes on. Now go. Yeah, he really is trying to get rid of me. Fine, bye. With that, I get up and leave. That conversation lasted 5 minutes. Darn it. Now, let's see what kind of trouble I can stir up. When I said I was going to cause some chaos, I meant it. But first, let me share something serious. Well, serious in my case. You might not care much about it, but if you've followed me this far in my life, you must be interested. First off, Nizu is a lifesaver. If it weren't for him convincing everyone that I could act sane because I'm actually a genius, I would have had to take a ridiculous sanity test. Plus, I have a little scene to show you. I can't really explain it here. Yes, I'm that dramatic. Just imagine I'm snapping my fingers and a black and white movie starts playing. First day back at UA. You probably think I'm going to tell you all about the class reactions to our return, right? Nope, because everyone kept annoying me. The stain incident was a big deal, and they kept questioning me because of my supposed insanity. Thankfully, I'm only stuck with them in homeroom and the hero course. I walk into Nizu's office and sit in the chair across from him as usual. I honestly have no idea how he manages to teach me anything while being the principal of UA. Still, he is brilliant, so he probably has it all figured out. He spins around in his oversized chair to face me. Ah, Izuku. Welcome back. Nizu exclaims, though I catch a certain glint in his eye. He has taught me that observing people allows you to understand them better. However, I've been around Nizu for so long that it could just be his usual demeanor. Good to be back from a free vacation with Shoyuta. Now, I know you're up to something, so spill it. The rat chuckles before putting on a serious expression. I see your analytical skills are developing wonderfully if you were able to catch that. However, I do have something important to discuss with you specifically. Nizu pulls out his teacup, sits up straight, and looks me in the eye. Well, this must be serious. Nizu begins. Before you read this, if you want a summary, I'll provide one after this. I don't blame you for not wanting to read it because it's pretty much the same thing the dog says. This is mainly for the enthusiasts. I would first like to commend you on how you handled the stain incident. If it weren't for your quick thinking, we could have faced issues with villains wanting to join the League of Villains, as it was believed the two sides collaborated. You and I both know that you didn't prevent it entirely, but you did provide a strong argument that overshadowed stains for most people. However, places all the attention on you. Midoriya Izuku, you are now officially a target. You are one of the few students I've had who managed to capture the public's eye quickly, simply by how you present yourself. At the sports festival, you proved that a quirkless individual can stand against someone with a quirk. During the stain incident, you transformed into a completely different person, especially with your presence. This has caused the public to feel uneasy, though you wisely revealed that you are quirkless and not related to stain. That has given people some comfort. However, they still wish for you to be assessed for your sanity. This is entirely up to you, but I would personally recommend it. For once, being quirkless could be your advantage as they still perceive you as weak. Izuku, I need you to be extra cautious. Usually, I would transfer you to another school. However, since you live with Eraserhead, you already have some protection along with your own abilities and cat. For extra safety, I want you to create a new defensive tool that you can legally carry. It can be a taser or something unique. It needs to be powerful enough to allow you to defend yourself in case anything happens. In addition, I would like you to continue sparring with one of the teachers to keep your skills sharp. Do you understand? First the dog, now the rat. Well, at least I'm not forced to fight Shoyuta. That would have been a hassle. Yes, rat. I already understand the consequences of my actions. I didn't know at the time, as I don't remember the incident itself. Or maybe I did. I'd rather not overthink this. Nizu nods. I know you do, but I just wanted to make sure. Now, time to get to work. Yeah, I'm not going to make you suffer through my boring class, so let me attempt to organize it for you. I messed up Stain's media plan. We all should know this. If you didn't, now you do. I'm a target. Once again expected. Too bad the public is involved because they are worried that I have a quirk. I already took the test and disproved it. Speaking of tests, Nizu recommends I get evaluated to settle the public further. I swear the world is becoming softer with each generation. I'm not your biggest worry here, everyone. Hey, maybe I am, but not yet, so settle down. Finally, Nizu wants me to continue sparring and to make a new weapon to defend myself. It has to be legal. I wonder how many laws I can navigate with my weapons. That's pretty much it. Let's skip back to the present, shall we? Let me tell you something, I got myself evaluated. I may or may not have done it out of curiosity. Yeah, I decided to risk my life by taking this test. I mean, why not? Basically, the instructor asked questions, and I sat there answering them while hooked up to a lie detector machine. An example question would be, do you have a fascination with sharp objects? We all know I carry around a knife, but obviously, I'm going to lie. If you admit to someone that you have a fascination with knives, you might as well be sent to the asylum right there. You probably think, hey, I'm on a lie detector machine. They can detect a lie. Well, they can up to a point. Let me explain, as you might as well learn something while you follow my life. You see, a lie detector machine does not pick up on lies but instead on body signals. Specifically, signs that you are becoming nervous. If you're a nervous person and completely innocent, you're in trouble. It will pick up that you're lying. When you get nervous, your heart rate increases, your body language may stiffen, your breathing may hitch, and you might start sweating. I know the last one is gross. Now, if you are someone emotionless like me, you can pass this test while lying all over the place. It's almost pitiful how easy it is to pass. Yes, I did. I lied about half the exam. I made sure to be reasonable, of course. I'm not stupid. If you do it smartly, you can pass the exam. You're welcome, future manipulators. You now have a way to cheat the system. Once the results were released, the public finally calmed down a bit. Now, on to much more critical matters. Vital matters. Hisashi's and Shuta's date. Yes, we are finally doing something about these desperate souls. Don't worry, I have a plan. Remember before I went to Hosu that I took that nap, and Hisashi said he would treat Shoyuta and me to dinner if I did? Yeah, I'm taking advantage of that. The squad is having dinner tonight. Yes, Namuri is coming too, but more for my sanity. I'm not willing to be a third wheel, and I can do this with someone. I told her to bring a spare outfit and a wig. I won't specify it as it would ruin the whole surprise, but yeah. I told the boys to dress nicely. Does that mean I trust them to? Absolutely not. Well, I trust Hisashi to dress well. He is a show host after all. It's Shoyuta that is going to have some issues, and he and I are going to have a little showdown. Shoulda. Wearing. But. Sweatpants. Sweater. Not. Acceptable. Get out of your emo wear and wear something actually nice, or I will dress you myself. I clap between every word in the first sentence for dramatic effect. We're just eating. Yes, but I'm sitting with you, and your appearance reflects on us. Like your height reflects on us? That guy. I at least look good, unlike the hobo beside me. I didn't get a choice for this height. You get a choice to look good, so do it. That you are planning something, aren't you? Shoyuta, just change into something nice. This isn't hard. I'm trying to save you from looking like a hobo, yet you aren't accepting it. No proof. The proof you will state would be estimations, not pure facts. You're just piecing things together. Now, are you going to fix your mess of a self, or do I need to get involved? It's not like I'm asking you to shave. You just need to dress nicely. The hobo has the nerve to huff at me before walking off, grumbling some nonsense I don't care about. I'm saving your life here. Meanwhile, I managed to get myself ready because I have a real fashion sense. I put on a short-sleeved white polo top with skinny black jeans and my signature red shoes. I make sure to unbutton that top button to look somewhat casual. Now for my hair. Normal guys probably say done and leave. Not my dramatic self. Yes, I can do hair. Starting off, let's minimize those curls. Curls are cute and all, but I want a more stylish look. I may or may not have copied Todoroki's hairstyle. Like, it's perfect. It should be perfect for me. Except it's not because I'm not Todoroki. The agony. Basically, imagine me with Todoroki's style but with light curls and a slightly messier look. I still look great though. DMN, I'm looking good. I'm glad I'm fit. Otherwise, this would be awkward. I have my yellow backpack at the door because I need it for this to work. No, I'm not meddling in their relationship yet. Shoyuta better be looking decent. I'm keeping my expectations low. I open the door to reveal the hobo himself. He is wearing a white V-neck t-shirt with black pants and shoes. Better than before. He has done something with his hair, but it still needs work. Besides that, he made the right choice with that V-neck. Hey, welcome to society, man. I had to say something. Shoyuta hadn't responded. In fact, he was looking me over in surprise, probably expecting something worse. I'm surprised you can do that to your hair. Did you seriously borrow Todoroki's style? Oh yeah, that. So what if I did? Come on, you're missing something. I walked past him and headed to his room, opening his closet. To anyone else, this might seem strange, but to us, this was just part of our unusual relationship. I quickly shuffled through his clothes before finding the perfect fit and tossing it at him. A leather jacket? He asked as he slipped it on. Perfect. He was ready to slay. I wasn't going to say that out loud, though. Yes, there you go. You look like you match now. Alright, now go sit on the floor in front of the couch. I need to deal with that mess on your head. My hair is fine. Who said he had a choice? I don't care. That was a demand. Now, move it before I use your hair to drag you. He groaned but complied, moving to the living room. You're not the kid here. Grow up. Shoyuta wisely chose to stay quiet. Well, we know who the breadwinner in this family is and who the housewife is. We don't even need to be married to see that. Back on topic, I headed to my room to grab a spare brush that I had never used. I found Shoyuta where he was supposed to be on the floor. Good man. I sat on the couch behind him, grabbed his hair, and started brushing it. Surprisingly, his hair felt smooth even with the knots. Gentle, you brat, Shoyuta complained. I will find a way to make this uncomfortable for you, I told him bluntly. I wasn't fooling around, Joey. Don't ask who that is, please. Expelled. Of course, he would say that. Excuse me, but this is nothing like what you faced at the USJ. We both shivered as I continued, but I decided to show him mercy, not wanting him to get up on me in the middle of it. I already knew I would lose in a fight against him, so I was preventing such a conflict. I held his hair in a ponytail and brushed it to avoid pulling it out. Is that something you should be joking about? Probably not, but oh well. With that, we fell into a comfortable silence. I managed to brush his hair out within 20 minutes, and we had 20 minutes to get there. I pulled back and started to stand up, expecting Shoyuta to do the same, only to realize he had fallen asleep. I must have been too gentle on him. I took the chance to fix my hair before giving him a light kick in the side. Get up. It's time to leave. He grumbled before looking up at me. Well, at least he didn't look like a mess now. He raised his hand. Help me. Seriously? And here I thought you were a hero. Respect your elders and help me. The moment I respect my elders is the moment the world ends. He sighed. True, but you are also part of the next generation of heroes, so practice now. I thought I was part of the next generation of dancers? Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose. You seriously overcomplicate everything. I finally offered my hand and helped him up. That's what I'm known for. Now come on. With that, we headed out. Achievement unlocked. Shoyuta and I made it to the restaurant without killing each other. You would think this is easy, but no. He kept telling me to be quiet. When have I ever been quiet, except that one time? Never. The audacity of this man. And he lives with me too. He should know this by now. When we finally arrived in front of the restaurant a few minutes later, Hizashi and Nemuri were already there. They both looked nice, though Nemuri had dressed up for a reason that would become clear later. Nemuri was wearing one of those long sweater dresses that went just above her knees, with her hair tied up. Her red glasses were replaced with cute black ones, and she wore simple black tennis shoes. Overall, a great yet simple outfit. Now Hizashi, oh boy. He had his hair up in a stylish man bun with regular glasses. He looked like he put effort into his appearance. You know, it's sad when I've been around Shoyuta too long and I'm proud of someone for putting effort into their outfit. Hizashi's outfit was handsome, to say the least. I had to keep it appropriate. He wore an average t-shirt with a tan leather jacket, blue jeans, and ordinary sneakers. Yes, we all looked human now. Wow, Izuku. I didn't know you could do your hair like that. Looks fantastic. Hizashi complimented excitedly. Thank you. Now, who's ready to waste Hizashi's money? Shoyuta was already done with my antics. Don't worry, you're about to be freed soon. I think I waste more money anyway, so let's go. Hisashi led the way. I stayed beside Nomuri as Shoyuta walked ahead. However, when he noticed I was missing, he looked back and glared, raising his finger to signal me to come forth. I'm right next to Nomuri, okay? I'm not being creepy like you right now. I seriously don't trust you, especially with her, Shoyuta stated. Thankfully, Nomuri stepped in. Come on, Sho. The kid can take care of himself. We are right behind you. He gave up and walked ahead, leaving us to catch up. We exchanged grins and wiggled our eyebrows at each other. Yeah, we looked a bit silly. Anyway, we were in line when Hisashi was asked how many when my phone started blasting a certain song. This is my baby daddy. Who that is? This is my baby daddy. Who that is? I may or may not have started to do a silly dance for a moment until Shoyuta glared at me again. At least Hisashi and Nomuri were laughing. The rest of the restaurant watched in confusion. Sorry, I'll shut it off, darlings. I quickly answered the phone. Nizu, I wasn't expecting you to call. How may I help you? I could see a vein popping in Shuta's head. Yes, Nizu's ringtone was that just to annoy him. Yes. One of your inventions has broken and is currently causing power loaders some trouble. He can't figure out how to fix it. I need you to come by and fix it as quickly as possible, Nizu told me. I raised my eyebrows as I gripped the collar of my shirt and stepped back. Shoyuta looks at me, joined by Hisashi and Nomuri. I will be by soon. Tell power loader to leave the room. I don't know if whatever it is will attack him or not. If it does, it's going to be accurate because of how the programming is. Of course. I keep him on the phone as I start walking out, but Shoyuta grabs my shoulder and turns me around. Izuku, what is going on? He asks, maintaining his grip. Nothing. It's just one of the inventions acting up. You three have fun and enjoy some quality time. I smile. I try to walk off again, but his grip tightens. I'm coming with you if that's the case. I glare up at him. Yeah, we can all go. Hisashi chimes in. Great. Nomuri quickly steps in to help me out. I can go with Izuku. You two need some time together, and I need to make sure Izuku is being careful. Come on, sweetie. She grabs my shoulder and guides me out, leaving the two men looking bewildered. Once we are a distance from the restaurant, I realize the phone is still on call. Did it work? Nizu asks, and I can practically feel his grin. Thank you, Nizu. I owe you. Yes, there is a plan for this. No, there are no broken machines. I rarely have machines that cause me problems. No problem. Just make sure they become a couple, and that's all I ask. Of course. See you, sir. With that, I hang up and grin at Nomuri. Step 1 complete. We got them alone. Nomuri grins. Yes, but now we need to begin step 2. She takes the lead, guiding us to the nearest store and ushering us into the unisex bathroom. Think you can change yourself? You make it sound like I've never done this before. She raises an eyebrow at me. Please tell me you didn't dress as a girl for the strip bar. Well, that secret is out now. I mean, they pay girls more. Like way more. True. With that, we enter our own stall and change. We are both switching genders to blend in while setting the mood. Anytime you want to observe your friends, switching your gender helps you stay hidden. Too bad my hair is getting messed up, but oh well. I remove my clothes and pull fake BRSTs out of the bag. They don't look perfect, but they'll do. I put them on with little difficulty and slip into a cute school uniform from a game I won't name just yet. After that, I add some long black socks and black flats before stepping out. Yep, I look like a girl, but this is a bit constricting. However, Nomuri is going to have a tougher time because she has a more noticeable figure. I stand in front of the mirror to start my makeup. Logically, I should wear contacts, but I dislike them. They can be quite uncomfortable. A few minutes later, Nomuri steps out, and wow, she has transformed herself into a convincing man. How's your disguise working out? I can't help but ask. It feels like I'm suffocating. But you look great. You even made the disguise look real. I have a feeling you based it off something for how specific it is, she says as she begins her makeup. She knows me too well. I pull out a long, light brown wig, put my hair in a cap, and place it on my head. I adjust the bangs before tying it up with a white bow. I decided it would be a fantastic idea to dress as Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club. But, well, she literally disrupts the game if you don't choose her. If that isn't me, I don't know what is. I don't look exactly like her, but I'm pretty close, just a bit more muscular. At least I shaved my legs. I decided to be a girl from a video game who literally disrupts her game. I say to Nomuri with a broad grin. I should have expected that. Hey, Your height might actually be useful for once. Bite your tongue. She bursts out laughing as she finishes her transformation. Nemuri puts her hair up and dons a short black wig along with a different pair of glasses. How many pairs of glasses do you have? You look like a man, by the way. Too many. She switches to a deeper voice, but whatever works. Alright then. Let's go. I say in a high-pitched voice. The perks of not going through PBRY yet. We enter the restaurant again and are quickly guided to a table. Good news. We have a view of the boys. Bad news. I hate skirts. I shift around constantly, but now I have to keep my legs together to avoid showing off my boxers. This is rough. And here I thought you were a genius. You should have noticed that issue. Nemuri teases me. I have to maintain the integrity of the cosplay. I think you didn't think this through. Also, eat your soup before you forget it exists and it gets cold. Shut up. It's Shuda's job to complain, not yours. I'm glad the two lovebirds don't notice us. They are too focused on each other. I'll take it. Someone has to take care of you. I am having regrets. Nemuri bursts out laughing as I finish eating. Then we hear tapping through the speakers. We turn to see a young female waiter on the stage surrounded by various instruments. Yes, this is a restaurant with a stage. Think of it as a bar without alcohol. Do I have everyone's attention? The girl asks. Multiple people nod. Alright. So tonight, we have a special performance. She has never performed here before, but I believe you are in for a surprise. Monica, come up and show us what you got. Yes, I'm performing. This is my first time performing outside of a strip club. I'm only doing this for them, even if you believe otherwise. I still prefer pole dancing any day. Here's the thing, I can't sing anything that would get me recognized. So anything too familiar is off the list. Since it's the first song, it has to be upbeat. Well, I'm borrowing from the movie Sing. And we're doing Shake It Off. The great thing is that I have a loop machine, so I don't have to keep switching between instruments. Don't worry, I know how to play all of them. The first thing I go to is the drums. We set the beat for that and loop it. The same goes for the bass guitar, regular guitar, acoustic guitar, violin, and the grand piano. I know, it seems random, but you have to work with what you got. Everyone is looking at me strangely. No, I can't duplicate myself, come on. I also have a DJ table. Time to have some fun. I start everything up. I smirk as I begin with the bass guitar and drums. Another challenge I face is singing in a higher pitch. I adjust the tone to make it sound more unique, so it doesn't sound too much like me. I stay out too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say That's what people say The first line is done, and there's more to go. I add the other two guitars. I've already caught the audience's attention, so that's a bonus. I go on too many dates, but I can't make 'em stay. At least that's what people say That's what people say I add in the piano. But I keep cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind, saying it's gonna be alright. Finally, I bring in the violin. I can't have multiple versions of myself singing, so the violin is the best choice. 'Cause the player's gonna play. And the hater's gonna hate. Baby, I'm just gonna shake. I shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break. And the faker's gonna fake. Baby, I'm just gonna shake. I shake it off. I got the crowd moving. Mission accomplished. Sure, Shoyuta and Hizashi are still sitting, but at least they are enjoying it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have people to entertain and my reality next. I mean, if I don't sing that in this outfit, someone needs to stop me. About an hour after playing and looping, it's time for me to end this and get out of these fake BRCs. Oh, and Shoyuta and Hizashi did get up and dance at one point, but they sat back down at the table later. I plan on getting them back up. I have a special song I want to perform that no one expects. The instruments I loop are a cello, violin, electric piano, and 2 different soft drum beats. Unlike my other songs, I will be playing the piano throughout it. This song has a special meaning to me. It reminds me of my childhood. I sit at the piano and take a deep breath. I start playing the grand piano and humming before beginning. I'm putting my soul into this. I was so happy when you smiled. Your smile breaks through the clouds of gray. Far from the sunny days that lie in sleep. Waiting with patience for the spring. When the flowers will soon bloom again. knowing there's more beyond the pain of today. I put on the electric piano loop. I see Shoyuta and Hizashi stand along with other couples, and they sway. Although the scars of yesterday remain, you can go on living as much as your heart believes. You can't be born again, although you can change. Let's stay together always. The loop for the cello, violin, and the beat come on. You came to me when I was alone. All by myself again today. The rain just keeps coming down and washes away all the pain we hold inside. We have to break free and come alive. No more holding back our love anymore. I start trembling. This song always brings back a nostalgia I barely have anymore. I have to keep going. The two of them are close. Even though times are hard and seem to go on. We'll move past that point in time to find our futures. Never again alone, 'cause I'm finally home. Let's stay together forever. This is where the real power comes in. I look to see people swaying, smiling, and even tearing up. That wasn't part of the plan. The two lovebirds are really close. I start singing a bunch of LAs, moving with the music. Although the scars of yesterday remain, you can go on living as much as your heart believes. You can't be born again, although you can change. Let's stay together always. A loud applause echoes from the crowd as I finish the song. They look extremely happy for some reason. It's a great song, but wow, settle down. But that isn't the important part. Hizashi pulls Shoyuta in for a kiss. Not on the list, but that works too. Shut up, kid. I'm too happy to care right now. The world can crash, and I would not care. Fight me. The guy who just told me to shut up gives me a weird look and walks off. Well, alright then. I'm glad I'm Monica and not Izuku. That phrase would have gotten me into some serious trouble. When hi. Welcome to the one time I'm happy in this world. Shoyuta and Hizashi kissed. It took all my energy not to start screaming right there because I would get kicked out in an instant. I walked out with Nomuri following behind me. Once we were far enough, I screamed in the middle of the road, disrupting the entire world. We finally did it. We high-five. I know. I'm surprised they kissed right there. Though with what you did, I'm not surprised. Nomuri tells me and I slow down, looking at her, confused. I was only playing instruments, Nemi. For most of the songs, yes. However, for that last song, there was more to it. It gave me a tingly feeling in my chest, like something comforting. Wait, what? Literally speaking or like a type of speech? Literally. It felt like you did with your speech with Stain, but comforting instead of menacing. I stop. Wait so I can adjust the emotions of my surroundings in more ways than one? Izuku, how special is that song to you? It's personal. Not something I would usually admit, but I need information. I can tell. It's only that song that it happened. Oh, I get it. So if I'm emotional or passionate enough, it works. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's why everybody was entranced by that song. Do you think it influenced the kiss? Please no. Please tell me I didn't mess this up. Probably. Zuku, what's wrong? Gripping my hair, I speed up. Nomuri has to lightly jog to keep up with me. That's really unfair to them. I shouldn't have had any influence at all. I'm frustrated with myself. You didn't ruin anything. The only thing you did was bring forth feelings, she reassures me. I shouldn't have been involved in that. It's their relationship. Having an outside source breaks the real meaning of it. We arrive at the house and I slam the door open. The headset I'm wearing under the wig is telling me that I'm becoming unstable. I don't care. Izuku, you're freaking out. Come on, calm down. I ignore Nomuri, lock myself in my room, and crash onto the bed. Sure, I may be overreacting, but it still feels unfair to them. It feels like a quirk was used on them to confess to each other. I care about everyone else, but I'm especially worried about Shoyuta and Hizashi. Quirk use is everywhere, you can't avoid it. However, it should never be involved in relationships, and it is. It frustrates me. Sweetheart, please open the door. I hear her panicked voice, but I remain quiet. Eventually, she sighs and walks away. I stay in bed, feeling dread. About an hour after Nomuri and I get home, assuming she is still here, I can hear Hizashi's excited voice from the living room. Too bad I'm about to ruin that. I get up, unlock the door, and head out into the living room. I see Shoyuta and Hizashi holding hands. Hizashi is very animated, while Shoyuta is much more reserved, though I do see a small smile. I feel terrible doing this, but it needs to be done, or else it will only get worse. I step out, and Nomuri quickly notices me. She spins around and gives me a look before getting up and trying to walk over. I take a step back to make my message clear. I'm doing this. Both men pick up on my change in demeanor, but Hisashi is the first to speak up. Izuku, is something wrong? He tries to approach, dropping Shuta's hand. I take another step back. Just sit down. I have something to tell you both. The trio looks shocked by my straightforwardness. I have to be direct. Everyone sits down, with Nomuri in the armchair and the new couple on the couch. I stand in front of the men, taking a deep breath. Shoyuta gives me a worried look, but I ignore it. I'm going straight to the point, so pay attention. I was there the whole time. Nizu was set up to call me to get Nomuri and me out. We came back cross-dressed to watch. I was Monica. Shock crosses Hisashi's face. Shoyuta hides his surprise better, but I see hints of it. Let me ask you both something. During my last song, did you feel different? Both men nod. I continue. That's Stain's ability. I can evoke multiple emotions, not just menacing ones. I only discovered that from Nomuri today. Now, the shock is evident on Shuta's face. Now, it's time for the difficult part. I get on my hands and knees and bow. I am sorry for influencing both of you in that way. Neither of you deserves it, and it is unfair for you too, as you should be able to do it naturally without anything affecting it. You should be able to control your relationship, yet I messed it up. I essentially broke nature. I'm sorry. There is complete silence in the room. That is expected because, while I can say sorry, I never bow. I never even bow to my mother. Yet, here I am, on my hands and knees in front of them, apologizing. They recently learned a new effect of my ability that affected them, and that's a lot to process. I can feel the weight in the air for a minute. I curse my fidgety habits as I stay in position. Then, I feel myself lifted onto the couch, being enveloped in warmth. It takes all my effort not to growl because I know it's Hisashi, as Shoyuta has already taken off his jacket. Hisashi hugs me tight, then pulls back and forces me to look him in the eyes. Thankfully, he knows not to hold me too long. Sorry, little listener. It took me a minute to recover after you did that. Didn't think you could do that. Move on before I start regretting my decisions. I'm just being honest. But Izuku, your ability didn't make us fall in love with each other. It might have encouraged the kiss a little, I will admit to that. However, it was going to happen anyway. You were just speeding it up. If anything, you made the moment more special and romantic. Please don't dwell on this because you did nothing wrong. Well, besides stalking us, but that's a given. Actually, the show was planned before your date. Therefore, you were intruding on my show. Why do you think I did it today? You really thought this through. I really hope so. I turn to face Shoyuta, who looks. I don't know how to describe it, to be honest. Of all the things you can and should worry about, you worry about that? I appreciate the concern for our relationship, but I don't mind either. I don't know what I'm doing with my life anymore. These intros are going out the window. I've crossed a line to the point where I don't even see it anymore. Back to what we were talking about. Recently, I've been busy with new self-defense gadgets that Nizu assigned me to work on. With the wrong attention on me, I have to focus on ways to defend myself from the outside world. Cat can't always be there, after all. The struggle is real. I do have some plans, but I've already built them all. Actually, let me update you on those. Starting off, the nanobots I've been talking about. Yes, the tiny creations are what I mean. I programmed a machine to automatically build them for me, so one is completed every 10 minutes. That machine has been running for about 2 weeks now, so I've produced a ton of them. Also, I tweaked the headband to hide under my hair no matter the length and to improve its functionality. Because the media is relentless and practically stalking me, I have to go out in fake wigs to keep myself hidden along with a dab of makeup. I'm about to create effective shields and elevators with them now. I haven't tested them yet, and I'm not willing to until I have at least double the amount I have now. The nanobots are more of a defensive option. Well, I could probably use them in a more aggressive manner, but that seems a bit extreme. Besides, the cleanup would be a hassle, which is why we decided to borrow another idea from Legend of Korra, the shock gloves. I made these because they're easy to carry. They wouldn't be lethal unless someone has a serious health issue. Basically, if I touch them, they're out. Oh, and if I put my fourth finger and thumb together, I can create a little distance. Not the most useful feature, but it's good to have just in case I can't get close. Finally, I made another upgrade for Cat. The grappling hooks are now a mix of weapon and transport gear. I could have used them before to grab people's arms and legs to pull them down or close to catch them off guard, but I decided to build upon that idea. On command, the claws at the end can now curl up and become small metal ball. This usually wouldn't do much damage. However, if you swing those things at some speed, you can knock someone out. Cat can now also cover my hand to create something similar to brass knuckles. I can pull them close and punch to knock someone out. I mean, I could have before, but extra protection is always nice, right? Principal Nizu approved everything. Izuku, power loader, tells me as I'm working on something. I really don't know what I'm doing. Thanks, Majima. Hey, give me something to make. Yeah, he lets me refer to him by his name because I'm here way too much. Something that makes you settle down. Of course. Next. Something that makes you sleep. No need to call out my sleeping habits. Never mind, you just want me out of your hair. I'm heading out. I get up from my station, starting to walk. Out when I feel those metal tips around my wrist. Another bleach bath is in session after this. Handsome is enough. I don't need two of you. Hey. It's called experimentation. We hear Mei from across the room. She's right, I say with a smirk. I don't need a kid wandering around the school. Shouldn't you work on something for Aizawa-sensei since he is going to be your partner in crime? Majima has a point. The only thing I can do for him is build an alarm to remind him to eat, the stubborn guy. We both know you can come up with so much more. Yet another call-out. I swear that is Majima's job here. True. But I am not feeling the creative juices. Wait a moment. I think I got something. Got you triggered, eh? Thanks for the idea, Majima. Sorry, Shoyuda, but I'm about to disrupt your day. Shoulda, wake up. I yell as I dash into the teacher's lounge. Language. A couple of teachers shout back, but I ignore them. I walk over to him and give him a gentle nudge to wake him. Oh, Izuku, what are you doing in here? Shouldn't you be eating lunch? Shoyuda practically growls from his makeshift sleeping area. Someone's definitely not a morning person. Lunch is useless right now when I have things to test. Get up. I throw 2 sets of clothes at him, causing him to crawl out of his sleeping bag. I'm not going to convince you to eat, am I? Nope. Fine. Come on. You can explain everything in the bathroom. Awkward. He starts to lead the way, pinching his nose. It's called convenience, kid. Does that not run through your head? No. I am currently thinking of every step I took to make them. Oh, and put the lighter one on. The material inside is the same, but I made some changes on the outside. It should function the same except your neck is covered now for specific reasons. He enters the teacher's bathroom into the stall as I wait outside. I assume you focused more on safety? Yes. Right now, your costume looks like you found it in the trash. It provides little protection. I made the outside rubber, so it would do a similar thing my suit does with the electricity armor. That is for emergencies in case we run into each other, or you get hit with my weapon. I also added gloves with some padding because I noticed that when you return from patrols, your hands are red with blisters. I get that the scarf is comfy, but it's still metal. Anything offensive I should know? The gloves padding is for offense, and your boots are now steel-toed for more power. Let me know if the weight bothers you or anything like that. You went all out and I didn't have to ask. You should have known that it was going to happen anyway. Shoyuda steps out, and he looks basically the same. The difference is the sleeves aren't torn up. He has a turtleneck and gloves to protect his skin from his scarf. Besides that, he looks the same, your same old emo hero that acts like a vigilante at night. This isn't bad. Feels the same besides the gloves and the neck. What's the heavier one for? In case you need a reality check of how much the world holds you down. Shoyuda sighs. The actual reason. I will have to adjust it to make it lighter if needed. What's wrong with my current one? I don't want you getting frostbite, you know. I've been fine up to this point. Just accept it, or we will have a showdown right here in the bathroom where no one enters because it's the teachers. Fine, I'm not in the mood to argue. Can I sleep now? No, just a moment. I pull out a taser. Izuku, what are you? I smirk, pressing the taser against him. The electricity courses through the suit like armor, similar to my costume. I turn off the taser, put it back in my pocket, and look up at him, bursting out laughing. Oh boy, I should do this more often. This is so beautiful. His hair is standing on end. And no, I isn't like his quirk either. It's awkwardly standing everywhere. I am so proud of myself right now. I shout. For the first time in ages, I feel a spark of joy. That is until Shoyuda tries to throw his scarf at me. Nope, not today. I leap over it and dash away. Midoriya, get back here. Shoyuta yells, clearly annoyed. Busy saving my life, sir. With my speed and his predictable moves, I escape to the roof, narrowly dodging a wrench aimed at my head. What the heck, May? You were supposed to be here 10 minutes ago. I already set everything up. May glares at me. I was just trying to survive. You might not be in 5 minutes if you don't get over here and put this outfit on. Fine. I feel so rushed. May is relentless. So, what are we doing on a roof? If you want to look at this realistically, it might seem reckless. But the real reason is that we are testing my new invention that could let me fly. Yes, they are wings. I want to fly away from this cruel world. Wow, that got real serious quick. Back to reality. Alright, you're all strapped in. If it fails, there's a bouncy house at the bottom that should cushion your fall. I assume you packed the emergency supplies, right? I wonder if it will hold under my weight. I did, no worries. Oh, did I mention my Jima has no idea we're doing this? Yeah, nobody does. I wrote a letter just in case things go wrong. I hand the letter to her, but I'll tell you what it says. How did we go from messing with Shoyuta to writing a farewell letter? I really am a hyperactive puppy. Hi everyone. If you are reading this, I'm gone. Don't worry, I already have plans for my body parts. I basically want you to donate them to people. I don't care what you do with the rest of me. Oh, and for the service, just enjoy a glass of pina colada while playing the song over my memory. Mom, I know I can be a brat at times, but I still love you. We've made our mistakes, and I hope you can look past that because you don't deserve the burden. Be happy. You can have my head, but you can't have my brain. The brain needs to be protected because I know the government will try to take it. Apparently, it's already laid out. Love you. Nizu, even if you talk too much, I do like you. You taught me things I probably didn't need to know. You let me cause chaos even though you shouldn't. I get why, because you want to study my mind. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't be joking in my farewell letter. Well, anyway, I need you to keep my brain safe from the government because they're shady. Good luck. My Jima, we haven't known each other long or as closely as the rest of the squad, but we share a special connection through our explosive adventures. First off, none of the explosions were accidents. They were all on purpose. I've only messed up once while at UA. Sorry about that. I know you don't like most of the students, which is why I'm giving you a thumb and a middle finger to help you fake it without feeling bad. Oh, and make sure May doesn't blow herself up. You might hate me for my gift to her, but I hope you can forgive me. May, the beautiful trouble we've caused together. The foolishness of not testing on dummies instead of ourselves. We're still alive, so that's something. Honestly, you might be the only person my age in this letter. Oh well. I'm glad I finally found someone to talk to enthusiastically about technology, and I appreciate it. We've created things no one else has. I have something important for you. At my house, there are binders with at least 1,000 unused blueprints. I want you to have them. Adjust them as you wish and put them to good use, please. Keep creating. Nemuri, I'm disappointed I didn't find a partner before I left. I guess I had more important things to worry about. You know, like the afterlife. Back on topic, I care about you very much. I hope you find someone who will respect you. With you, you might start a harem, but I digress. Otherwise, I'll come back somehow and set things right. I cherish the time we spent together, especially those moments where we almost faced danger with Shoyuta, and that one time we cross-dressed. We may not have spent as much time together as the rest of the squad, but we share a special bond. Please watch over my boys for me so they don't do anything reckless. It took too long for them to be together, and I won't let anything ruin that. You stay safe too, alright? Love you. Yes, I know what love means. Yeah, I had to start a new page for Hizashi. Hizashi, I'm going to be honest with you. I've listened to your radio station since I was a kid, and I still do. Well, before I left, but we won't go there. I will always find a way to listen to you. It gave me something to look forward to because, let's be honest, there isn't much for a lonely genius kid to look forward to. Well, besides the daily check of, did you get hurt? But boo. That's probably why I know too much about you. Thinking about it, I don't think I have ever missed an episode. Well, besides before I could remember anything, and even then I went back. I always listened to it while working on something. Geez, now that is creepy to write out. We should probably get back on topic. Basically, I knew we were going to be great friends the moment Shoyuta talked about you. Well, more like complained, but we both know he was seriously into you the whole time I have known him. You mean a lot to Shoyuta, whether you want to believe it or not. The first writing with a second paragraph, impressive. Anyway, I can't blame you if you ever have to leave him because he can't cook and dresses like a mess, but I have a feeling it will work out for both of you. Nobody has died yet, after all, and you two are best friends. Enough with the sappy stuff. You want the real reason why you are here. I want you to have my vocal cords and lungs in case you ever damage your own. I doubt you will use them since your quirk is meant for it, but you can display them, I guess? I don't know. However, please take care of Shoyuta and Nomuri for me. And get Nomuri a partner. She doesn't need to be a third wheel. Love you and keep that smile, please. I made a completely new page for Shoyuta. If someone claims to see tears, they can keep that to themselves. Shoyuta, where to start with you? There is so much to say, so I'm sorry in advance if I ramble. First off, you managed to get me to save you despite my beliefs, so congrats. Also, I heard the conversation about separation anxiety, and looking over everything, it is possible. I'm going to take my opinion on it to the grave, though, because I need to remain tough to the end. I guess this was my rambling passage, so let's actually attempt to be serious. I care for you. I may be bad at expressing it, but I do care for you. If taking down a fake human was not enough, I don't know what will be. You are the reason I got clean because of your support. You are the reason I wanted to go to UA to prove you right and everyone else wrong. You are the reason I was probably not dead up to the point I did die. Sure, you're fun to annoy, but I would and somehow will still fight someone in a heartbeat if you're threatened. I mean, I am a genius, after all. I think I can break out of the afterlife somewhere. Yeah, that's how much I respect you. And I know how you are. Don't take the blame. I died. However, I died on my own terms. Unless you're secretly a villain and killed me. Then I'm coming back to life just to confront you. However, the chances of you being a villain are very low since you should have taken me out already. With that out of the way, I have a request for you. You better get on one knee and marry Hisashi before I am supposed to graduate high school, or I am coming back to haunt you. Don't mess it up. Nobody else is going to deal with your nonsense. Deep breaths, Izuku. Okay, maybe that is a bit far, but it's true. Don't lose him. Now, I do have gifts for you. Everything I own you can have. Well, priority anyway. I doubt you will accept most of it, so you can give it to mom or donate it or something. The only thing I ask you to keep for yourself is the electric batons and cat for emergencies. They are my greatest inventions after all. Something to protect you besides a scarf. Oh, and you can have my heart because that is how much I care for you. I was going to say intestines so you can swing them around, but I have a feeling that is disgusting, so the heart will do. I care for you, Shoyuta, so take care of yourself along with Hisashi and Nomuri. I love you. P.S. Can you give all might my appendix for me since it is the most useless part of the body? Please and thank you. Sometimes, I wonder what is wrong with me. You're probably wondering why I am giving away my body parts of all things. Well, it's not like I have much else to offer. Besides, I won't let my organs from past alcoholism go to waste. I might as well give them a use one last time. I doubt anything would happen, but I would regret it if I didn't at least attempt to write this silly letter. I can see everybody shaking their heads from the afterlife already. Well, I have things to do. I put on the headband as this is mind-controlled. I don't control the flapping, but instead, if I want to stay still, go specific directions, and things like that, that's what I command. It does the rest, and that is what makes me kind of nervous about this. Will this actually fly? I've watched too many bird videos, so this better work. Let's do this. I spread my wings first. All black beauties with hints of blue. I made sure that they are adjustable to the wind and all that jazz, so I should not fall quickly. I do a couple of test flaps and it works. Basically, it's all attached to a HRSS around my chest. That may work, but these wings are heavy. Can they keep me in the air? The wings curl up, but when spread, they are my height and about 5 feet in length. They are some big wings. With a smirk, I bend down slightly before running and jumping off the edge. At the same time, I shout what I swear I would say if I ever had to jump off a cliff. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I let myself fall for a moment before the moment of truth. It's time to see if I can fly. I do some thinking. And they spread. The wings are spreading. Can you blame me for doubting wings of all things? I angle myself downwards before controlling the wings to start gliding through the air. I'm not falling anymore. I am flying. I am flying. May it worked. I shout as I start flying back up to the top of the building. Finally I land, and I am trembling. W-O. Did it fly all right? Is there any adjustments needed? What can be improved on? What else can be added? May exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Girl, it's fine for now. We can work on it later. Let's celebrate. Just then we heard a familiar voice. Izuku Hatsum. Both of you are grounded. You didn't test it, did you? We turned to see Maijima and Shoyuta coming down the stairs, Maijima clearly the one upset. We already did and it worked. I replied, perhaps a bit too eagerly. And how did you test it? Maijima demanded. By jumping off like baby birds do. What? Are you two insane? What if one of you got hurt? That's what happens to baby birds. If it makes you feel any better, only one of us was testing it. Maijima took a deep breath, and I noticed Shoyuta twitching slightly in the corner of my eye. It must have struck a nerve. Izuku, that barely helps when a life is on the line. Hatsum, get that off of him. She immediately set to work, clearly disappointed. Meanwhile, I was busy defending our actions. You make it sound like we didn't have backup plans. We had 2 emergency parachutes approved by you, plus a bouncy house at the bottom in case that didn't work. Reflecting on it, that last part did sound a bit unprofessional. I appreciate that, but there are better ways of testing it. Hatsum, no experiments for the rest of the week. Izuku, I don't want you in the lab for the rest of this week. No experimenting after school or anything, got it? Mei looked so sad right now, but she nodded. Yes, sir. Shoyuta chimed in, not at home either. Wait, what? But it's at home? You lost my trust in being able to listen. If I say not to do it, don't do it. That's kind of asking for trouble. Before I could protest further, he wrapped me in his scarf and started dragging me away. Bye-bye. See ya later, alligator. I could practically see the disappointment on Maijima's face as I was pulled away. Yes, I got in trouble for a while. But that didn't mean I stopped experimenting. I just shifted my focus to Shoyuta. I called it the, how long does it take for Shoyuta to get rid of me? Answer, 2 days. After that, he tossed me back with the rest of Class 1A for the duration. Once I was free again, I started building new gadgets. Unfortunately, Maijima kept a close eye on me. I even added pointy tips to the batons, so I could stab them into the ground and create shockwaves. There were other projects I worked on before the final exam, but let's be honest, I have to keep some surprises. In the last segment, we were supposed to focus on my gadgets before the final exam, but somehow it turned into a discussion about a letter in case I didn't make it. Hopefully, this time, we'll stay on track. This time around, we are going to focus on hero lessons, specifically, the ones that stand out. Why do they stand out? Well, because I'm the main character, of course. That sounds a bit egotistical, but that's how it is when you follow my story. Let's get straight to it. Today, we will be working on your hand-to-hand combat skills. However, unlike previous lessons, you will not be allowed to use your quirks unless they are of the mutant type. There will be situations where your quirk isn't suitable, and you must rely on hand-to-hand combat. Remember, some quirks can be suppressed by cuffs or gases. Everyone pair off. No serious injuries or broken bones. Shoyuta instructs Class 1A. I can't help but grin. It's time for everyone to step up to my level. No gadgets either, Izuku. Give me everything you've got. As if that could hold me back. I walk over and hand him my bag filled with random items. I'm determined to win this. You aren't allowed to use your ability either. I can manage without it. Got it, Aizawa. No worries, I reply with a smirk. He's trying to level the playing field. That's not how you should respect a teacher. Apologize to him. Ida shouts at me. Someone's being a buzzkill. Sorry, Aizawa. Let's make this exciting. No. Ida exclaims in disbelief. Well, let's get started. We decided to turn this into a tournament for fun. We used a randomizer on my phone, which I had to hand over afterward, to pair everyone together. Match 1. Aoyama versus Mineta. Oh boy, this is going to be dull. Neither of them are fighters, and I'm not sure why they're here. Aoyama wins by literally kicking Mineta out of the ring. Match 2. Shoji versus Tokoyami. I can already predict Shoji will win. Tokoyami relies too much on his quirk and isn't great at close combat. Shoji, on the other hand, has experience and strength. Those muscles though. Match 3. Hagakure versus Bakugo. Poor Hagakure. Even though she's invisible, Bakugo is clever enough to track her movements by watching her clothes. Plus, he has plenty of fighting experience. Match 4. Kota versus me. I feel terrible because this boy is so kind and wouldn't want to fight me. He's going to struggle as a hero, but he's just too precious. I had to gently lead him out of the ring. I'll hear about this from Shoyuta later. Match 5. Kaminari vs Momo. Momo wins the fight in just 5 seconds. She has a wealth of combat experience, while Kaminari is still figuring things out. Match 6, Jiro vs Ishido. Let me give my friend Ishido some credit. She has dance experience, which may sound useless, but it is beneficial. With dance, you work on your balance, along with kicks and flexibility. Jiro has some fighting experience too, but she lost her balance and stumbled. Match 7, Todoroki vs Ojiro. Yes, they both have fighting experience. However, Ojiro holds a black belt, while Todoroki only has basic hand-to-hand skills. He put up a good fight, but compared to Ojiro, he was at a disadvantage. Match 8, Ida vs Uraraka. The destined fight among friends. Who will win? Ida, obviously. While it's not to be pessimistic, Ida simply has the upper hand compared to her. Sure, she gained some experience with Pro Hero Gunhead during the internship, however, it's not enough to face Ida in a fight. Match 9, Kirishima vs Zero, another friend group. Kirishima won because he has actual fighting experience, while Zero is more focused on agility. Match 10, Tsuyu vs Sato. This is an exciting matchup. A frog versus a sugar man. It's honestly a unique fight. Tsuyu, in my opinion, is probably one of the best students here as she is well-rounded and can adapt to anyone. Sato can fight and increase his strength with sugar. However, he is slow, and his mental acuity diminishes over time. He doesn't have that advantage here. Tsuyu manages to win by outpacing him and knocking him out from behind. The qualification rounds are over. We are left with Aoyama, Shoji, Bakugo, me, Yaoyorozu, Ishido, Ojiro, Ida, Kirishima, and Tsuyu. I can already guess how most of these matches will go. Match 1, Aoyama vs Shoji. Shoji wins. We all know why. Match 2, Bakugo vs me. I actually want to show this. One moment. I stand on the side of the field, looking at my childhood rival with a confident grin. What are you smiling about, Deku? He shouts, frustration evident in his voice. My future victory, I reply with a hint of sarcasm. I can see Shoyuta shaking his head at our banter. Are you two ready? He asks. Yip yip, comes the enthusiastic response from one side, while I confidently declare, yes. Then get to it without hurting each other. Shoyuta instructs, and with that, the battle commences. Bakugo, ever the assertive one, charges at me, aiming a punch. Does he really think I would fall for that? I deftly sidestep his attack, focusing on maneuvering around him to evade his strikes. Thankfully, my agility allows me to jump high and duck low with ease. What are you dodging for, D? Are you backing down now? He bellows, his anger palpable. Not at all. I'm just preparing a little surprise for you, Kaken. I sing his childhood nickname playfully as I prepare for my counterattack. During his rampage, blinded by anger, I quickly removed my gym shirt. Everyone except Bakugo seemed to notice, which was a bit disappointing. With a wide grin, I tossed the shirt at his face to catch him off guard. Seizing the opportunity, I tackled him down. I noticed several students swooning while Shoyuta averted his gaze, respecting my self-consciousness. Izuku wins. Ishido, dancing abilities can only take you so far. Momo wins because she excels in close combat. Match 4, Ojiro vs Ida, a black belt versus the engine-powered hero. Ojiro is likely to win because he knows what he's doing in these fights. Ida tried hard, but he simply lacks the experience against a master. Match 5, Kirishima vs Tsuyu. This is also an interesting match, but Kirishima wins due to his experience. Tsuyu has a significant advantage with her unique abilities, but she lacks actual close combat training. Now, we are left with Shoji, Momo, Ojiro, Kirishima, and me. Since there's an odd number, one of us has to fight twice for Kirishima. So, we'll flip a coin between the two winners. Match 1, Shoji vs me. Remember that week I couldn't test my gadgets? I decided to learn a new fighting style. Fans of Avatar might recognize it as chi blocking, which can temporarily incapacitate an opponent. I assure you, I'm not harming Shoji. I practiced on a dummy to ensure I had it right. I just need to outmaneuver Shoji and target his pressure points to immobilize him. Don't worry, he'll only be out for a little while. The class looks at me shocked. I'm not sure what they expected. Match 2, Momo vs Ojiro. While both have combat experience, Momo's focus is more on weaponry, while Ojiro has actual hand-to-hand experience. Momo puts up a good fight but ultimately loses to the martial artist. So, the only ones left are Kirishima, Ojiro and me. What was? Kirishima dropped out because he knew he couldn't win against either of us. Move. So now it's Ojiro versus me. Let's do this. Before we start, I want to emphasize that you should never underestimate a black belt. They have experience and often face many opponents. I respect Ojiro as an opponent. However, they can be predictable. Yes, they know their moves well, but that predictability can be their downfall. If you can figure out their patterns, you have the upper hand. That's why it's important to train both in a dojo and outside of one. In a dojo, there are rules. In the real world, you can fight however you want. That's my advantage. I just need to avoid being hit for a while, which is my biggest challenge. And he has a tail. That could be the source of my problems. I can sense your frustration. I'll continue. I have a plan. As Shoyuta would say, you can't be a one-trick pony. You two ready to go? Shoyuta asks. We both nod as I observe Ojiro's stance, absorbing every detail. Ojiro is in his fighting form, while I'm bouncing around with my hands in my pockets. Go! Just like that, Ojiro is the first to attack, charging forward. It seems everyone I fight attacks first. I use that to my advantage every time. I hope this works. As he gets close, I pull my hands from my pockets and throw a surprise at his face, dirt. I grabbed some during Bakugo's fight in case my initial plan didn't work out. This blinds him for a moment as I close my eyes and hold my breath. I clear my thoughts. All darkness. I have no idea if this is working, but I have to move. I swing around Ojiro's backside, leap over him, and pin him to the ground. I slowly open my eyes to ensure the dirt is gone before taking a deep breath. You might be wondering what I just did. During my week away from gadgets, I decided to improve myself. One of the abilities I learned is that if you hold your breath and clear your mind, you can make yourself less noticeable to the person you're facing. I also learned how to manage my temperature and other skills. Izuku wins. What did you do? Even Shoyuta looks shocked. Simple. I threw dirt in his face. Not that, the invisibility part. It worked. Hallelujah. Oh, and to answer your question, hold your breath and clear your mind. I separate myself from this chaotic world. Shoyuta takes a deep breath. Go change and return to class, all of you. After I help Ojiro up, I feel the familiar scarf around my waist pulling me toward Shoyuta. He tries to glare at me, but I smile back, too proud to care. Shoyuta growls, "We are talking after school." With that, he lets go, allowing me to leave. Wow, he's a bit salty. With the first lesson out of the way, let's move on to lesson 2. Good news, no fighting this time. Well, there wasn't supposed to be, but I could probably start a fight in my sleep. Once again, Shoyuta is dealing with my antics while All Might stands awkwardly in the background. I snuck out of the room earlier for a surprise. He leads us to the city field. I will not be teaching you today. Instead, you will be taught by one of the support students. Izuku, get out here. Great, way to make me look boring. What? Why are we being taught by him? Bakugo growls. He is the student who understands the true potential of technology in Powerloader's class, and Powerloader is unavailable to teach at this time. Don't scare him. With that, Shoyuta heads to a building and jumps into his sleeping bag. All Might adds, Izuku is well versed in this field and is the least predictable for the assignment given. Time for my entrance. Cat, play Ridin' Dirty. With a meow, I zoom over to the class while blasting that catchy song. Midoriya, turn that off. All Might shouts. My class now. I yell back but quickly get Cat to shut it down. Now, Cat has received a significant upgrade, so let me explain. After the stain incident, I realized I needed a new hero costume. I came up with a brilliant idea. What if I had an underground costume and a public costume? Right now, Cat has already been revealed to the public along with my clothing. Thankfully, my batons and swords weren't shown in the video, so those are safe and I can still work with that. Thus, Cat is now a permanent part of my hero gear. Well, not anymore. I made it extra large. Now, it transforms into a full robot suit with all the features from before plus more. For example, it now has a chest piece. It's also not white but black now with blue accents, so I look really cool. The visor is retained from the previous Cat feature along with the visor headband, so it gives me what I need, except head protection like my helmet. My hair is revealed, which could be a disadvantage, but this is for the public, so it's expected. Hi, everyone, and welcome to my lesson. No cursing. Ida and All Might both shout at me. Fine. Anyway, I will be going over the true power of technology. Based on most of your costumes, you rely heavily on your quirks, which is not exactly the best thing in the world, as Aizawa has mentioned before. Gear does not only protect you, but it can also enhance your quirks. For example, Aizawa's goggles prevent his target from seeing whose quirk is being erased. You can always come to the support lab, and we can fix you right up with something. It can also make your quirk safer. Sorry, Kaminari, but you're my example here. Kaminari's quirk isn't the best if his teammates are around. However, if we give him a simple metal rod, he can direct his electricity through it. This would enable him to engage in close combat with his quirk without worrying about his teammates. I will be teaching you how powerful technology can be. Not just technology, but also a little bit of creativity can change the game. Starting off, cat form. With a meow, the metal gear comes off, and it becomes a large robot cat again. I take off my visor and hand it to Cat. Go sit by Aizawa. Good kitty. Now, I pull off my jacket and drop all my gear on the ground. Knives, bombs, screwdrivers. If it exists, it's probably there. I also remove my backpack. All the students are looking at me strangely. Alright, now I am your average quirkless boy. Your challenge is to beat me. That quickly gets some reactions. This is going to be easy. Anyone can beat Deku. Easy 100. Oh geez. I grin at them with a mischievous smile and use Stain's ability. Everyone quiet. I never told the rules, now did I? With that, everyone quickly falls silent. Wow, this ability is fantastic. It even got All Might to stop moving for a moment. Alright, everyone will be going against me. The way to beat me is to simply cuff me, get me out of the building, into the car, and drive me out of the battlegrounds. The reason I am setting so many targets for you is to give me a chance. I know, petty, but oh well. For you all, I only have to cuff you. Once I cuff you, you're out. It's considered a knockout. Think of it as a juggernaut challenge. You have 30 minutes to win. Uraraka decides to add her 2 cents in. Why did you decide to get rid of your gear though? Wouldn't that give you a disadvantage? Smart girl. Yes. That is what I am aiming for. If I had my gear, you all would be in trouble. I want to demonstrate how well you can use your surroundings. Any other questions? Ida raises his hand. Yes? You said we had to remove you from a building. Does that mean you are trapped in one building? Good question. No, I can move around all I want. I can't leave the field though. Any more? Alright then. I get 10 minutes to prepare, and you will hear the signal say go. Have fun. With that, I run into the non-existent sunset. Don't hurt them. I hear All Might yell at me. I'll consider it, but I can guarantee that I will hurt their pride, though. Here is the thing about these buildings. They are replicated exactly like actual buildings inside and out. Do you want a Starbucks without people? They have that. Do you want a Home Depot without people? We have that too. Do you want a Walmart without people? Guess what? Niza got you covered. You know where I'm going. To the paradise called Walmart. You know, Walmart has everything for you. Do you need some milk? Walmart has got you. Do you need something else? Walmart has got you still. We aren't going to discuss laws here. Okay, but seriously, Walmart is the best place ever. Mainly to ruin people's pride. I think this round will last 10 minutes tops. It depends on how they think this through. Logically, they will probably jump me to overwhelm me with strength. That's not a bad idea. It's a horrible idea. They have no idea what they are walking into. It doesn't help that I know everything about them. Not literally, but pretty close. I had to give them a chance, so I chose Walmart. If I chose Best Buy, they would be in serious trouble. They are still in trouble, but on a smaller scale. Round start. The robot lady tells us. Alright. Starting off, I totally made a toilet paper fort to hide in. I mean, you might as well hide for the beginning. It was already built because nobody shops here. I just had to move some of it. Second off, I took the best laptop and downloaded a couple of programs to allow me to hack the store cameras. I would rather not run around. I need my energy even if said energy is limitless. Let me tell you the setup. I turned off all the lights so they can't see as well. You can still see, just not as well. That is all I need. Next, I put the air conditioning on as low as possible to make the place chilly. I opened the freezers and fridges to help. Why am I making it cold? Well, when someone shivers, their energy will go down faster, and they will be less focused. Tsuyu will be removed from the equation, Bakugo's quirk won't work as well, and Momo will have problems. If you want the factual reasons, frogs hibernate in the cold, Bakugo needs to sweat, and Momo's materials will be less effective. Finally, to finish my chilling impact, I broke all the faucets and toilets, so water is going everywhere. The next part we will be talking about is my costume. My costume itself is pretty warm, so the only thing I did for dramatics is put on a onesie of a green bunny. I even got the hood up. It looks cute. Too bad I am ruining it by wearing safety glasses and a mask to keep particles out. I found some gloves so I can grip things and keep warm. To further sabotage the costume, I grabbed those squishy buds and stuffed them in my ears, putting on the most substantial sound-muffling headset I could find. Not the best, but it would have to do. I looked like a fierce little bunny now. The final trick I had up my sleeve was sneaking in bobby pins. If they caught me, I could break free from the cuffs. I should mention that they could use their gadgets too, but I doubt they would. Right now, I was hiding in my toilet paper fort, watching the cameras from my laptop since I couldn't hear Bakugo's loud voice over the headphones. It took them 5 minutes to enter the Walmart. Shut up. I pressed the magical button on my laptop. Immediately, the speakers blared, hijacked and boosted to the highest volume, blasting one of my favorite memes. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Yes, I had just rickrolled my whole class. I had work to do, though, so I couldn't dwell on that. To give you an idea of how loud it was, I could still hear it and feel the bass in my chest. I might have been pushing my luck, but I grabbed the back of something before running out of my fort and toward the entrance. The whole goal was to overwhelm their senses. It was the best strategy one had. With the lights off and the music blasting, nobody could see or hear me, but I wanted to be extra careful. So, I threw a massive bag of flour at them to grab their attention. I managed to snag a couple of H&D CFFs and catch a few students as I dashed through. I could tell not every student was in this group. They must have spread out or some stayed outside. I got a bit too eager because the next moment, I saw Bakugo in front of me, shouting something as he aimed his explosions at my chest and face. Well, this was going to hurt. I snatched another pair of H&D CFFs and shut my eyes tightly, hoping to avoid any serious injury. I felt the force of the explosions and gritted my teeth as I slammed the cuffs onto my chest. When we both tumbled, I held onto them to bring him down with me. I smirked under my mask despite the pain as I kneed him, grabbing his free wrist to cuff him. Bakugo was down. In exchange for a burned chest and face. He had destroyed my safety glasses. I wiped off the shattered plastic, opening my eyes to the sting of pain. I threw him off and stood up, stumbling but managing to catch myself. Possible concussion? I had slammed my head on the ground. I needed to keep going. I looked around to see Tsuyu and Jiro on the ground from the cold and noise. I felt a twinge of guilt. Not really. Time to lock them up. During my time of capturing, I had also caught Aoyama and Koda. I must have gotten them in the flower blast. I had 4 of them. The music was ending, and I thought the other students heard it as they all rushed in. Well, this was bad. I quickly dodged to the side to avoid some ice and stumbled out of the way of a net. Someone grabbed me in the chaos. I shook the headset off. Let go. Inappropriate. It was Ida. I struggled against him, only to realize his wrists were right there, holding me. Seizing the opportunity, I captured him. What happened? Oh. He set me down outside, leaving my Walmart adventure behind. The boy walked away, and I was left with the crowd of students. I had an idea. Come get me. I raised my hands in surrender, pretending to be unstable. It would be foolish to try anything in my condition. Momo looked hesitant, but she stepped forward, snapping the cuffs behind me and dragging me to the cop car. She pushed me into the back, buckling me up for safety. She took the driver's seat with Todoroki beside her while Uraraka sat in the back with me. A smart move. She could stop me from moving. They started driving, leaving the rest of the students behind since there was only one car. Normally, they should be cleaning up, but UA had janitors for that. Instead, they sat around, waiting for the winning bell. Meanwhile, I was in the car. For my plan to work, I waited until we had some distance before trying anything. Can we head to Taco Bell? I'm hungry. No. Why was she so cruel? What did I do wrong? Arrest heroes. But you're not heroes yet? I could tell they had discussed this because Todoroki was the only one speaking. A smart choice for someone like me. But they were still engaged in the conversation. Meanwhile, those bobby pins had come in handy. I was free. Hey, Uraraka? Yes. She turned to face me. Without hesitation, I cuffed her with a bright smile. She looked surprised. Gotcha. Now, you can either pull over and let me out, or I will break through the divider and capture you both. Your choice. I didn't give them a chance to respond. I pulled out the trusty bobby pin and started unscrewing the cage. That only took a minute. I pulled off the HNDCFFS they hadn't bothered to remove from me, bad move, and captured Todoroki and then Momo. That one was awkward, though, because I had to lean over Uraraka. Sorry, Uraraka. Alright, everyone out of the car. I'm heading to Starbucks. Yes, I kicked them out. Yes, I drove to Starbucks and made myself some black coffee. They had no idea. I had 20 minutes to waste, so I pulled out a phone I had grabbed from Walmart, hacked into it, and called someone while forcing myself to stay awake. Beep beep. I already paid this month, and you aren't getting another dime from me. Goodbye. I didn't know he was having issues with the landlord. You know, if you would just move in with Hisashi, all your problems would be solved. I hear a deep sigh on the other end while I'm sipping my coffee. Izuku. Shoyuta. You're supposed to be teaching the class. I am. They haven't realized that I've escaped yet. They didn't take communication devices? Apparently not. That's going to need to be addressed. Where are you? Starbucks. They're not going to find you there. They're at Walmart doing nothing. I'm ending it early. Bring me a cup. With that, the emo Jesus hangs up. Round over, lesson fail. Please return to the lobby. We all head back, and the remaining students look at me in shock. Hi. You all never checked to make sure I made it there. I took over the car and hung out at Starbucks the whole time. This lesson shows how a lack of communication can really mess things up. Good attempt, though. We'll try this again at the end of the year, and hopefully, you'll be more prepared. Ta-da! With that, I walk out with Kat following me and All Might giving me a disapproving look. Oh right, you will receive your results on how you did later. That's the end of that lesson. There really aren't any more lessons that stand out. They are easy because these kids are easy to outsmart. All Might shouldn't be a teacher, by the way. He struggles with it. Oh, and I did happen to have a concussion. I'll share that story later, so you have something to look forward to. That's all I have. Now back to the main storyline. Bye-bye.